Welcome, everybody.
Tonight, I just wanna take you higher. Throw your hands up in the sky. Let's set this party off right.
Clubhouse, we are about to go live.
Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do?
We got some breaking news, y'all. Russia is going crazy. Do me a favor while it's still early, raise your hand. We're gonna bring people up in a couple seconds. And while it's still early, do me a favor, ping some of your friends and invite them in. Once again, ping some of your friends and invite them in.
Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. Woo, shit. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat.
Once again, everybody, we are about to go live, so ping some of your friends and invite them in.
Head to toe, so clear. Look out. Second verse for the hustlers, gangsters, bad bitches, and your ugly ass friends. I cannot preach, I cannot preach. I gotta show them how a pimp get it in. First, take your sip, do your dip, spend your money like money ain't shit. Ooh, ooh, we too fresh. Got to blame it on Jesus. Hashtag blessed. They ain't ready for me. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls.
Once again, everybody, I want you to ping some of your friends while it's still early and invite them in. Once again, ping your friends and invite them in.
Head to toe, so clear. Look out. Everywhere I go, they be like, so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like, so bad. Now, watch me break it down like, 24 karat. What's that sound? Come on now. 24 karat, 24 karat magic. Don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling. Just put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? Tell me what you're trying to do. 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Put your pinky rings up to the moon.
Once again, everybody, welcome to Debate the News. And while it's still early,
24 karat magic in the air.
ping some of your friends and invite them into the room. Once again, ping some of your friends and invite them into the room.
So clear. Look out.
24 karat. What is going on, Mr. Jonathan Bing? How are you on this wonderful Thursday, my brother? How are you?
Yo, I am going great, bro. I am just wow, man, oh man. Jerry, listen to me, man. There is some major fighting going on over there, man, and over there in the Ukraine, man. And I am trying to figure this out, Jerry. I don't know what's going on, man. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ping some of our friends up. Guys, ping some of your friends and invite them in. All right, let them know that we are here. We're going to have a real conversation, guys, about what's going on over there in the Ukraine, because what's happening over there right now is just, it's crazy. It is real war. It is real war, Jerry, and it is something that, wow, we should have expected. Guys, today is Thursday. Dateline is Thursday, February 24th, 2022. And we're talking about Russia attacking Ukraine. There's casualties. Oil prices are up. Bitcoin prices are down. What is our next move, man? What do we do from here? I am still trying to figure that out, Jerry. Hopefully you get your app is working right now, Jerry. But I'm trying to figure out what's our next move as well, Jerry, because they just Russia just came in and just took control of the Chernobyl power plant, nuclear power plant. Russia has launched more than 160 missiles into this sovereign nation. We got people like Bodie over there talking about just being a sympathizer for Putin. There's a lot going on. We got our man Bobby up on the stage as well, Jerry. So, Bobby, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a really difficult conundrum, I think, because, you don't want Russia to build so much power, and then it's like a snowball rolling down a hill that collects that momentum. But at the same time, you don't want to be presumptuous that it is going to be a snowball. So it's a really difficult situation. Fortunately, the United States has no fucking president. And if they did, it would help.
Yeah. Bobby, I'm not going to fight with you much on that, man, because we got to do something. We have to do something right now. And I know people don't want to go to war. We don't want to. But I think NATO has to step in there. NATO has to step in there, because if NATO does not step in there, there's three other NATO countries right there on the Russian border. What do you do, man? This guy, for no reason, attacked a sovereign nation for no reason at all. And
Well, the
guys,
reason is oil. I mean, we know that.
the oil. Listen to me, man. This guy attacked a sovereign nation for no reason at all. It was unprovoked. It was not necessary. It was not required. It was not needed. This guy, Putin, and I get it. And Bodie's gonna be up here defending Putin pretty soon. Okay, this guy Putin is way out of line for this, man. People.
But did you see the price of oil, dude? Did you see the price of oil today?
Yeah, well, bro, if you look at our freaking title, you see where he says oil prices are up.
Right, like,
So yeah, we did see the
fuck,
price
man?
of oil. Yeah, we did see the price of oil. Bitcoins are down. This is something that Jerry, I don't know what to say, man, at this point, because I did not. I saw this coming. I was hoping that I was like overly. I just didn't have faith. You understand? But everyone on Clubhouse last week that it's just show of power. Show of power. He's going to negotiate, get some things, and back out. Guys, he surrounded them through Belarus. He surrounded them, and then guess what? The troops came in from Belarus, like we said, came in from Russia, like we said, and then they came in from Crimea, like we said. At this point in time, I think we need to fight back and fight back hard, and I think we also need to fight and don't stop until we get Crimea. That's just me. I understand people say that's dangerous. Okay, Putin's not going to use nukes. He's not going to use nukes because guess what? That means that his country's susceptible to nukes. He's not going to use nukes.
We have anything good to drink down here?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
You got it already?
Yeah.
So, with that being said, hey, the stage is open. The stage is open. Listen to me. We want to have some engaging conversation here, man, because a stage is going to get pretty full tonight. I know it's going to get pretty full in here. So if you guys want to get
I'll
up here
jump
and
in a bit more if I can, Jonathan. Look, I agree with you 100%. To be honest, I usually agree with you, which maybe is provocative. I'm silently agreeing with you kind of all the time, right? But I just think you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Is that something has to happen. The question is the timing, and so I think, I don't know. I'm Canadian, so maybe it's subjective. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I just think that every day you don't do anything, he gains power. And he's a fucking psychopath. You don't want a psychopath that's going to grow in size 3 times. You don't want to be at the point where you have to use a nuke. Can you imagine? Where there's no other choice but to use a nuke? That's possible.
I don't think that's ever possible. Okay, a nuke means like, hey, F it. You know what I'm saying? That's what nuke means. F it.
World War II,
F
buddy.
everything.
World War II. There's a precedent.
A nuke is F everything. No. That was the first. When we did that, we didn't know how it's going to work. We didn't know how successful it was going to be. When we dropped that over Hiroshima. Okay, now when we dropped that second one, we knew how effective it was going to be. But when we dropped that first one, it was devastating. and we dropped it on the country that couldn't drop it back. Okay, so yeah, yeah, we dropped it on the country and that couldn't drop it back. So Putin knows that right now we have enough. Both us and Russia have enough weapons to destroy each other 5 times over. So what if Putin's power hungry and he's going at the land because he feels that he wants more power? Why would he give up everything? Okay, and that's what we got to think about. Why would he give up everything? He won't give up everything. His goal is to get power. Okay, to isolate himself, insulate himself, I should say. All right, is what he's saying. Okay, because to make sure that they stay strong, that Mother Russia is always strong. Why then would he go turn around and risk everything using a nuke? Maybe I'm wrong. So the floor is open, guys. Feel free to chime in. Tell me how wacko I am, you know. But I've been crazy and I've been wrong plenty, guys. I'll be the first to tell you I've been
I
wrong
think
plenty.
the risk is minimal because Biden is such a fucking pussy, right? It's like
Amen.
is he gonna
Yeah,
do
where's the
anything?
leadership?
Of every president ever, to me, I don't know, but he seems least likely to do a fucking thing. So if I'm Putin, I'm the bully. I'm gonna take every kid's lunch money because what's the teacher gonna do?
Absolutely. I'm going to step in for a minute here. Jonathan, I don't know. I think that you're against Trump. We might go to heads on this right now, but I'm going to tell you something, okay? Biden never should have got presidency. The lady in the room the other night that was Canadian said, "I don't know how you Americans didn't see it." Okay, it's like elderly abuse that we let him even be in office. Okay, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have his sense to even complete a damn sentence, let alone know what the hell's going on. We're all going to be there one day. Okay, but the bottom line is this would have never happened under Trump's if he was a president. Never would happen. Okay, he already showed you how he beat up China, how he was, but there was no way they would be uh, going together and doing anything if Trump was in power. Okay, so I'm not agreeing with everything Trump. I know Trump's got a lot of issues. Believe me, he's a speechwriter, a lot of other things. Okay, but I can tell you one thing: we would never be in the situation that we're in right now if Biden wasn't in there. He's worse than President Carter. I thought Carter was bad. I mean, I think it's worse. So we don't stand a chance. I mean, it's like we're just, you know, it's like what's his name just said. Bobby just said he's taking
Does
everyone's
one
lunch
man make
money.
all the decisions when it comes to war?
I was gonna say
No,
we're not
they
gonna
don't.
rely on
They
Biden.
don't. They don't. But it's all his regime that's in there, right? So all the people that think like him, right? That's what Trump did. He took out other people, put in what he likes, right? Who thinks like him. So that's the problem we're having. So I don't know how we're gonna fix this. I mean, if y'all got a solution, then by all means, please. I'd love to hear other sides to it. But
I believe Trump would have laid down. Trump called this man a genius. Okay, I
he might
think
have been
Trump.
playing him. He might have been
No,
playing
That
him. You
was
don't
that
know
was
that.
no,
ironic,
I mean,
Jonathan.
I know.
he would have not. Trump, listen, Trump went over
You said
there and
President
got
Romney. I can
agreed
get
to
I can
China.
get behind President Romney. Is that what you said?
What? I
No,
didn't
someone
say
said
that.
something back. I don't know, but yeah. No, I'm gonna bring my man Christian up here as well because he knows this politics stuff. Uh, and
But nobody can say what Trump would do unless Trump was there and did it. So they can assume what would have happened. But maybe it's because Trump had a different relationship that wasn't about America. Maybe he had a special relationship with Putin that was on something that had nothing to do with the U.S. Maybe that's possible. So maybe
Oh
that's
God.
possible.
Oh Lord. I don't. That's
Man.
crazy.
I
It
I
agree
is.
think
with
it's
you,
That's
I think
that's
Jerry, and
that's
I
like
even
crazy
Wait,
think
one second, one
conspiracy.
second,
I
one
don't do
second.
conspiracy
Once
theories at
you don't
all.
you don't do conspiracy
Hell
theories.
no.
Though.
Yeah.
You're just giving your opinion of what you think Trump would do, but you have no
I said
facts
well, I
to say
saw
that.
he handled China. Okay. I go
But
by
how's that a conspiracy theory when
I go by
how
your
many
facts.
agencies confirmed that Russia colluded with or is that just
That was
conspiracy?
made up with Clinton. Clinton made all that up
so
during
now
the debate.
everything's made up when it's Trump, but when it comes to
No,
Biden, it's
that's
not.
not
That's
true.
that's
I'm not
trash.
even a Trump
That's a
fan.
trash.
I'm not a Trump fan. You don't
But
Yeah,
understand.
what?
but you
You didn't hear
Go ahead,
my
brother.
original words. We would not be where we are
Jerry.
right now.
No, where's the guy that said that was trash? I want to hear
that's
him
that boy
finish.
Chauncey, man. That's
Go
Chauncey,
ahead,
Jerry.
Chauncey. Go ahead, Chauncey.
yeah, I just think that everything's speculation at the end of the day. Even my fellow politicians or political advocates or whatever you are that's in the room, you don't know unless you're there. And at the end of the day, the things that we do know is that this is really bad. Trump was already kissing ass before that. He was already like it's all about money and power
That's
play
called
and so on and so forth.
diplomacy.
Oh, it's called diplomacy. That's
Yes,
cool.
sir.
Whatever you believe,
Hey
that's fine.
I
Um,
know. I
Chauncey,
know they're invading
I,
Spain
Chauncey,
right
that
I,
dude's
now.
anti-U.S. and
Yeah.
just loves Trump. The guy that just said that. So.
yeah, I
What
don't
is that?
care.
Balti? That's
Oh
Bo. What is that?
man,
Yes.
if you
Balti?
say that again
Yeah,
on this
yeah.
dude, man, I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
it.
he's a Russian sympathizer.
Love. I
Yo,
don't care. I
what
don't
kind
care if
of
he loves. Hold on. I don't care if he loves Trump or O.J. Simpson. Doesn't matter to me. But the bigger picture is that regardless of who was going to be in office, because of the way with COVID, the way the world was going, everybody's been going through a lot of stuff. That there was going to be an issue, and he wanted to do that from get go, but it wasn't a good time because the Soviet Union was going through their own situation. So now this is a perfect time because NATO and
Because
a couple other
Biden's in
things.
office. Yeah, because Biden's weak. Exactly right.
So,
He's
so, so,
Hey,
so
Candice, let me say something to you.
I wasn't
All right.
finished talking, but since
Sorry,
people like
sorry,
to
sorry.
interrupt,
Wait,
it's
no,
fine.
wait, one second, Chauncey. Just let the guy say what he's gonna say. We're gonna go back to you,
Hey,
Chauncey. I want to hear
hey,
what he want to say. Go ahead, bro.
Jerry, it's Gamble. Candice, Trump wouldn't have done a damn thing because Trump was
You don't
used
know that.
as no,
You don't
no.
know
Let
that
me wait.
either.
Listen to me. Trump was used as a puppet. This was a game that was already in motion. They just used Trump to slow down the process. Once he was out, that's it. That's when they made their move. Trump wouldn't have done a damn thing to Putin.
You'll never know
That's a
that.
fact.
We'll never
didn't
know.
didn't didn't Putin help
Okay,
Trump get into office?
He
one second,
handled
everybody.
China
Hey,
pretty good,
Chauncey,
didn't he?
one second, miss. 1 second. Go ahead and land your plane, Chauncey. I just want to hear what Gamma has to say. Go ahead, Chauncey.
I appreciate that. So I just think, and Miss, I don't know your name. I can't see it because a
Candace.
lot of people on stage. But I just want to tell you, when you make statements, you need to be factual, not speculation. And you just try to do the thing to Jerry, and a lot of things you're saying just because it's the talking point. So at the end of the day, what we should be more worried about, I don't care if it was Biden or Trump. What should be worried about is how that we can get out of situations. You don't even have solutions.
So what's your
And
solution?
hold on,
We're not
but you
gonna
don't
get
have
out of this
you don't even
situation.
have a solution.
Nobody wants to talk
Let him
about what's
land. Let
Hey,
him
happening
hey,
now.
land.
hey, 1 second, 1 second, Chauncey, 1 second, real quick. Hey, do me a favor, brother. The guy that just jumped in, and even the guy that said let him land. We don't need no co-mods. That's how it gets out of hand. I know how to moderate, and I also know how to lift mandates on the stage, meaning I know how to put people in the audience. So please don't do that again. Go ahead, Chauncey. Chauncey.
Sorry. When you have these conversations, I'll be 30 seconds. And when you have these conversations, instead of talking about who's the bad guy and good guy, why don't you walk on these stages and have a solution? Because you don't solve anything by continuously putting the negativity instead of trying to find a solution to the problem.
I like you do the same thing, John. I agree with you with that. I never said I had a solution, but I know we wouldn't be in this problem right now. That's my I'm not assuming, I'm going by his past behavior, okay? But if you have a solution, by all means, please give it
But
because
but
I'm looking
Candace,
for the same
Candace, I
thing
got
you're
a
looking
question for
for.
you. I got a question for you. What makes you? What did you say when I said 17 agencies said that he was in cahoots with?
I didn't say that. Someone else said that.
No,
Oh, I said
no. You said
conspiracy. I said Clinton. Clinton. They made that up. I mean, I think that was made up because they showed that Clinton. They showed if the things that Trump that they did to Trump was done to Biden, it'd have been a whole different
okay.
ballgame.
My question to you is this.
Okay.
My question to you is this. So all that stuff that supposedly went on with when Putin was in cahoots to alter the election in favor of Trump with all the email leaks.
That's
You,
wrong.
well,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
just 1 second. I'm just asking you a question. So you feel Hillary and them trumped that up with and made it seem like it was some fake
They
emails.
did because she wanted to win.
So let me ask you
Absolutely.
this question. She wanted to win, so she put out some emails that actually hurt her and tried to make it seem like Putin did it. So that was a strategy that
No,
backfired
she
on her, you
didn't
think?
put out emails that hurt her. It was she wanted Trump to look bad. She wanted to make
So
it
let
seem
me
like
ask you this
the
question,
thing that
Candace.
you fell for. What you fell for. You
I
fell
got
for it.
what I fell for. I'm just curious. Educate us all on something. Where did you get that data from that made you say it was fake? Where'd you get that data?
You know what? I'll have to look it up. I
Okay,
don't
it's
just
okay.
make this
Here's
stuff
part
up.
two. Here's
Yeah.
part two. Where'd you get the data that said Trump did such a wonderful thing? The point I'm trying to make is why are you picking things that you believe if it's in favor of Trump, but you picking things you don't
I'm not
believe if it's to
picking
degrade?
everything in favor of Trump. I just told you that. I don't think that Trump.
This is
There's a
so
lot of
crazy.
wrong things with
Hey,
him.
hey, Chauncey, the other day I was in my room. I said, I hope I have some friends that ride or die with me the way these people ride or die for Trump. And they don't know a goddamn thing about him, but they ride or die like he is just the Messiah. It is crazy.
Hey
He did,
Jerry.
I'm not riding a
Trump
flying
does
bunny.
nothing
Flying
wrong.
Hey,
face.
hey Jerry.
Go
C
ahead,
Rock.
Rock.
Hey, so I think it's more about the unpredictability of Trump because of his personality,
I agree.
and he's
I agree.
unpredictable, and
I
that's
agree.
what Putin was more concerned with, and I think a lot of people were concerned with
I was
versus
too.
Biden, who is more statesman and is going to go by the book of
Right.
sanctions and diplomacy as much as possible, and he's not going to have a quick trigger finger. So I think
Yeah.
that's what it's more about.
No one knew
But
what
Yeah,
he
C
was.
but
Rock, C
here's the
Rock,
deal.
one
I
second, C
agree with
Rock,
that.
one second, C Rock. Do you think that was strategic, or do you think it was like a emotional unpredictability, or do you think it was like strategic? Which one?
Does it really matter what I think, though?
No, it does.
No,
I'm just
because
curious. Of course,
I
we
don't
debating the
know.
news.
Like a lot of people speak with like they act like they know. I don't have a clue,
No, I want
right?
to know your
So
opinion, bro. I want to know your opinion.
my opinion is that it's his personality leads to that, and I don't know if that's I don't really know if that's a helpful thing or not. I mean, I think it's good to be unpredictable in many ways, but when you're unpredictable because of your personality,
It can be
that's
dangerous.
I don't know, man. I
Well,
really don't know.
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think he don't even know what he was. I think he just acted off of emotions, and he was getting on the job training and just fumbling as he was going. Now I'm not a military strategist like a lot of the people in this stage are, but I just think that it was certain timing. I think it was situational. So because this thing came about right now, I think it probably still would have came about with Trump. I don't think Trump got that much influence over Putin, and Putin would have still made that move he made in Ukraine. That's because I think it's too beneficial.
I
Yeah,
think
Bodie,
the last guy. I think the last guy said it right. I don't think it's. And let me respeak. I don't think that it's Trump has that much power. I think it's his what you just said, unpredictability of what he's going to do. Right? Putin was like, we don't know what. None of us really did. Right? We none of us did. Right? But the bottom line
Well,
is
we
that
also don't know.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, honey. The girl was
no,
talking.
she actually
Uh,
interrupted you, but go ahead,
That's
Lynette.
okay. That's
I
okay.
know
I
I
don't
got you.
mind.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Hey, one second. I want to once again I want to welcome everybody to debate the news and do me a favor. I got a major app glitch, so I'm going to ask some of you people once again to ping some of your friends and bring them in. Ping some of your friends and bring them in. We got about 27 shares. Let's get up to about 127. Yesterday we got almost 400 shares. Share them in the hallway for me, please. Once again, everybody, moderators, I'm going to moderate some more people. I have one rule in this room. Moderators, don't moderate anybody. I don't care if it's your ace boom coon, don't moderate them. So I appreciate everybody. Does anybody else want to jump in? If so, state your name, and I'm going to go to you.
Elfrida.
No, 1 second. I'm going to that lady. I think I just cut somebody off, Alfreda. There was a lady that jumped in first, and I cut her off.
It was Lynette.
Go ahead, Lynette.
So I'm really surprised that no one ever mentions that when Trump was in office and he met Putin.
Lynette.
She's
Lynette.
breaking up.
I got it. I got it. Lynette, mute your mic for 1 second. I'm gonna come back to you. Lynette, you're in the matrix, Lynette. Lynette, mute your mic. I'm gonna come back to you. Go ahead, Alfreda.
I when I think about Trump's response to Putin when he said, "Oh, this is genius," the first thing my mindset went to was I wouldn't go so far as to say, or I would go so far as to say that Trump it has fed information to Putin working with him, thinking that he's going to help him get back in office. And then both of them can rule together. I think that's just how his mindset works. His only concern is power. And he's just his entire life, even in business, is just about achieving what he wants.
Appreciate you for that. Thank you, Doctor. I see you tapping your mic, Doctor Zakia. Was that meaning you were trying to speak?
Um, yes. Hi, Jerry. Hey, Jonathan. I definitely agree with what was just said. And for those who are saying counter, it just doesn't make sense. Even now, Trump was just interviewed on a radio station and he was giving kudos to Putin for what he's been doing. So I believe that Putin has some type of relationship with the evidence. I'm looking at what is factual. He has a relationship with Putin, and things I can tell you are really about to start heating up. I don't want to dive too much into it, but I have family members right now
Wait,
who
1 second. Does that mean you got some insider trader secrets that you know about?
Sherry, you're so funny.
I'm just
I
saying.
went. I
Because
wouldn't.
because you actually leaked part of it and you just like got us in a cliffhanger. Now we want to know what is it.
I,
I tell you what. I tell you what. I'm gonna tell everybody to mute their mic and to mute their ears and to walk away from their phone.
oh,
And then,
that's so good, Jerry.
and then you just say what it was.
No, I just know that things are about to get heated up, and I'm glad I'm not stationed overseas right now, or I don't have. But things are about to get heated up, and that's all I'll say. But I'm glad you're having these discussions. It's interesting to hear various viewpoints. It's a little unsettling that people actually believe some of this BS that they say, but I'm glad that we're having a conversation about it.
What part of BS is unsettling? Can you at least say that? What part of the BS are you referring to?
That Trump is a strategist. Trump is actually he actually was for the people that I believe what it was just said that he well, okay, you said what was BS, that he was a strategist and that he would be
Okay.
in a better position that the current administration. Yes, I think both of them could, do some things
It-
better.
it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Trump is such a strategist, right?
Right.
When has a president lost a second term in recent times? I don't know, but but
Preach,
but
preach.
but but I get it. I get it. I know what they're gonna say. I get it. Guess what? It's because it was rigged. Oh, I get it. I get it. It's because of this. You're so smart. You got Putin in your hip pocket. You just this great whatever, and you lost a damn election to a guy you call Sleepy Biden. To me, that right there, if you're all that intelligent, you're supposed to do a landslide with that election.
That part.
But that's just
And
me.
one last thing
That's just
about
me.
the button at
Maybe.
the bottom. I don't see the share button right now either, Jerry.
No, no, the share button
No, not the
is.
share, but the ping people in. I don't see it on my phone.
I know I gotta. I don't know what's going on. Is there some type of new release? Everybody, is there a new release where it moved that?
I don't know, Jerry. I can't see it.
I see the ping.
It's
I
still
see
there.
that.
You have to go
Yeah, I see
into the
it.
share,
I see it.
and then on the bottom of the share, you'll see
Oh,
the
invite
ping
people.
button.
Oh, thank you, thank
Say that
you.
again,
You're
please. What?
welcome.
What?
You go into the share where the two arrows are,
Mm-hmm.
is as if you were about to share the room, and the last choice on the bottom is ping.
Oh, thank you so much.
Why didn't
You're
make it?
welcome.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay,
Mhm.
everybody. I'm gonna go to someone else that wants to jump in.
I got
Anybody?
one for you, Jerry. It's Micah. Hey, Jonathan. Hey, so I think during the Obama administration, the Bidens were involved in the Ukraine, right? They got in with political and the power system there, right? Aren't the Bidens involved? So I definitely think Trump and Putin have something going on, and they're playing each other's cards.
Right. Appreciate you for that, my brother.
Okay.
I'm
Uh,
looking for the evidence though. Everybody keeps saying Trump and Putin's doing something. Where is the evidence at?
That
Please,
part. That
they
part.
had all
Exactly.
kinds. They had how
I
many,
just need one.
Jonathan? How many? I don't have to pick one, bro. I'm not
Show us.
here to
Not
pick
you,
one.
Jerry. The people
I don't
that
have,
saying it ain't got it. Whoever said it. I just want one real solid, concrete. We can say, "Aha, I got you." We can't.
no, they've had Jonathan. What was we talking about yesterday?
Yeah. There's plenty of evidence, man. And Tara, I'm gonna get Tara in here. Well, both the NSA and the CIA said that the Russians did interfere. Okay, and matter of fact, if you look at the Mueller report, was it exactly when he did his special counsel. Okay, and that's why the attorney general came out and never put that out there and read it the way he wanted to read it, and that there was plenty of evidence out there that
Tons,
pointed to
tons,
that.
tons, and then they tried to. Hey, Eric, does that mean you trying to jump in, brother?
Oh,
Eric,
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know how to do this thing.
no, you know what? You caught my attention. I was scrolling. And I saw you hitting your thing like it was a SOS.
Oh,
So I
yeah,
figured
man.
I figured I'm gonna go to you, Eric. You okay, brother? You okay?
Nah, I'm good, bro. I actually re-enlisted again. I did 8 years in the army, man, but I ended up getting a divorce or whatever, and I tried different jobs and shit. So I think the best solution for me was to get back in, and then I see the news and shit. I'm like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? So it is what it is, bro. I got another 4 years in me or whatever, but I honestly think both presidents were pussies, bro, because at the end of the day, the one that are gonna suffer are the children in those countries and the fucking people over there, bro. They got nothing to do with none of this bullshit. It's all based on money and greed. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And
yeah,
right now, China, has been taking fucking aim at Taiwan for months now, but nobody spoke on that. Russian fighter jets were out here in the U.S., right? But nobody talked
Wait,
about
wait,
that
what are you
Wait, wait,
talking
today.
wait.
about? Wait,
Russian
wait, wait,
fighters
wait, wait,
just in the
wait, wait,
U.S.
wait.
What are you
Hold up,
talking about?
hold up, hold up, Eric, my brother. Somebody got to mute the mic. They got a hot mic. Somebody got to mute their mic. Okay, never mind. I'll just. I think they need to take a nap. Hey, Eric.
Can I say something, Jerry?
Yeah, 1 second, Diana. Eric, did you just say that Russian fighter jets were flying in the U.S.? Did you just say
Bro,
that?
I swear I meant everything I just said right now, bro. But
I know you meant it, Eric. Eric,
nobody wants to
I'm
talk
just building
about
with you.
that though. Yeah.
But Eric, can I just build with you? Just 1 second. So, just help me understand. Did you see him, or you saw it in the news, or did you personally see him?
I didn't see it in the news. I seen it on an article that I read that trusted. You know what I mean? But
So
you
it
can't
wasn't.
believe
It
everything you
wasn't.
see though.
Wait, it wasn't. Oh, you can. You say you can't believe everything you hear in the news?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's
That's just
hey
something that I
Eric,
brought up.
That's
Yeah.
real. Hey Eric, that's real talk. But check this out. You can't believe everything you see in the news. I agree with you. That's real talk. But you believe that article though?
No, hell no.
But you just said you saw it in the article.
No, I did see it in the article, but it's just basically just to spark things up a little bit. But
No, no, Eric,
I wanted to say
let's spice things down a little bit. You just said you saw that Russian fighters was in the U.S. You didn't see it in the news. You didn't see it with your own eyes. You said you can't believe everything you hear in the news, but you saw it in an article. But you believe that article. Is that what you're
no,
saying?
no, no. Well, I don't know, like kind of, sort of. You know what I mean? But
Oh my
like
God!
Hey,
Hey,
not
Jerry.
Eric,
really. But
1 second, 1 second, Eric. So you thinking about re-enlisting? Hey, don't take this wrong, bro. Don't get mad at me for what I'm about to say. No, I'm not gonna say it. I was
no,
just
no,
gonna
no,
say,
no, no. Go ahead. Just
Eric,
say it. Just
if
say
it
it.
wasn't you, let's say it was a dude named James or something, and if I heard the dude named James saying what you was just saying and talking like that, and if I knew that's what was in the army, I would be scared. Eric, I love you. Hey, Eric, I love you, brother.
Hey, wait, no, I wanted to say because they have the capabilities of coming out here, right?
Hey,
Is the U.S. is
Houston, we got a problem.
not? I'm saying is if they come to our soil, the U.S. is not mentally prepared for none of that shit.
Okay, I believe you. If people like James that was talking like that, like James is in the army, we do have a problem.
They
So I
are
agree with you.
though.
I'm crazy.
Oh
Hey,
my
hey,
God!
for I was infantry, man, so I'm already
I
cooked.
knew you were
So
infantry by listening to you
But then
talk.
again,
I knew it.
I like that,
I'm
Eric. If he's
yeah,
infantry, I
man.
like that. Okay, I'll take it back, Eric.
Thank you
Appreciate you,
for
my
your
brother.
service,
I'm
sir.
already I'm already fucked up. So I might as well just go back out there and fuck shit up again. Fuck
Nah,
it.
nah. Hey, Eric, be safe, my brother. Okay, be
All
safe.
right, my man. All right,
I
man.
like some about you. I like, bro. Diane, Diane, go ahead,
Uh,
Diane.
in res- in response to Chris' question about if he wanted to hear, like basically saying, he hasn't heard anything about Trump and Biden. Oh my God, my baby woke up. What it is, in when he went up to Copenhagen and the intelligence committee came out and said, like there was. They did. Russia did interfere in the 2016 election. This was a bipartisan committee. This was not Dems alone. They were together. And what he did, he said, Putin, I don't believe it was. And did you remember that he ripped the paper up that the reporter, the translator wrote? He ripped it up. And when he came back, what he did with the head of the council of the committee, he fired him and then sparked that investigation with Ukraine about Biden's son working in Ukraine. So basically, that was what came out of that report in April 2020. So there's history with Trump and Putin. There is.
Thank you for that. I'm going to Amber. Was that meaning you want to jump in, Amber?
Yes, yes. I was just actually Trump. I don't think he would done anything different. Even during Obama administration, he did not do anything but sanctions. And I don't think any European countries or even United States they're gonna jump in the war. Because all of the economy in recessions because of COVID and right now we have a lot of issue with logistics, and a lot of those kind of issues would prevent all the countries to go to another war, especially like with Russia. And Putin, he threatened any country outside a country, he gonna like hit them back. And I don't think anyone gonna be close to it. They're only gonna provide money and weapons, and then that's it. And sanctions. I don't think they're gonna do more. And he knew that, like exactly what happened in 2014. I don't think it's anyone gonna risk going in there. And right now with China surrounding Taiwan and with ships, so I think that's gonna go another round of a country taking another country. So unfortunately, everything looks weak from the United Nations. I don't think countries is being like coming forward, especially like when they are talking and threatening, and some of them they will say, "Well, we will check with our allies to do those sanctions." I don't see anyone like really coming strong to stop it, and everyone gonna like talking to each other and nothing being done, like an actual action. And I don't think it's like, even like if it's Obama right now, I don't think he would do anything. If it's Trump, he would not do anything,
No,
because it's
what
too
they're saying
risky.
is it would have never happened. That's what she was saying. She said it would never happen if it was under Trump's watch. It's not about what he would do. It's about it would never happen.
Wait,
Mute your mic.
isn't it?
Mute your mic. Everybody on the stage. Go ahead, brother.
I think let's take it for example. For example, Syria. Trump, he allowed Russia to take over Syria. He allowed them. He pulled all of his troop, and he let Russia do its own thing. So I think, in my opinion, that's just a side of a weakness. And also when he planned to take his man, like the troops from Afghanistan, he planned that. He actually bring the Taliban in Qatar, and he was dealing with them and trying to make an agreement. So it's not 100% on Biden, but also he was trying to pull everything. He's trying to pull his the defense from Poland, and the missile system from like Middle East, and all of those countries. He was pulling everything off. I think it's
Appreciate you,
just
brother.
become no, the government United States, like they have actually missile defense, like, and
Well,
they station it.
I've never seen so much in favor of one party person in the history of politics. The way Democrats, a lot of Democrats don't like what Biden is doing. A lot of Democrats got something to say about Biden, but Trump, oh my God, he was like the perfect specimen. It's just crazy. It's like everything would have been done just so perfectly, but for some reason he couldn't speak well. For some reason he talked a bunch of BS. It's just crazy. I
Hey,
don't
Jerry,
get you.
why didn't nobody test Trump when he was in there? Why nobody tested him?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know because
This
Because
is
his
yeah,
talk.
balls were too damn big. That's why.
yeah.
Anybody ever
Anyway,
talk about the deal, the art of the deal? Like Trump's been known as a deal maker, and a lot of politicians, they make deals in Congress or behind closed doors, but Trump was doing a lot of deals out in the open. Just thought I'd throw that out there to get some thoughts on it.
Yeah, part of Trump is good is that he unpredictable. Biden is so predictable that anybody know what he's gonna be doing next, so it's easy to navigate and exploit. I think that's what we have our issues right now. We have sanctions, but not don't have any teeth to it. U.S. not able to convince or lead the package of the European Union to stop the banking, the SWIFT program, the Society for Worldwide
hey,
Interbank Financial
somebody answer me a
Services.
question. What is the role of NATO? Somebody just tell me about NATO really quick.
To stop
Not,
Russia from going into Europe. It's
and
specifically for Russia.
right. How many people? I want Bobby or is Terry in here? Bobby, how many countries are involved in NATO? Bobby. Okay, how many countries? Jonathan, how many countries are involved in NATO?
Isn't it
I,
about
I, I gotta look
30?
it up. I don't know because
Isn't it
it's
30 or
grown.
It's
36?
like
I think
30.
at least
Yeah,
about 20
about
some
30.
countries, maybe
Okay, 27.
35.
30.
Name five of the biggest countries that's involved with
United
NATO.
Kingdom.
Canada.
Wait, one second.
America.
Okay, name America. Who else?
30
30.
countries.
Okay, one second. I got Quana on the
You got
stage.
Turkey in Asia.
One second, Quana.
France too.
Quana. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I was trying to come off mute.
Albania.
One second, Quana. Quana, are you familiar with how many countries are involved with NATO, Quana?
It's 30.
Oh my goodness, y'all.
It's 30.
30,
Jerry.
30,
30.
Jerry, 30.
Okay,
U.S.
30.
is the
So
leader. Yeah.
30. So why wouldn't we have any why wouldn't y'all have this conversation if it's 30
I went on
30
mute.
y'all gotta mute your mics. Y'all gotta mute your mics. Moderators. If it's 30 countries involved with NATO and it's to deal with Russia, why is all the weight when we talk about it's only talking about the US and what Biden's not doing?
That's a
That is
good
just
question.
that is just the weirdest thing to me. There's 30 countries involved. 30
Yeah, but
countries
the
involved.
U.S.'s
You want
And,
military
and
Something.
budget is
This is
as
proven.
much as what the next 8 countries
listen,
combined.
that's not the listen, brother. That's not the remixed question. There's 30 countries involved. It's not just the U.S. involved because they got the biggest military, so we don't need 29 others.
You can't
There's
extricate the
30.
dude. You can't. The budget of the
How,
military is
how,
so relevant.
how about this? How about this? You let me finish what I'm
All right,
saying. What's your
okay.
name,
My
bro?
apologies. It's Bobby. Sorry, dude.
What's your name? Oh,
It's
that was Bobby.
Bobby.
Oh my, Bobby. I'm sorry, Bobby.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I never talked, so you don't know my voice yet.
No, Bobby. I didn't know it was you. My bad. But okay, so Bobby. Okay, let's have a conversation.
Yes, sir.
Bobby,
I was
let's
just on a
debate.
call, so that's why I wasn't here. I'm here. I'm back.
Okay, so look, there's 30 countries involved. Why is everybody always U.S. bashing? Like it's 30 countries involved, but if the U.S. don't do this, don't do that. Well, is the U.S. just that goddamn big where they're the boss?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree
they
with
they
you,
are.
Jerry.
Hold on one
But
second. Hold on one second. Let me just respond to Jerry. And look, I think it's a brilliant question, right? Because the U.S. doesn't have to do anything. I'm Canadian, okay? So, but at the same time, it's like that quote from Spider-Man from like 20 years ago or whatever. It's like with great power comes great responsibility. The United States doesn't have to do anything, but the U.S. I mean, look, quite brilliant. Um, they've built a military that's budget is the same as what the next 6 to 8 countries combined in the entire world. So that means
26.
yeah,
Not just
whatever
6 or 8,
it
26.
changes every whatever year in the metrics or whatever. But the point is that the amount of money the U.S. spends is tantamount to many different countries combined. So that's number two, number three, number four. Maybe it's all the way up to 26. I don't know, right? It's many countries. So it's not like the US has to do anything, but there's no one else in the world better positioned to help police the world than the United States. And so I just think it behooves the US to intervene. Now, unfortunately, yeah, there's risk. And to be honest, as a Canadian, like sometimes we sort of conveniently hide behind our big brother, the
Yeah, we
US.
do.
But we also, I think, all of, in a way, I actually really look up to the US because I feel like it's everybody's big brother. And Russia's bullying Ukraine. They're killing people. Let's not mince words. They're fucking murdering people to drive up the price of oil. Okay?
Yeah.
Somebody has to do something. No one else has the power in the world other than the US. So the US doesn't have to do anything, but if they don't, who will?
I agree.
But
I
Jerry,
pulled.
that
Do,
question that you asked,
do you want to see what I
just
pulled
quickly.
up, guys? I just pulled up something here. It says in 2020, it's estimated that the U.S. spent over 3.7% of its GDP on defense, while the average for NATO's European members, that includes Canada, was 1.77%. right? So I guess that's
Plus, the
double.
U.S. GDP is
It's
way
double the amount
bigger
of
than
money that
pretty
all the
much
other
every
countries
country in the
combined, guys.
world, right? It's not just about percentage of GDP, because also you have to look at the aggregate of GDP, where the United States GDP is tremendous. So not only is there more economic activity in the U.S. than basically everyone in the world, with the exception of China, right? And that's a bit of a debate right now. But they're also tripling, quadrupling the percentage. So, and they've been doing this over time for decades. So think how powerful that military is. And when you have such an important, powerful army, I just think it behooves you to use that power responsibly.
But Jerry, before we get way too deep in the weeds, that question you asked originally is the exact same question the prior president asked, and they all looked at him funny.
Thank you. Can I say something here, guys?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So there are a couple of points here, and the U.S. being involved all over the world was Trump's main thing. And when the gentleman talked about taking troops out of Afghanistan, out of Syria, out of Iraq, and all of these places, was because we were taking care of other countries, losing wars, and not focusing on the U.S. If we continue to focus on the U.S., for instance, generating our own oil, not having to depend on foreign oil, we would not be in this situation today. In fact, I think, as the gentleman said, Trump would not have gotten into this war with Russia and Ukraine because it wasn't his interest. And the other reason why people are always calling the U.S., if you really understand, it's all about the number of atomic bombs
Let
or
me ask you a
nuclear.
question, though, Anthony. If if
Yes,
if it would have went to this point where it's at right now, let's say if Trump was currently the president, because you said something different than what the other speakers were saying earlier. That some people were saying it would have never happened. The war wouldn't have happened. Like they just know it wouldn't have happened. But you're saying he wouldn't have gotten in the war, meaning like you're not saying it wouldn't have happened. So this is my
that's right.
question to you, Anthony. If it would have happened and would have happened just like it's going on right now, you believe that President Trump would have just turned the other cheek and not said nothing?
I believe he would have said something, but he wouldn't. Here's the deal: is Trump had one understanding. I think this oil is about oil. Okay, you have to think about this. Germany's not involved. You know why Germany's not involved? Because there's a Nord Stream pipeline going between Russia and Germany. Okay, so it's about resources. Trump again. What would have been to me the ultimate reason why Russia would not have gone there because they wouldn't have a motivation. Right now, they have lots of motivation.
So they
The
stopped the
motivation
pipeline. I'm
is
sorry to jump in.
Well, then don't jump in,
when
bro.
they
If you're
stop.
sorry, don't do it.
They stopped the pipeline number two, not number one. Number one, from day one, President Biden took off the sanctions that were on there that were put on by Trump on the Nord Stream pipeline. Soon as he did that, he empowered um, Russia to do what they do. What is happening with these resources is we're allowing these big powers like Russia and China to now say, hey, you know what? We have nobody to challenge what we're doing. And this is what's happening with the government. Now, is he the savior of the world? No, but I think he exposed some of the weaknesses that we should be focused here in the US, not on everything else and everybody else across the world. I understand people think, well, the US is this great power and we could do this. I think the only advantage we have over the NATO is that you have 30 countries there. They don't have the number of nuclear bombs. If it came to a nuclear war, this is what people are thinking, World War III, the US can match and overmatch what Russia already has in their stockpile. That is the only real difference between the US and Russia and NATO. Thank you.
Yeah, but how many does it take to do enough damage to just change everything?
Honestly, it doesn't take much, especially in our society today, where we have, I mean, you just get a few major cities. I mean, you got New York is a major city. Now bombs anywhere, a ballistic bomb, and you have this race now for these hypersonic rockets that can reach literally anywhere in the world. It doesn't take much. And I feel sometimes we in the US, we feel like we're, a glass house. We're sitting here in the US throwing rocks across the ocean
to somebody else's house and we think we're immune. The problem is that we haven't focused on the US, and that to me is what causes weakness. If we had stuck to generating our own chips, because we had the chip shortage situation, you had Intel now building factories here. What Trump was saying, listen, focus on the US and everybody else will fall in line. But if you have tanks and military stuff being built overseas, you're weak. And that's what's been going on with the US. And one more thing, Ukraine was going to happen anyways. There are things, if you really understand the situation going on between Ukraine and Russia, way back in 2014, there is a professor that did a great research. He did a speech about how Russia and Ukraine and Crimea and all these places, how they're connected. And he did an awesome job. And everything that's going on today is what he predicted was going to happen. And he said the U.S. should not be involved. In fact, the U.S. is a cause of that because Crimea and should not be, Ukraine should not be involved with NATO. You can't have your next door neighbor. It's just like having Canada and Mexico be on a Russia, have Russian missiles stood up in their countries. Ukraine is the same deal. It's the closest country to
That's not true.
Russia.
There's
Uh,
other former Soviet Union.
yes, they are, but they're
One second,
smaller.
one second.
Yeah,
They
No,
are
they're not. They're
but
right on
smaller.
the border.
Anthony,
Jesse speaking.
Latvia is a member of
Cuba.
NATO, and it has a
Cuba.
common border with
Exactly.
Russia. That just doesn't make sense
Exactly.
to me.
Yeah. So you can't come up here and act like you know what you're talking about, bro, and then you finish up on a whimper. That right there was not
No, sir.
factual.
I am.
I,
It's 100
I,
because here's what
no, 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 no,
they
no, no, no,
built
no.
on
We
the
we land
Black
we know we
Sea.
no we landed that unfactual plane. All right, Jerry, back to you.
Wait,
No,
hold on.
no, we landed at
The Black Sea.
we landed at unfactual plane because guess what? There's other NATO countries from the former territories of the Soviet Union that are part of NATO. All right, so when you just said that, that doesn't you lost all credibility. Okay, that's what you lost all credibility. It was false, and you're going to try to defend it. If you would have said, "Hey, well, I misspoke," then we could talk. But it was false, and you're trying to defend it. And all you have to do
The
is look at a
closest
map.
one to the
All you have to do
capital.
is look at a map and go look at map and go look at NATO and see what the NATO companies countries are, and then you will see that you're wrong. It was factually wrong, incorrect. Let's go, Jerry.
Hey, let me speak on the topic real quick, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as our next move, I think it would be imperative for America to show Russia that they just can't do what they want to do in this world. We have to let them know that there's consequences and that we're still the powerful America that we always have been. And for us just to sit back and let them have their way, it would be showing a sign of weakness that would spread throughout the world that, oh, America is weak now, America's soft,
But
they're not gonna stand up.
they can't do that because Biden's the president. So doesn't that weaken the military because Biden's
One second.
president?
I agree with what he's saying, guys. Look,
I do too.
I agree with
Putin
him too.
actually sent people in for the quote unquote, I guess, to protect, peacekeeping mission. Okay, to protect ethnic Russians or whatever, Russian speaking people, whatever, on the border. There's nothing wrong with NATO going in to Kiev, live and just say they're on a peacekeeping mission. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that,
Exactly.
and I understand you guys. And people are like, "Oh, you guys are scared of nuclear war." Once again, Putin is on a land grab. Why is he on a land grab? Because he's power hungry. This guy is not going to. So if he's power hungry, that means he's not willing to lose power. Okay, by destroying his country and ours. Okay, then there's nothing left.
I
So,
agree.
so
I
the
totally
threat
agree.
of nuclear war, I think, is just not realistic. Okay, look at Trump. When Trump, I'm sorry, I hate to go back to Trump. When Trump got sick with COVID, he was scared as hell. Okay, he was power hungry, and that's when he showed his weakness. Well, his weakness because he was scared as hell. Okay, Putin. I don't think Putin's a coward, but Putin loves power. Okay, what scares Putin more than anything than losing power? Okay, and that's what I think. And no, he's not going to shoot off a missile because if he shoots off a missile, it starts a whole new another thing. We have 30 something countries in NATO. Okay, that must respond. There's no Warsaw. The Warsaw Pact is dissolved. That's all I gotta say. Yo.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah, I want to add also to Jonathan is that besides U.S., France, and United Kingdom have their nuclear power weapons are ready to deploy. They're there, and I think they should get involved. And it's just a small miscalculation by Putin. I think he gonna be in deep trouble. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Appreciate
guys,
you.
if anyone think that I'm incorrect, I'm crazy. If what I said was maddening, because once again, I don't know it all. That's just maybe there's something I'm not factoring in. Can someone please educate me and tell me why we shouldn't go in? Why it would be dangerous? Because I don't see a nuclear war happening.
I just think
I
it's
mean,
not
I
our
can
Hey,
jump
it's
in
not
Jonathan,
our
on
this
this.
this
This
is
is
Derek. Can I speak
responsibility.
to that?
I just really feel like it's not our
Yeah,
responsibility. They
Chris, I'm
have
talking about Chris. I want
plenty
someone
of.
that's not a moderator.
Oh yeah.
Jonathan, this is Derek.
And
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead, brother. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Okay. So my thing is, I'm not for people getting killed and all that stuff. Certainly not for that. Um, but I think Biden is limited because Ukraine is not in NATO, and so because of Article 5, which is that it provides that if NATO is an ally, if if a person that's in NATO is attacked, then the other members of NATO can attack those other the country that's attacking it. And so because Ukraine is not in NATO, aren't we like limited? Isn't because Biden can't just go in there and start attacking Russia because Ukraine is not in NATO? Is that making sense? Hello.
Well, the question to me is not whether, I mean, it's, we certainly could do it. We could go in there and say we're protecting Ukraine and they've asked for our help. The question is whether we should do it to me. Of course, we could go in and we could say just, I mean, maybe it's pretextual, but I believe Zelensky probably will ask for our help if things get much worse, and I think they are.
And then that would mean that the United States is at war with Russia, and so just us alone standing alone against Russia, I don't think that's really a good strategic move. It's better if we have our NATO partners with us, because otherwise they'll say, well, you guys are in it for your own interests, not for the interests of NATO.
How about the question of what do we have to gain to go in and do that thing? What will we gain from doing that?
Yeah, Chris questions
nothing.
something that as a military person, we always ask themselves what the risks are and what the benefits are, what American interests are. And I think our American interest is more on the Asia side, Pacific Asia. I think all the forces are actually moving to that way, but not. There's only 12,000 troops out there in the theater in Europe, but yeah, that's all we have.
Right, right. Anybody else
Ju-
want to jump in? But
Yeah. May I jump in? This is Colvin.
hey, so let me see some. Hey, Mark, give us an update with some of that breaking news. So if you see anything out there that's changing, please feel free to jump in and give us a little report on what's popping out there. Or Quana, go ahead. What's your name, bro?
Yeah, name's Colvin, if you don't mind.
Colvin.
Yes, sir.
If I don't mind what?
Hmm?
If I don't mind what?
Oh, no, no, I'm just saying, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in and
Oh, go
respond
ahead.
about earlier.
Where?
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think U.S. next move is don't do anything now. Because right now, let European deal with European stuff. Right now, no matter what we do from U.S., it's not going to be pretty. It since right now, U.S. already showed a sign of weakness. I'm sorry, it's just I'm here. I see it. I mean, our military is doing good, but our leadership isn't doing great. We have John Kerry earlier saying that, oh, well, Russia invaded Ukraine, but hey, Putin, please don't forget, we still have a climate change deal. We had to make sure that we can obey it. I mean, what's wrong with our leadership? Right now, I don't think Americans should do anything at all. Let European deal first. And let's,
Can I?
we
Can I?
focus on our countries first right now. And then if Europeans say, hey, please, America, send some troops right here, send the military right here,
then we go.
One
Because
thing,
Putin wants to conflict with U.S. military. They
one
want direct confrontation.
one
Yes,
thing
sir.
about
I'm sorry.
one thing about Trump in his defense, not speaking about Russia, he would definitely say some very harsh words, and
Hmm.
sometimes those harsh words will make people think twice. So
Hmm.
I don't know if Biden has sent any type of verbal message, but
No.
and I don't know if I don't know if it will really matter with Russia because Russia is not all these other countries. They're a whole different animal, and Putin is definitely a different breed. You guys can just look at his facial expression that he is not rattled easily, if at all. And those Russians are, hey, look at the Russian fighters, man. They built different, bro. These Russians are not, they're not soft. So so
President
That's right.
President Biden
He's
had to look
psychotic.
at a piece of paper when he do an interview earlier today. I'm sorry. All presidents should be have a very strong stance right there and talk to everyone with whichever the word they choose. But that image with a man right there, look at a little piece of paper and reading all of it. I'm sorry. I
I'm
just
not
I
gonna
feel
lie. I'm not
Sad.
gonna
yeah.
lie.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. He should. I'm not gonna lie. He should be talking a little ish. I mean, it should be something very harsh, like because they didn't think that he was gonna actually push these triggers that he's pushing. What Putin is doing. So it should be, but I don't know. But once again, what can you say? Because Putin it's gonna be like, okay, man, whatever. He don't care what you say. So I don't
Just
know.
remember,
But
he's
Can I
once
bring up?
again, once
accumulating
Can I
again,
bring up
resources.
something
Biden
to
is
go
Oh,
one
this?
oh,
second,
Jerry, can I
independent.
one,
jump in
one, one
something
second,
about
one second,
Taiwan? Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
second, one second. I want to welcome everyone once again to debate the news. As y'all see, I need everybody to mute their mic, please. Um, so today we're talking about this Russian attack on Ukraine. We got 69 shares in the hallway. Let's get that to 169 shares in the hallway. Somebody asked me to turn chat on. I had it on, but I cut it off. But I'm about to cut it back on. Once again, I'm about to cut it back on. Once again, moderators, do me a favor. Just jump in the conversation, join in. But as far as the movement of the room, Jonathan and myself got that under control. And no more moderators. And but yeah, if anybody want to
I'll
jump
jump
in,
in.
and wait, one
This
more
is
thing,
Sharp.
one
I'm
more
so
thing. Make
sorry.
Jerry,
make sure
I'm sorry.
one second. Make sure y'all follow the club, follow the greenhouse, and make sure y'all follow the moderators and follow the two people that make this happen, Jonathan Bing and myself, Jerry Malcolm. Is there anybody who want to jump in? Is there
Uh,
any non-moderators?
Oh,
Jerry,
I
Jerry,
would
yes,
like to
so
jump in and
sorry.
talk about something about Taiwan, if you
Jerry,
don't
this
mind.
is Ali.
One second. I'm gonna go to Ali first. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, Okay, Yeah, I'm so sorry for interrupting. Can I be after Ali? I'm from Russia right now, and I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead, Ali.
Okay.
You can
yeah.
you can
Hi,
you can go after Ali. Go ahead,
yeah,
Ali.
hi, Okay, Jerry. thank you. Yeah, it's great to hear that there's someone else Russian because I born and raised in Russia. Actually, Soviet Union, then Russia. Okay, and
You know who Khabib is, right?
yeah, of course I know Khabib. Yeah.
Hey, them Russians are some hell of a fighters, bro.
Yeah, that's what actually I remember back in the days in the school. So we always were trained, especially because we had and still have classes. It's called the military class in the school. So where you practice how to disassemble and assemble AK-47 as fast as you can and all this stuff. So and situation was from Soviet Union. It's coming actually back from the history, starting from the revolution days back in 1917, 1918, then Soviet Union, and then now it's modern Russia. So I would agree with you, Jerry, that you said that Putin hunger for power. So and as I see and hearing his interviews, so it definitely says that he put in his head that he has to take over the whole Russia territories that been before the Soviet Union. So and another thing is the current military actions against the Ukraine, giving an excuse that they want to protect Russian native-speaking people back in Donetsk and Lugansk republics. So that was one of the excuses because I'm currently communicating with my Russian and Ukrainian friends. So neither of them want to go to war with each other. And but is since 2014, since when it started, because of the
Somebody got to meet the mic. Okay, gosh.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So because of the signing the association agreement with the European Union, at that time was Yanukovych president. So this is since 2014, all these 8 years. So I was communicating with my friends
Okay.
because I have a lot of them, and they were saying after Russia occupied uh, Donetsk and Lugansk, so the Ukrainian forces were just on the border to make sure to protect not the Russians to go farther deeper into the Ukraine.
Right.
So compare what news we were getting that the
Mm-hmm.
Ukrainians attacking. So
Appreciate you for that, brother. There was a lady that wanted to go. Do me a favor, everybody. Do me a favor. When you're not speaking, if you can please mute your mic. And I want to say something to my moderators and everybody else that's on stage. We went an hour. We went a little earlier today, right? So do me a favor. If you can click that double share thing, it's a different way they're doing it now. And at the very bottom, it says invite people. Do me a favor, ping about 10 or 15 of your friends and let them know we're actually live and we're talking about this Ukraine thing. So if everybody can just hit that double arrow thing and hit the invite people at the very bottom when that little pop-up comes, and just ping about 15 to 20 people you see that got that little green thing on, and get them in this room, ping them and invite them in. Miss that said you are from Russia, what is your name?
Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria,
Victoria.
and yes, I am,
Victoria,
yes.
did you put machine guns together when you was in school too?
No, no,
Are
I,
you
I
are you
wasn't.
are you specially trained?
No, I'm
Okay.
not. By the way, by nationality, I'm Ossetian. Right now, I am in Moscow, and all I want to say that most Russian people are against war. And I want to say that we don't have to trust the mass media. I want to tell you about the story which happened. By the way, I am a film director, and right now I'm working on my documentary movie about genocide, racism, and stuff like that, especially about the situation which happened in 2008 when all the mass media was talking that Russia attacked Georgia. It was a lie because I am a Setian, and the first situation when I was 5 years old happened the same. It's Tskhinvali, it's South Ossetia. It's a small nation,
Let me ask
my
you a question,
nation.
Victoria.
Yes,
I got to help you along just a little bit, okay? Because I know you're a documentary, you do films. So
yes,
let's act like this is the trailer and not the actual film.
okay.
But
Yes,
just
I'm.
shorten it just a little bit.
I know. It's. I'm going there, and all mass media was on the news that Russia is an aggressor and stuff like that. But in fact, Russia twice saved my people, my nationality from genocide. And again, I don't agree with the situation right now in Ukraine, but you should listen to the people, and Clubhouse is a great app for that. So Russia is against war. We are all supporting Ukraine, but there is a lot going on. So
Russia is
we all
against war.
have to
Okay.
I mean, Russian people.
Oh, okay.
No one chose that. I mean that. And we
Okay.
all have to start that we don't know anything.
But
Don't trust
does
the mass
Russian
media.
people agree with what Putin is doing? From your from your vantage point, I know you can't speak for every Russian person out there, but does Russia agree with what, for the most part, do they agree or disagree with what Putin
I
is
think that
currently doing?
most people disagree with war. Everyone
I got
I
you, but
know,
my question is this: with what Putin is currently doing, I'm not talking about war,
yes.
even though this is war, but do they agree with what Putin is doing in the streets of Russia? The people you're coming across, if you're in a coffee house, are they saying "Yay, go Russia"? Or are they
No,
saying,
no, of course not.
"Okay,
Of course not. People
okay,
are against war.
I
They
appreciate you.
all, yeah.
Thank you for that."
I have a
What's the name of
question.
your documentary?
Oh, it will be
No,
taken by
Miss.
Czar.
The question is, what is the name of your documentary?
It will be on May 20.
No, no, no.
And
The title.
the
Okay.
title, I understand, and the title will be taken by Czar.
Oh, taken by Czar. Thank you for that. I'm
Yes.
gonna look out for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Jerry,
you.
I
Appreciate you.
don't think anybody likes war. Like nobody. I don't think that they, even if they're living in a communist country, I think we all feel for the people right now, the innocent people that are being bombed. I think if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
decent
I
bone in
know
your
people.
body,
I know people don't like
Putin
war.
likes war.
I just want to hear what she said though. I know people don't like. I just want to hear what the Russian, because she might have surprised us with her answer. You never know. And for the person that said Putin likes
That
war,
was
what's your name?
Bobby. Sorry, Jerry.
Bobby said
Yeah,
Putin likes
yeah,
war.
he does. Putin loves like he. This is the problem: is that so many of us are morally like kind, responsible people, but there's people who enjoy killing other people. Putin is one of those. He is a fucking psychopath, and that's the problem. And I was going to say this before, but you have to be careful because he's accumulating resources. So as that oil goes up, it's not just like, oh, look, oil went up. Yeah, so guess what? Guess who has more fucking money now? Putin. What's he going to do with that extra income? Right? Is he going to invest in more
Here,
military? Is he going to?
here's the
We
thing,
have to
Bobby. Bobby, I need you to get ready for this, and I have to be an equal opportunity
do it, bro.
talker. So you just said Putin loves war. Can you give us an example of where you get that data from?
Well, he just attacked the Ukraine for no fucking reason.
Ooh, that
There
part.
is that.
Oh, there was a reason.
Hey, Bobby, I knew you would swing at
Right?
that and just hit it out the ballpark.
Loving Bobby today.
Hey,
You should be loving Bobby every day. Is there anybody else that's not a moderator? Because I want to make it about y'all. Because I want to get some good things going on in that chat. So I want to make it about the people. It's not a moderator, even though we got Barbara in the building. You know she know everything about the war. So is there anybody else on stage that's not a moderator?
Terry.
Are you tapping your mic? One
can I
second.
just can
Sh-
I just I
sh-
just listening to the news and they are saying that Biden is threatening that he is going to retaliate. I just heard that now.
Oh, well, that's some good breaking news. See, and what? Where did Mark go? Uh-oh, Mark dipped out. See, okay. So, let me see who I'm going to appoint. I'm going to need somebody that's going to be our news sourcer getter. Somebody who got a clear microphone with no static. Bobby, if you can help out a little bit, if you're able to, if you can get an update on what she just said about Biden, I'd like to maybe get a soundbite, or maybe even if it's a video of him saying it, I'd like to hear how he's saying it. I need this thing to be convincing, because if I was president, I would be talking some ish right now. But that's why, hey Chauncey, that's why it's good I'm not president, right?
That's why you're not. That's why you're not. Can I jump in
Right.
one second?
Biden not gonna do
Go
nothing.
ahead, Chauncey.
Yeah, I just want to say, I just want y'all to realize something. I've heard a lot of people say if Agent Orange was still in office, that he would not be taking go get away with this and blah blah blah. But I want you to be very aware. He was the same person that went over there and kissed his ass.
Hello?
That was over there. Uh, 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 they had a whole thing that he was trying to give, and you can go Google it from 2017 to 2019 that he was, trying to build hotels and do business over there. Of course, he had a different relationship with uh the angry guy over
Hey, be
there.
careful, Chauncey, because when you say that, bro, I'm gonna warn you. You're gonna get that's just conspiracy, Chauncey. You're gonna get that's just the media that said that, Chauncey.
Nah,
No, that's
you're
can
gonna
I
get
see the
that's not
links?
true, Chauncey.
Can
that's
I give you the
Facts.
links? Can I give you the links? I
Go
could give
ahead,
you links.
go
I have
ahead.
links. Actually, I'll just let you read through them because it's probably about 300 articles from very reputable source and information. But that is what it is, and it comes actually from the State Department. But anyway, I just want y'all to know that.
I agree with you, brother. I'm
Yeah,
just setting it
yeah,
up that
yeah,
way.
yeah. I would never say anything that's not factual. If I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. But people won't do that.
I
But
like
my
to
whole
add to
point,
that.
my whole point is saying that is that yes, he would. He is a boasty. He's a great actor. That's what Trump is. He was Agent Orange is, and our buddy in office, he might have Alzheimer's. He might be a little slow, but the one thing about him that he's from the same cloth. He just do things a little different. And he did say in the beginning there are going to be things. They freezing all the accounts, all the Russian accounts across the board. They know who the oligarchy is that has stuff in here. So that's all you construction and real estate people, be on the lookout because assets are being frozen as of 12 o'clock today. There's other things that have been done, and we're going to see what happened militarily because there are troops already moving in that are already there in the area. So we're going to see what's going to happen moving forward. So I want y'all to be really aware that there are things happening, and because they are not sitting here beating their chests, because this isn't a game of checkers, this is a game of chess, and this is a game that can kill a lot of people. And the same people that are complaining about what should happen won't go out and pick up a gun and go over there and sit on the front lines. So before
Exactly.
so when you
Hey,
have these
Can I
you need
make
to
a
conversations,
remix
comment?
that last. Wait 1 second, Chauncey. You need to remix that last part. You said the people is what? What you say, Chauncey?
I said the people oh God, I said the people that are complaining about what he won't do, won't get up and leave their beautiful country. I'm gonna say it even better, beautiful country, and go over there and stand on the front lines and fight all the bullshit they talk about. So let's have them. My
There it
father
is. Let's go.
Yeah,
Jerry,
but
Jerry,
Can
it,
this
I
is
make a
Ice.
comment?
Respond to this guy, please. He need to get
go
out of
wait
here.
wait go ahead, Ice.
This guy's bugging out, man. The one thing that the international community needed to do that they were supposed to do today, they did not do, which was remove Russia from SWIFT. If anyone knows about what SWIFT is,
We
SWIFT is
know.
what controls the banking. You
Exactly.
guys are smart. You know what it is, that part. So all that, he's going to retaliate. We don't even got to put boots on the ground. Stop the money. It's a wrap. But they
Did you
don't want to
hear?
do
That
it
Did you hear?
because
Let me
Europe is
hit.
dependent. I'm
implementing.
Let
not
me put the
done.
link
Please
up. I'm
don't
gonna put the
talk
link
over
up.
me.
I'm gonna get you a
I'm
link
not
real quick.
done.
I'm gonna show you the link.
I'm not done. You spoke. Please be respectful. The one thing that we can do to shut them down, they don't want to do it because he's supplying most of Europe with their gas, and nobody wants to pay $10 to $15 a gallon. So they all pussyfooting. They could stop him right now, but they're not. I land my
Hey,
plane.
1 second,
What's
Chauncey.
They
higher
One
than
also
second,
than
1 second,
supply
one
And
second,
Texas
United
one
Flame.
States as
second, one
well.
second, everybody. Chauncey, did you say you had a? Were you about to say something about that Swift that he was mentioning, or were you gonna say something else, Chauncey?
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna get the link. I'm getting the link. I'm gonna put it
Okay.
up
Yeah. Oh
if
no,
you don't mind.
no, send it to me first, Chauncey. So here's the thing. Ice. Is it at all possible that we're all so passionate about what we're not doing? Is it at all possible that there are some stuff that's a little bit more strategic that we don't know about? Is it possible because we could have did this one thing, they didn't do it, they pussyfooting around. But is it possible that they're doing stuff that we don't know they're doing?
Jerry,
Yeah.
Dirty man.
can I
It
say
Yes,
is
Ice.
something?
because
I'm
possible.
talking.
it's
I'm
It
talking.
is.
To,
because the
I'm talking
strategic.
to
journalist
Ice.
asked
Ice.
Biden
Ice.
today
Ice.
and he
Ice.
said
Ice.
yes.
Ice. Ice. ICE.
I agree with you, Jerry. It is possible, but they need to do this.
Okay. How about somebody Google? Somebody Google and let's see if they did. Hey, Ice. Do a current. Ice. What if they did it and it just haven't been released yet to the media? It's
I'm on
possible.
the desktop.
They
I'm going to
didn't do
search
it,
right now.
Jerry. They didn't do
And
it.
but no no
Biden
no no
said
no
no.
no 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 Miss. You can't say they didn't do it. We don't know nothing but what they're telling us. But I guess that's why we debate the news. So, Miss, you said Biden said they didn't do it.
Yes, Biden.
I sent it to you, Jerry.
Go ahead, Miss.
Yeah, like about 2 hours ago. Biden is still not agreeing to that. But the other thing I wanted to say earlier, I think the lady left, but I wanted to ask her how the media looks from Russian perspective, because as we know, media can be manipulated,
Oh,
and maybe the things we see might not actually be what's happening. So
But
that's what I wanted to.
you know it's
Great
interesting.
question.
No, but you know why? You know why you won't get a great answer? Great question is not possible to get a great answer. I want everybody to mute their mic for 1 second, please. I'm going to give you a quick example why that's a great question, but you will not get a great answer. You want to ask her from her perspective of being in Russia to get her perspective of what it looks like as far as the media and what's being seen out there, right? We're in America, and even on this stage right now, you're going to get completely different perspectives from these people that's on this stage right now, and they're in America, and you're going to get different perspective from depending who you talk to. So it doesn't really matter what she says. You can't really take it as a fact because it's going to be biased based on what she wants to see. Just like it's biased on these people on the stage. Some of us that's very intelligent, like Bobby and myself, we knew Trump was a crackpot. And then other of you that just kisses his whatever, y'all think he was just a genius. That's my whole point. Who's right, who's wrong? It depends who you're talking to and what their biases are.
Jerry, can I just jump in and tell you what's going on in Russian sense of media? Because I'm a Russian speaker, native Russian speaker. So, and then I'm on the news. So
I
the
got a question for you. Where are you at? Wait one second. I got a question for you. What's your name, first of all?
my name is Ali,
Ali, where are you currently right now?
Los Angeles.
Okay. So, um, Ali, okay. Go ahead and make it brief, bro. Just make it real brief.
No, what's going on? So the Russian administration issued statement officially on the what is it, Minister of Defense website, saying that any information that need to be spread out, regardless whether it's a video or whatever, in connection to these military actions against the Ukraine, should be obtained from uh, uh, the Ministry of Defense only. So there
So does
has
that mean? Well, I'm gonna tell you what that means. You correct me if you think I'm saying something different. That means they want to make sure they control the narrative of what gets released. Is that what you're saying, Ali?
exactly,
Okay.
that's the
Okay.
point. And you were absolutely right. If you even ask that Russian lady, what her perspective, so she will give you completely different perspective because
Hey, I like you, bro. You said I was right. I appreciate that.
Um,
Hey Jerry, that the second one has multiple articles about assets being froze and as of 12 o'clock today. So people could see a multiple versions of
Uh
articles. So it's
Ali,
better.
Ali, where are
I'm here. I'm
you?
here, Jerry.
Ali, it looks like wait, let me click on it. But it looks like based well, I'm gonna ask Chauncey. Chauncey, are you stating that assets have been frozen or in the process of being frozen, Ali? I'm
They
sorry, Chauncey.
Yes, they have been frozen. That was the statement that he made when he did his press conference. They had already started doing it at 12 o'clock today.
Okay.
And if you look at the multiple articles, you can see it.
Okay, now,
yeah,
Ali,
got
I
it.
got a question for you. One second. One second. I'm having a conversation with Chauncey and Ice, not Ali. Chauncey and Ice. Ice, are you there? Don't tell me Ice.
Yeah,
Chauncey,
I'm here.
Chauncey, oh, so Ice, you said that they did not freeze assets.
No, I
Now,
said they did not remove them from SWIFT. There's a
okay,
difference.
okay.
SWIFT controls the banking.
So let me ask you a question. Oh my, the co-signers. When I hear Ice say it, it really resonates with me. I just don't need the co-signer ad libber. But Chauncey, do you see anything about the Swift?
The SWIFT takes it has to be
Hey,
a
Jerry.
UN. The UN, I think it's NATO. No, I can't. I think it's NATO has to. There's something that you have to do within NATO to get SWIFT.
So it's
So
a
the
no.
U.S. freezing the assets. Say it again.
No, that's not
Yeah,
true.
Germany and
I,
NATO
that's
has
why
to
I'm,
Wait,
I'm
wait,
freeze
waiting
wait,
on
the
wait,
that.
wait.
assets.
One second.
I
One second,
didn't. Hold
everybody.
on. Bro.
1 second. Who said that's not true? Is that Tara or
That was
somebody else?
Gamma.
Kira.
So, so
No.
Okay.
tell me how it needs to be done.
It's a banking system. It would have to be approved by the European Union as well as the United States, although I gather the United States could do this unilaterally. Russia has not been thrown out of it yet. Many countries in Europe don't want to do that. Also, it would probably hurt the United States and the dollar quite a bit if we were to do that. So I don't pretend to understand it fully, but it has not happened yet. They are considering it. It would have ramifications on the American economy, and I think at this
Okay.
point that's something we don't
Hold
want to
up, Jerry.
have.
That's
But
our Princeton
Okay.
graduate lawyer,
Not to
man.
forget the
Yeah,
20.
I
Germany
That's
agree.
has
our
to
So
Princeton
wait
freeze
one
it.
graduate
second.
lawyer.
That's why.
Right.
So
So look at this
Not to
Ice.
forget the
But
22 million
but what?
barrels of oil
One
we get
second,
from
brother. Hey,
Russia
bro,
every
bro,
month.
bro, bro. 1 second. Ice.
Yes, sir.
So
I'm
it's
with you.
so it seems like, well, not seems like, but based on our Princeton graduate, and she also went to what was it called? Tara Juliet. What is that? Juliet.
Juilliard.
Juilliard for music, but that has nothing. Don't worry
She
about it. Yeah.
she no. Don't you even
Yeah,
disrespect
exactly.
Tara.
And she's an
Okay.
Tara,
attorney.
don't you ever disrespect Tara on this damn stage. That is a big deal. Not nobody on this damn
Yeah,
app
that was
went to
Tira
Juilliard.
disrespecting Tira. I think that's okay.
Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not.
Right.
Okay, but listen out. So check this out. Ice. Ice. Oh
I'm
my
here,
God.
brother.
Check
I'm
this
with
out,
you.
bro. See, here's the thing, brother. We're not experts, bro. We gotta understand that or understand it. We're not experts. So Tara just made a very good point. It could affect our economy. And then if he does it, guess what's gonna happen, Jonathan? Guess what's gonna happen, Chauncey? Look what Biden did, and it affected our economy. If Trump would have did it differently, he should have never did that with the SWIFT. Now it just made our dollar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Tara, he's about to say something. You
No,
unmute your
I
no,
mic.
want
I
to
was
respond.
I
I
was
may be
agreeing with you.
wrong.
I think, like I said, somebody, I'm sure there's someone on stage who has a greater grasp of SWIFT than I do. But my understanding, as I said, is the vast majority of SWIFT transactions are settled in US dollars. And if we were to get rid of that, there is some chance that Chinese currency and even Russian digital currency this is my understanding, I could be wrong, could achieve much more, would have a much greater impact, and we would lose, the dollar would suffer
And
dramatically. That's my
and I
understanding.
just want to piggyback that 1 second because my point,
Chauncey, do me a favor. That's a curse word in my ears.
I'm sorry.
You
I
said
want to
piggyback.
I want to I want to say this. I would rather say this. So
Okay.
my point is what you're saying is 100% behind Swift, and I wasn't sure which protocol, but they have to get approval from somebody else to do that because it has to be, it's a global thing. So on the B side of that, freezing the assets here in the United States already makes huge sanctions on United States banks where where a lot of transactions are done. Citibank is going to have a problem now because they have a whole big thing going on. If you go through Reuters, you will see that Citibank has a problem right now because of them freezing all that Russian assets. So if you go to Reuters, you'll read a bunch of articles, and that's what I usually do. I read multiple articles from people I don't like and do like, so I can make sure I'm informed on both sides. So you wasn't wrong, but also there's a bigger
Well,
play than that.
Chauncey,
So does
Cha-
anybody here think
Can
that
can I
Russia could not
respond? Hold on. This is
predict them
Ice. Hold
being
on a
Wait,
second.
wait,
wait,
removed?
no,
wait, wait,
one,
wait,
one second.
one
There's a
second.
woman. There's a woman
Germany,
asking the
Italy,
question,
declared.
guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So does
Go ahead.
anybody think that Russia did not take into account that they may be removed from the SWIFT banking system and therefore prepared for it before striking a war?
Germany, Italy
I
declined
They
it.
probably did.
They didn't
good
approve.
I
We
can
point.
need
answer that.
data.
I
That's
can
why
answer
it's
that.
not going through.
I can answer that.
Okay.
They probably weren't, but Russia's in such
Wait,
an
wait.
economic.
Hold on one second before you answer that, brother. I'm so sorry. I was trying to unmute. You just said that. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what she just said. I was trying to unmute. You said that Russia did what?
I'm asking if anybody can possibly think that they did not plan for this before even
Okay.
starting the
Okay, got you.
war.
Okay,
Did
okay,
not
I got you.
did not
I got you.
plan. Okay.
And I'm just saying because we can make up any hypothetical. I mean, is it possible that the war is not even going on? I mean, I thought you were saying that he did that, and I was going to ask you where you get your data from. You're saying is it possible that he thought about that? Tara, I'm going to ask Tara, is it that simple that if he thought about that, Tara, and if he did remove
No, no,
himself,
no, Jerry. What
I don't
Jerry?
think
What
it's
she's
that.
No, no, he hasn't removed. They haven't removed it. I'm sure he's thought about it. Look, I think Putin thinks ahead quite a
Right.
bit. I'm sorry he thought about it. Maybe he concluded that we would not do it because it would harm us. Maybe he has been figuring out ways around it. My understanding is he's been trying, and that some of the banks are saying in Russia are saying it would not be that big a deal for them. They could deal with it a different
There
way.
is
So
crypto.
maybe he doesn't think of it. Hmm?
There is crypto.
Yeah,
Crypto.
that's exactly. But that's why the United States would rather keep things settled in US dollars rather than cryptocurrencies or China. There's some Chinese system also that seemingly is a competitor. I think it's called SIPS. And I think the US is worried that that will, that people will migrate to that system.
Crypto is
So I
easy to track, though it's on the blockchain. It's actually riskier for him if he uses crypto.
What's your name,
That
brother?
was Bobby again.
Oh
No,
my,
I'm talking
Bobby, why
about
do I
him.
keep not knowing that's you
I know,
talking?
bro.
Because
I
I'm at the
know.
bottom of the stage.
He's got the sexiest voice on stage. How do you not know, Jerry? Next to you.
Keep going.
That was off of bravery, right?
he
Can I
keeps
make a
switching
small
up
I
his
think
comment,
Bobby,
picture.
you
Jerry?
got
Laura
some.
has
Bobby,
more
you
to
got somebody flirting with
has
you.
more. You got to look
Oh,
down,
I
Flirting
bro.
should
with
have known.
all of you. No,
Look
I'm
at your
just kidding.
iPad.
Lord, stop this show.
Can I make a
Nah,
small
go,
comment, Jerry?
Bobby, I have to say your
Can we let
voice.
Ice talk?
Off
Because
of
Ice has
bravery,
been
sir.
waiting. Let him finish.
Ice, go
No.
ahead and land your plane, Ice.
Yeah, I just want to say that is it possible, and I could be wrong, that some of these sanctions that we're putting in place now or trying to put in place now were already in place. And Biden came in, lifted a bunch of them. Hence, we have much of the problems that we're having right
Oh
now.
my
Opened up
God.
Putin's
Hey,
wallet, allowed him to
what,
make money.
why is everything, I'm just so curious. This is, okay, you got pro-vax, you got anti-vax, but everybody is, is it possible that Biden didn't tie his shoes this morning and he tripped and he hit this button and it made a signal go off to Putin? I mean, it's just like every single, it's just so many scenarios that come from left field about Biden. Like, good God, it's just crazy.
Biden made me eat this cheeseburger I'm about to eat right now. I'm pissed.
And I gotta say this: I did not vote for Biden. Okay, I don't want to get into all that, but I got my own beliefs and all this stuff. But that is,
Neither
it's,
did I, Jerry. I put my name on the ballot.
you voted for Kanye.
No, I voted
You
for
voted for
ICE.
Yeezy.
I put my name on the ballot.
Okay.
You can write
See,
your
Chuck.
name and vote for whoever you
Right.
want to.
Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate you, brother. Go
Yo,
ahead.
Jerry,
Go,
it's
wait,
David
wait.
here.
Go ahead,
No, no, no,
Jonathan.
no. I was telling Ice we're here to debate the news, not talk about our past. Let's rock.
Okay, there was somebody jumped in just now before I said go ahead, Jonathan. It was a guy. What is your name, bro?
Yeah, it's David here. Thanks for having me again. Yeah, just to kind of go on from what Ice was saying. I mean, Germany have had their hands out for flowers today because they've turned off the tap on that oil tunnel that they were looking at, the natural gas tunnel. Sorry, but like Ice was saying, look, you made that making of yourself. You're not getting a pat on the back because you invested billions and now you're not investing hundreds of billions. If that's empowered Russia in any way, Germany have to hold their hands up and take some extra NATO responsibility on this.
Okay, there is a appreciate you, brother. Hey, Mr. Shafat. Every time I come down, I see your mic just blinking, 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 blinking. Does that mean you want to jump in, bro?
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, we'll love to. I mean, I'll speak from a Middle Eastern perspective. We're based out of Dubai. Whatever that we are seeing and that's happening is, frankly speaking, is inevitable. It's an offshoot of the Syrian-Yemen war. All that is being played at a very grand scale. Russia is playing a proxy in Syria as well as in Yemen. We know the row between Qatar and the rest of GCC countries went on for about four years or so. And the oil crisis to fund certain groups over there and certain factions over there, which are funded by Russia. And this is where the oil crisis began. There is no other way for Russia but to keep funding those people through oil and through much more than to invade Ukraine. This is really where it starts. And the second thing is, Russia is essentially taking advantage of the rising inflation, which is a global phenomenon right now, even in the US and many other countries, even in Europe. And with rising oil prices, with JP Morgan size estimates to be about 150 dollars per barrel, that is what it's targeting for. And that really gives a bad blow. I mean, the more you exclude Russia and put sanctions, they have their own little economy which they can survive. But a global economy which is more interconnected with trade routes and much more will essentially be affected. And that's really what all I had to add, that whatever is happening is going to happen. I think Europe definitely needs to play a role in there. But expecting a global outbreak, a global world war outbreak out of this, I really don't think it's going to happen. I think a lot of countries do not really have the resources right now, especially post-pandemic, to just fall into another war. People have been killed all the way in Kashmir, in Palestine, in Uyghur, in Syria, in Yemen, in many other places. It's just going to happen, and we are some of the bunch of people who just keep discussing. I think the impact is way more, and I think it's going to be an inflationary impact on a common man, on any small, medium enterprise, and even corporations, which we need to be very, very wary of. I think there's a lot of flow of capital through many different means, which is going to happen. Through bitcoins to whatever, crypto, and I think there's going to be a tap. So it's going to open up a new Pandora box, but essentially it is the game of oil, and it's rooted out from the war in the Middle East. That's my opinion. Thanks, Jerry, for this space.
Damn, is it just me, or did he sound like a smart mother? Bro,
That's my friend Jerry.
you sound smart as he about to become my friend because I see he do NFT and he gonna teach me something about that. Okay, Mr. Hashmi. Yeah, appreciate you, my brother.
He did his research.
Hey, well, you know what? He spoke it very. He didn't sound like he was reading it either.
Facts.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in on this topic? I'm looking for once again some newbies. I guess it's the new thing, Jonathan. Everybody's tapping their mic, and for some reason, I'm finding them. Is there anybody else that want to jump in on this topic? If so, do whatever you do to get my attention. I'm gonna go to you. Anybody want to jump in? What do y'all think about this? And all my people looking at the breaking news. Is there any new development? Have they seized fire temporarily? Is there anything different going on?
Uh,
Please keep me up.
Russia actually, there's a large protest going on within the country of Russia. They actually detained over 1,700 people. That's going on right now. So the Russians are protesting what their government has done.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah. So once again, guys, it's we look at the Russians like, and we paint the Russians at the same brush that we paint Putin, and we got to be careful of that. A lot of these guys are following orders, uh, and they have to follow orders. But like I said, most of the people of Russia, they didn't need this, they didn't want this, and the people of Ukraine certainly didn't want this. And so Putin is trying to bring peace to a region that was already peaceful, a country that was already peaceful. You can't just take a sovereign country and say, hey, I'm going to come in here and bring law and order when it's already law and order. It's a very, Ukraine isn't like a rinky dink company country. I mean, they're very forward thinking. They're very educated. I mean, it's what's going on right now is actually it is war crimes. It's a crime, and to go under the guise of a protection, the peace. If you're going on a peacekeeping mission, why are you firing? I think it's 1,700 missiles already. Why are you firing that many missiles into a what you call it, into an area or something like that? I don't. I may be off on the missile count because I may have gotten confused. What I've seen it some time ago, but why fire that many missiles into a peacekeeping area, and you're hitting buildings and things of that sort, apartment buildings. So that's that. With the strays, that's something that's very dangerous. That's not peacekeeping. That's war.
You know
Anybody else?
what's interesting, Jonathan, is he set Putin 2 days ago. Remember when Trump called him a genius because it was supposedly he was trying just to give help to these separatist provinces or regions. But literally the day after that, he attacked the country as a whole. And so I think I'm not exactly sure how that plays out or how that works together, but it struck me that that was not a genius move because he basically, nobody I've heard is saying, oh yeah, Putin's just helping those two regions anymore. Nobody's saying that anymore. They're saying he's invading Ukraine. So why did he do that?
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in? I heard some silence. Anybody else want
There,
to jump in? Feel free.
yeah, this is Ali. There is a press conference now, right now, going on live. So they announced additional sanctions. So they're freezing all accounts transactions related to VTB Bank, which is a so-called Putin's bank, and then the national bank, which is called Sberbank. It's right now the press conference going on in the White House.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Appreciate you updating us. Thank you for that.
and I just wanted
Um,
to tap in and say
Comment.
something as well.
what's your name? The lady that want? Oh,
The bougie banker.
the bougie banker who said, "Bring me up." See how fast I brought you up.
I
Go ahead.
did. Thank you so much, Jerry. So, I just wanted to tap in really quickly to let everyone know if you wanted real time insights as to what is going on to Ukraine, there's a way to where you can actually see information from the people directly. Because I feel as though on social media with Facebook, people are sharing videos of things that are not what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, but they're tagging it as it is just to get views and stuff. So if you have a Snapchat account, you can simply just go into your Snapchat, tap on map, and then type in Ukraine, and it will pop up everyone's stories who is sharing what's going on. Via their eyes. So when I looked this morning, it was a lot of people, trying to evacuate, stock up on groceries, gas, and all of those things. But then they started showing the insights of like the military coming in and the bombings that were happening. So if you wanted to have your own eyes on via someone who's a citizen,
Right.
go that route. It's really insightful.
Thank you for that, bougie
You're
banker.
welcome.
Appreciate you. Is there any? Well, let me do another 10
Can
second
can
commercial break. I want to welcome or thank everyone once again for joining us in debate the news on this Thursday. It's not a good day. It's something very tragic going on right now in another country, and we're here to talk about it and to just have a conversation about it. So I'm gonna Ask you to follow the club. We go live 5 days a week, 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and sometimes we do a little extended hours. And make sure you follow the club at the top. Follow these moderators that comes and supports us and help us out in the room. And make sure you follow Mr. Jonathan Bing and myself, Jerry Malcolm. We're the guys that put this show together 5 days a week. I have 133 shares. No, I'm sorry, 113 shares in the hallway. Let's get that up to about 200. Also, if you're on Twitter, do me a favor and share this on your Twitter feed. And y'all know how I do it. I pay attention to who put this stuff in the Twitter feed, and we're picking like 10, 15, 20 people all the time. And as our room starts to go to the closing hours, the last 30 minutes, we pull people and let them promote their business, announce their business, say what they got going on, and help you grow on Clubhouse with our incredible audience that you guys helped us to build. The way you qualify for that, really quick, is to follow Jonathan Bing on Instagram and follow me, Jerry Malcolm, on Instagram. Say something in our comments, say you got a business, and will we help promote you in our room? Also, you got to follow myself, Jerry Malcolm, on Twitter. Tweet something, tag me on it. Do the same with Mr. Jonathan Bing, and we will pull you up on stage and put a light on you. Last night, we did it with 1,200 people in the room last night. It's pretty powerful. Thank you, everybody. Now, is there anybody like to jump in? If so, state your name, and I promise you, I'm going to let you speak. Is there anybody like to jump in?
Dora Maria.
Dora Maria. ¿Cómo
Yeah,
está?
bien.
Feliz Navidad.
I definitely
You didn't know,
wanted
wait,
to.
you didn't know I knew Spanish, huh?
Nope. Well,
Dame mis
you're from
zapatas.
LA, so I
Dame
figured that
mis
was your second
zapatas.
language.
Quítame mi ropa.
Oh, hello.
Go ahead, miss. Go ahead.
Oh man. I just wanted to add to the gentleman that was just saying that the banking that all people have to do is turn off the banking. It's not that easy for the people in Europe because they are so like they're really dependent on this oil from Russia that if they were to turn off the money, they cannot pay and they also cannot get paid back for whatever else they're trading with Russia. So it's not if they turn and do this SWIFT thing, right, in unison with the US, then they turn around and screw themselves too. So that's the other problem. Like at the end of the day, this is all about oil. The oil, one of the main pipelines, is in the Ukraine. So once he gets that, he's just gonna bum rush Belarus and get access to the other pipeline that's coming in from the water. Like it's literally coming in from the sea into Germany. So this is really all about oil and having the power to have total control over the entire pipeline. And it boils down to it's all about money. So it's not about people at all. And it's sad that he said he only wanted to annex these two eastern siding whatever, but then he's literally bombing the entire country. So and it's not just it's civilians too. It's not just that he wants to get Chernobyl and all those other things. He wants to take over. He's bum rushing. I mean, to tell you the truth, he attacked Ukraine through Belarus. And to me, if Belarus allowed them to put their military there, that says volumes about how people are fearing Russia right now and not able to retaliate. So it's easy to from the outside to be like, oh, this is all we have to do. It's not that easy, and it's not that easy for people to buy into this because there's implications and impacts for them as well. And there's other countries involved at this point because they're staging themselves in other countries. So it's almost like a Hitler part two.
Wow.
Yeah,
How,
some
lo-
really good points there,
how,
Maria. What I would
how,
say, a couple of things, that the concept that Europe is reliant on stuff coming from Russia is a fallacy. There's a lot of countries that get some stuff, but everyone has split their resources, so no one is wholly reliant on anyone. The Germans were building a huge pipeline revenue. You're absolutely right. But yeah, there's no European country with more than 30% reliance. So yes, it will be expensive, and they'll have to accept that they're going to have cuts and losses, but there's other revenue streams for them to make that back up. And just to play a little bit of devil's advocate, because someone much smarter than me was in this room a couple of nights ago, presenting the fact that he's now saying he's defending the aggression of NATO and the West and the Eastern movement of NATO. So the rhetoric that he gives and his reasons for doing what he's doing today, including the Chernobyl move, he's calling a defensive move. So when we say it's all out aggression and so on, again, he is, you're right. But from the perspective of, you know, what China are being told and what he's presenting to these Russian people is that this is a counterattack. All we wanted to do was to annex what we consider to be Russian territories. We told them to put their guns down, and instead they've moved huge amount of muscle, huge amount of anti-tank weaponry, and as a result, we've had to send the big guns in. So I completely agree with you, Marie. You've made some very good points, but again, just to play devil's advocate, someone smarter than me presented the counter argument a couple of nights ago.
What about
How
Germany?
many years? How many years has Putin been in power? How many years?
20
Does
20
anybody know
plus.
that?
18.
Does anybody know? Can anybody corroborate what he said? Because 18, I need.
Well,
Ali,
didn't
this is
he
Ali.
like he was in and then was ousted and then he came back? So I don't think it was a straight run.
Yeah, they did it. So he replaced himself with his right hand, Dmitry Medvedev. Why? In order to amend the constitution and extend the presidential time
Oh, look at
from
Ali. Look at
from four,
Ali.
yeah, from 4 to 6 years. Yes, because I'm what is it? Literally born and raised in Russia, so Soviet Union at the time. So that's why he
Ali,
gave.
let me ask you a question. What does people feel about this in Russia from your vantage point? What does people feel about not speaking about the war that's going on, but just in general? What is the energy towards Putin? Do they feel like he's like you see what's going on in America? The people that like Trump, they oh my God, he's the best thing since freaking sliced bread. Is that what they feel about? No, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm going to ask you, what do they feel about Putin for the most part?
Okay, let's break it down. Especially old generation seniors, those people that coming all the way from Soviet era, Soviet Union era. So most of them are supporting Putin. Speaking of youth and the young generation, who is very progressive, smart, beautiful people. Now they
And
speak
woke.
English, and they are looking for better life, better opportunities. They're looking for the progress. So that's why, for
Wait,
example, right
before you
now,
give me an example, I got one more question for you. What is the lifestyle for the people like in Russia? Like you see in America, we can talk about Biden, we can talk about Trump, we can do whatever we want. Basically, it's true to an extent, true freedom. What is it like in Russia? Is it the same type of? Can you just walk around and say "F Putin" or will you get smacked in the head and thrown in jail? I mean, what's
You're
the
gonna get
energy out there?
sniped, man.
yeah, like no, there is no freedom of speech like that. So even if you go, like, just write the paper and saying you don't like Putin, and you just stand on the Red Square or somewhere in Moscow, so you will be cracked down immediately as soon as the police will see you. Like, I have a joke, that because I moved to United States in 2014 in November.
But we got
And
we got we got to let that breathe for a second, brother. You're saying some powerful stuff, but then you're saying other stuff that's diminishing what you said previously. Ali, are you saying that if you're in Russia and if you're standing on a sidewalk and if there's some police officers just a stone's throw away from you, and if you say something negative about Putin, are you saying you're in trouble?
yes.
You see, you Americans, y'all spoiled ass Americans. All y'all do is complain and talk mess and blah, 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 and this and that, instead of appreciating what you have. You have the ability to talk about Biden and make y'all day and talk about Biden. And y'all, hey, Ali, my brother,
Yeah.
when y'all in Russia, do y'all be feeling Americans are so spoiled? Bunch of crybabies?
Yes, because I'm in the actually I moved to United States because I always wanted to move to United States. Another reason, I'm doing a stand-up comedy. Okay, and um, I see so many of my friends, American friends, who born and raised here, and I see those people that saying Putin great, Russia is a powerful. Uh, I go into the argument slightly saying that, guys, you don't know what the Russia all about because you never live there, you never been raised there. All I suggest you, buy a ticket to Moscow for 1 week vacation, put the piece of paper that hell with the Putin and stand on the Red Square on the Kremlin saying that you hate Putin, you will see what will happen to you. Then you back to United States. The moment you leave the airplane, you will start kissing your ground and thanking people and God that you born in such a free country. Because what I see people talking about some nonsense stuff, they don't know about it or they read on the news, or but I live there, I experienced there, and I actually had two cases with the local police departments in Moscow. Once I was speaking against the war in 2014 against the Ukraine. So I had the people
I
coming to my
appreciate you.
house
Hey,
telling me, yeah, that like,
Ali,
yeah, go ahead.
that was a series of great questions with a series of great answers. Ali, I appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you.
you. That was amazing.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that has not had an opportunity to speak that is going
I'd
to
Hey,
like to
say
say
this
something?
is
something.
James.
This is
James,
Augustus.
James, 1 second. Augustus, James, what's up, my brother?
What's up, man? First of all, I want to give you kudos for the way you moderate this room. I have a great time every time I come on, especially when Jonathan and Grant goes back and forth, and Doctor uh, uh, um, the other
We
guy,
got you.
Copeland.
just goes back and forth. Yeah. So I just love it. Thank you. I laugh, I cry, I get mad, I get pissed off. At the same time, I love this room, and I leave feeling really, really good. So thank you for you and Jonathan for setting this up. So if you notice in your Instagram, I sent you three different types of articles. And I think, the first one I sent, I talked about the sanctions. It talked about the sanctions that Trump put on Russia. Then it gave the pros and the cons about that. Then it talks about the sanctions that Joe Biden took off of Russia, right? And then there was in that article it also talks about the oil. There's a particular pipeline that Trump was pushing, gave pushback to Putin, but Biden, our administration, allowed him to have it. Now, the gentleman that just spoke, the last article came from USA Today, and we were talking about Russia and how Russia has this. Their power play is this particular oil, and 3 points that they have. It says Russia is the top natural gas supplier to Europe. Russia could halt or limit its natural gas supplies from Russia to apply pressure to the Ukraine conflict. Even though it would be painful to its economy, Russia might do it first to retaliate against other sanctions. So don't think that Putin doesn't have the power to push this move and what he has. So it's going to hurt our economy. It's already hurting, and it's just exacerbating the world economy. My name is James. I'm going to land my plane with that.
Thank you, James. It's so crazy how something that a particular group of individuals can do and affect another nation so far away. It is just crazy that this world, guys, it's crazy. Even though I know this has been going on because somebody, going, oh, this and that going on. No, this has been going on 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 200 years ago. It's just war. It's always some type of war. Somebody trying to take somebody else's tribe. Do me a favor. If you're on stage, keep your mic muted when you're not speaking, please. I see a guy talking, or I think I see a guy talking. I look at one person's profile, I think it's them, and I realize he's got their mic muted. So, is there anybody, and thank you for that, James.
Yo,
Appreciate you, my brother. Well spoken. Is there anybody else
hey,
on this stage? We got Anthony Glenn is in the building. That's a
hey,
military
Augustus.
dude. What's up?
It's Augustus. How
I'm
you doing,
sorry.
buddy?
I'm sorry, Augustus. Go ahead, Augustus.
All good, man. So I
Oh
wanted to
boy, he
kind of
about to bash. He's about to bash Biden, praise Trump, and praise Putin. Go ahead.
cheers, buddy. Um,
Hey, Gus's,
but that's
Gus's. That
exactly.
means Jonathan likes you a lot. When Jonathan
I know, I
singles
know.
somebody out, that means he actually loves you, Augustus. He told me in the meeting. He was like, man, something about Augustus. I love that pink background.
Why you have to be so weird, man? Anyway,
No,
so
no, because
Pink
he got
puppy.
something. He got something with pink. Go ahead, Augustus.
so so yeah. So look. So just analyzing everything, right? Um, we look at Klaus Schwab, I think during the COVID-19 global lockdown, he said something to the effect that we need to immunize ourselves against the virus outbreaks. And also immunize ourselves against cyber attacks, build digital antibodies into the infrastructure. And I thought to myself, well, who will be responsible for said cyber attacks? It's been a thing that's kind of been plaguing my mind, but I always knew it was going to be kind of Russia in effect, because you look at Russia and apparently they're the best hackers in the world, and they actually have cyber mercenaries. Look it up. It's Russia cyber mercenaries. So they literally hire out their services to the highest bidder on the planet. And this is why I circle back and I talk about the election 2016, but we won't go there. So um, the interesting thing now is, if this, as this is all happening right now in Ukraine, right? And again, you have to kind of understand it from all sides to get a real understanding of what's going on. I ask myself now, is this not the opportunity, given the fact that Joe Biden gave uh, Putin a list of places that he didn't want him to attack, which doesn't make any sense, right? Kind of setting this up, if you're of a conspiratorial mind, right? Um, would it now make sense to assume maybe that Russia might be responsible for these supposed cyber attacks that will come in the future, as described by Klaus Schwab? And is this, if you again are of the conspiratorial mind, not the perfect setup to enable that to take place? Yeah. That's the question I have.
You said a lot, my brother. Um, yeah, you said a lot. Is there anybody that want to jump in and share their perspective about this? If anybody has any
May I
breaking news,
speak?
may you speak? Yes, you may
I'm
speak.
Bahram from Iran.
You're who from Iran?
Bahram.
Okay.
Bathroom.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I don't think he wants to speak, and I
I
think he
know,
wants to
I
go.
know, I know. Bayram, Bayram. I'm not the one that made. I didn't make fun of your name. Somebody else did.
Yeah, I know that. By the way,
And they
may I
don't
share my thoughts?
they don't know you ex-military, huh?
No, I'm not an ex-military, actually. I'm a kinesiologist.
You're who?
Kinesiologist.
Gynecologist. What?
Kinesiologist.
Kinesiologist.
Anesthesiologist.
He did not
Oh,
say
wait a
gynecologist.
minute.
Just
Shit.
said
You know.
ISD at the
Hey,
end.
I couldn't hear what he said.
ISD at the
Wait, what
end.
are y'all laughing about? I thought that's what he said. Okay, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
By the way,
Anesthesiologist.
throughout the history, my country has been has been a war between Russia. Actually, sorry about my grammar. It's my third language, but we've been in the war with Russia since, I don't know, about 4 centuries actually, and we've been damaged by Russia, and now I see Ukraine taking damage, and that's sad.
Hey, Baram,
That's really
Baram,
sad.
Baram. I just gotta ask you this, brother.
I
I just
just
gotta.
gotta
Okay.
say, boo
Ali,
hoo.
Ali, we, Ali,
Boo
Ali,
hoo.
Ali. Don't do that again.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
that wasn't me.
that was okay. Who was that?
But that was a good snap. Oh, I always, third language.
Okay, Baram. I got a question for you, brother. And I'm being serious. When you come to Clubhouse, like, what made you make your picture a black dot? What made you do that?
Actually, that's a cultural thing. My friend passed away last
Okay.
night, and that's because of that.
Okay. So you just put it up last night, or was it up already?
No, he died in the hospital last
Okay.
night.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. So that's why you put it up.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Way to
I'm
go with that question.
You know what?
But
No. There you go with that response to
no,
my
you
question.
couldn't have
Okay. That was a
known.
good. That was a good question. So please don't do that again.
All right.
Chubbs. Jonathan gonna say something. Chubbs. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bayram. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Um, as I mentioned, we've been in a war with Russia for a long time, and we took some damage, a lot of damage actually. And now I'm seeing Ukrainian people having same experience, and that's really sad for me. And the only thing comes out of my mind is Vladimir Putin is a lunatic. Actually, he's a lunatic. He's a dictator, and I really like him to removed from the power. And I think the world would be a better place without
Bayram,
him.
what makes you say that he's? What makes you say all those things that he is? Why are you saying that? Is it because of what you're seeing on the news that he's doing here, or is it something else that's making you say
Well,
that?
actually, there's some restriction for my talking. You know how is it in my country, but uh, I've been in Iran and I've been watching him. I've been watching him since I was a teenager. I've
Okay.
heard a lot of things from him, from his mouth. He said it. He said them. For example, he wants to. He wants to. Uh, let me. Uh, he wants to.
Annihilate.
Let me
Okay.
let me take a
Okay.
deep breath. Let
Yeah.
me take a
Game
deep
show.
breath. He wants to bring back the Soviet Union,
Okay.
the old Soviet Union, that big old, big bad Soviet Union. And the only reason, in my opinion, the only reason he attacked the Ukraine because he wants to bring that thing back. That's
Okay.
the only reason.
Okay.
That's
Power.
the only reason I think.
Exactly.
Oh
Thank
my
th-
God,
Yeah.
that's so true.
He's right.
Oh my God, truth.
And may I say a quote from uh, Gorbachev?
yes, go ahead.
Yeah. When Putin became the president of the Russia, he said the Cold
He
Wars are
said,
back.
she said.
Wait a minute.
He
Who's
said
that? Wait.
Cold
Who just
Wars
said
back.
that? Who just said that? He said.
Uh,
She said.
Does she know who he's
he
talking to?
said Cold Wars back. Gorbachev, Mikhail Gorbachev.
Okay.
He said.
Thank you for that, my brother. Thank you for your share. Are you in Iran right
Thanks
now?
for letting me speak. Yes, I'm in Iran.
Man, you can always speak. This is your room. I'm just the air traffic controller. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you,
Can
man.
let me ask him.
Hey,
This is
Jerry.
Anthony.
Thank you for
One
sharing. Yeah,
What
one
thank
one
you.
second. Go ahead, Anthony.
what part of Iran are you in?
Well, I don't like to mention
Okay.
it actually.
All right, man.
No, God forbid.
Okay, so
Wait
God
a minute.
forbid.
here's what I want to ask a question, Jerry. Is anyone scared of what what's going to happen in America? Because I hear a lot of fear mongering and
No,
stuff going on.
come on.
But Jerry, has that been the
Give me a
sentiment?
break.
Yes, it has. It
Give
has. It
me a
has been
break.
quite a. Wait a minute. I'm just curious. Just what's your name, man? So I'm just curious. Who are you? Say, give me a break. What's your name? You didn't do anything wrong. I just want to know what's your name. Is my
Cindy.
bark? Hey,
Cindy.
Anthony, is my bark that damn? My bite that big? I can't even get
Oh my
names from
God,
people.
these people are. They need
Her
to
name is
open their
Cindy.
Wait,
ears.
I want to hear Cindy speak. 1 second, Anthony. Go ahead, Cindy.
They need to open their ears, put glasses on their eyes, watch, listen. Oh my God.
Wait a minute, everybody. Something magical going on.
Okay.
Wait, Cindy. Wait a second.
Jerry,
Hey, wait a minute.
Jerry,
You're doing a
Wait a
ritual.
minute,
Wait,
Cindy.
wait.
I'm done, Jerry.
Cindy.
I'm done
You
with
know
you,
what?
I'm
Jerry.
here. I'm
Cindy.
here.
Cindy.
You're doing a
Cindy.
ritual. She's
Wait
doing a
one
Jerry.
second,
ritual.
Cindy. I need it. Cindy, let me send Cindy. I'm going to apologize to you because these people do not know what's going on. Cindy, I feel the vibration right now.
You're doing
Exactly.
some
Cindy,
voodoo.
No, the
listen, Cindy.
day,
Go ahead and put your.
the day
A
that
spell.
Biden got in office, my mom and I took cash out and put it in our Nike box, as you would say, and I have what 6 months storage of food.
What kind of return on investment do you get from a Nike box these days? What's the rate of return?
1 second though, Brian. Brian, 1 second, y'all.
I
Hey,
think she's saying
Chubbs.
something
About
powerful, you know.
same as a
It's
day.
One
real.
second. This is real though. Cindy, I just want 30 more seconds with you.
Okay,
Cindy, is there some? Is there and Chubbs? If I get a heckler, Cindy, here's the thing. This is my question for you.
okay.
Is there something you do with those bells, those chimes that you were playing? Does it have anything to do with any type of healing?
I'm in Arizona, so it's nice outside.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you was doing something else. My bad. I actually thought
No,
that you, because you got your hand up. My bad. Y'all thinking I was joking. I thought she was about to do some type of healing. Okay. Anthony Glenn, go ahead, my brother.
All right, so there's a little oath I want to say really quick that we do when we're training United States fucking Marines. It says these Marines are entrusted in my care. I will develop them into smartly disciplined, basically trained, thoroughly indoctrinated U.S. Marines. Trust me, we're not fucking scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nobody wants to go to war with America. We train for this every fucking day. So for people that's afraid, that's okay, but they're not bringing it to our backyard, man, because we're already in their backyard. We got now we might be spread a little thin. The only thing that I'm worried about, if you want to be worried about some shit, worry about China, okay? Not Russia, because Russia is a dictatorship. So when you have a dictatorship attacking their own country, if you look at the Kiev, which is supposed to be called Mother Russia, it's Russians in the Kiev. So if it comes to a situation, their own people that are in dictatorship are going to crumble. It's going to be a divide in that country. So we volunteer to fight. We're good. Trust me.
Okay, so Tony, by what you just said, your definition, their own country, that means that Putin's in the right to go back and claim it if that's what you're saying is correct, which I disagree with. So, your logic, all right, there when you say that they're attacking their own country, you're saying that Putin has rights and claims to that country.
Well, they're no longer there. It's no longer his country. That was before. I mean, now they, it's divided. It's just like China going and trying to get Taiwan. It's the same situation. I mean, by law, that doesn't, it doesn't, it does, they don't belong to Russia anymore.
I,
So, it, he's trying to force his hand on something, and it's going to end up bad. I'm telling you, man, it's not going to be good.
I really think that NATO needs to send troops into Kiev and leave whatever how you pronounce it as a peacekeeping force. I really do think NATO needs to do that because Putin went in there and because he said it's a sovereign nation, so he can go in there as a peace treatment keeping. Guess what? The legitimate government has invited everyone to come in and help. Now I know you guys are afraid of that. Oh, it's gonna be a nuclear war. Putin don't want a nuclear
Hey, John.
war. Like I said at the beginning of this room, okay, Putin does not want a nuclear war. Putin is a power hungry SOB. Okay. And
Exactly.
the worst thing that can happen is that, you know what I'm saying, that we do stand up to him. And if he tries to fire a nuke, if he does fire a nuke, okay, NATO, okay, it will obliterate him. We got
Exactly.
France, we have England, we have the U.S. We have the Canadians, the Germans. They're all part of NATO. Okay, and they're all nuclear nations.
Hey, John.
So one second, sir. They're all nuclear nations. So therefore, you know what I'm saying? They have to act. So Putin will lose everything that he wants. So he's doing this to get what? More land and more power. All right, so he's not going to attack because guess what? That brings the full force of NATO. I don't care who you guys talking about, what you guys are talking about. NATO is a bad SOB. All right, we are NATO. There's no freaking Warsaw. That Warsaw Pact was dissolved.
Amen.
But here's the problem, Jonathan. Let me speak on that though. The problem with NATO is that they when you say NATO, when we okay, so Afghanistan, Iraq, and everything else, when you do NATO forces, they don't send their full, they support, but we're always the ones sending the most. So yeah, the United
NATO's bullshit.
right US will
Hey,
be we'll go.
Ben
Let
Stock,
me explain to
Ben
you.
Stock, why everything about the U.S. when it's under a Democratic administration is
Well, I
bullshit?
said NATO's bullshit, and that's
No, yeah,
Hey,
exactly. Everything about the
okay,
U.S.
hey,
when
John.
it's under a Democrat, what's called it, is bullshit.
why do you say
When Trump
it's
had it, he whipped it into
bullshit?
shape. Okay,
Oh my
now it's
God.
no longer in shape. What the? Why is
Common
it every time?
sense.
John,
Common
John,
sense.
I'll respond if you give me a moment. NATO is, I think, bullshit. Nobody is going to send their troops through NATO to die for somebody else's country. They've not name
That that
name
that Brian Benstock. That's what
name
the
the
whole
conflict.
treaty is about. The
Wait, wait,
whole
wait. Name the
and guess what?
conflict. Name the conflict that
Benstock. Guess what? It happened, and it only
Kick him
happened one
off.
time. It
Kick
happened
him
one
off the
time. It
stage.
happened one time, and
He's
there's
an idiot.
9/11 that
Yeah.
NATO enacted
Kick
that.
him
What's
off.
go? What's one second? It happened one time, and they did it for the U.S.
name,
Okay,
name
they
the
did it for the U.S.
the war.
under 9/11.
Name the war that NATO interceded in successfully on anyone's behalf anywhere in the country in the world. Name the
The
war
Persian Gulf
that
War, the first
that Na-
Persian Gulf War, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Which ones do you want to go for, sir?
Yeah,
do,
yeah,
do,
exactly.
NATO is a
do
compact,
you
and
believe?
Poland is a part of NATO. Once
Do
they
you
enter Poland, it's on.
Brian Benstock, you're just talking to me talking at
It's
this
like you're
point.
just talking to me talking at this point.
Someone mute your mic.
Someone mute your mic.
Can you guys find out who has that mic? Thank you. Ben Stock, I'm serious. I thought no, I thought you'd be an intelligent, reasonable person. With the
John,
shit you just
John,
said about NATO right now tells
you're
me that you're a shock jock, and I consider you my brother. But you're a shock
John,
jock. If you're
you
saying NATO has no fucking power, then why the fuck is Putin? Excuse my language. Why the hell is Putin trying to is upset about NATO possibly being in
uh,
Ukraine? Now make up your mind because you're gonna argue that later on, and you're gonna forget that you argued that just now.
can I answer that? The reason, and I'm America first, right? But I do believe that we poked the bear.
Oh God,
We
here
we
we
would
go.
we would not let.
America
Mushing,
first,
Brian. Damn.
right?
Hang on a second. No,
That's
when I
that's
say
why that's why you
America,
on that list, Brian. That's why you on that list, my guy.
okay,
Let him speak his piece though. Go ahead, Brian.
my piece is: would we let NATO represents in the eyes of the Soviet Union or Russia, nuclear missiles being contiguous part of property to Russia. Would we let China back Mexico and put nuclear missiles in Mexico or Canada? The answer is of course not. When Russia tried to put nuclear missiles in Cuba, we almost came to nuclear war. America has been
Brian, that's totally fucking different. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because we didn't go to freaking war with Cuba. Okay, we did not threaten Cuba. We
no, no.
went to the source. So if they have a problem with us putting nukes, if we were to do that, then man the hell up like we did. Okay, and come straight to the source. Come to us. So
John, John,
that's a
John,
sorry ass excuse.
Thank you.
We did a
America.
blockade. No, we did a blockade, and we confronted the Russians. We did not go down to Cuba and take
No,
over
but
Cuba.
there was no NATO that was interested. What
No,
what
no,
we're
no, no,
saying,
no, no. We're not talking about that. And if it wasn't no neighbor, then why the hell you brought it up?
because we're trying to the fact that we're trying to get Ukraine.
Go ahead. Why did you
Fact,
bring it up? Because
Make
see
it quick.
now you're about to remix again. You don't want off to the next thing. You're remixing again. Go ahead and scratch and
no, no,
remix. Go ahead.
no, you use these
Speaker the
buzzwords to
first.
shut people down. I'm not using any
What
remix.
buzzword? See now you're talking about the
NATO,
communication. No.
NATO,
Now you're talking about the communication, which means that
NATO
you,
John.
my friend, have
represents.
lost the
John, can
argument.
I speak or not?
No, John, you're wrong. I'm
NATO.
gonna tell you why you're wrong, man. Because okay, Pakistan. Also, you got Afghanistan. It's a bunch of in the last 10 years. Not just that, cyber intelligence and all of that stuff. Space Force. They're involved, man. Just because you don't see troops on the ground, I was there with NATO forces when I was in Afghanistan. So you can't say that they're not involved because they are.
NATO is a threat to Russia, and we're
Oh my God.
asking for the country that's contiguous to Russia to allow missile. We're asking Russia to allow potentially nuclear weapons in a country that's contiguous to them. And I think that they're very clear for many years. I haven't said Biden once or Trump once. They've been very clear since 2014 that they would not allow
They're a
them in
sovereign
NATO.
nation. They're a sovereign nation. They don't get to they don't get to
They
go
were a
in and invade
puppet.
them.
They were a puppet propped up by the United States, and
What
that's
Okay.
about
okay.
Latvia?
That's okay, but
Yo.
Brian, just say you
What
don't
about
vote them
Latvia,
together.
and that's
Lithuania,
and that's
Estonia?
Brian, you don't make any sense. You lost your argument as soon as you start talking about Cuba. Okay. As soon
no
as you start talking, we
no
didn't
no
invade Cuba.
no no
Okay, we didn't. No, we didn't invade Cuba
no
and
no
said
I
that we
didn't
had.
say
We did
well we
not.
did
We
Oh my
we
well
went
we
God.
straight.
actually we actually did
We
invade
fought.
Cuba, but
We met them at
we
sea.
actually we
Any
actually did
country
invade Cuba.
No, we
is
did
Remember
not.
just going to tell
it's
The
you
called
Bay
the
of
Bay
Pigs.
of
ahead of
The
time
Bay of
Bay
Pigs were
what they're
about
going to
Cuban refugees.
do.
No, guess what? That was a covert CIA operation. Okay, and it
to
was,
take out the
bro,
leader of a to
bro,
take out the
bro.
leader
Once
to
again,
take out the
you
leader of a
you are
sovereign nation.
you are firing a
Yeah.
shotgun. You're not
Sort
precise at
about.
all.
John, you said we did not invade Cuba. That was false. Okay, we
No,
did.
no, no,
Covert.
that wasn't because we did. We still have plausible deniability. Okay,
All
it
right,
was a
okay.
bunch of former Cubans, expats that did it. It was not United States military.
It
All
was the
right,
CIA. It was the
Why are
United
we
again,
States CIA.
discussing Cuba when Brian has said several
Oh my
incorrect
God.
things about
Go to
NATO, to
bed.
be honest? Brian,
I,
you said that
you,
it's a threat to Russia for the potential for Ukraine to join NATO, but there are
correct.
already adjacent countries to Russia, previously part of Russia, that already are in NATO, like Latvia, Estonia, etc., Lithuania. So we can already put missiles there. What are you talking about?
they see that as a direct
So
threat to them.
Ukraine is so
Okay,
Latvia is not, even though it abuts
no, it's
Russia,
not.
but Ukraine is. What are you?
It's not.
Why would you possibly even make that argument? It's stupid.
Mm.
If you disagree
Brian,
with it, it's stupid.
Brian, let me ask you a question. Have you ever played Monopoly? You're familiar
Mm.
with Monopoly, right?
Uh huh.
Okay, so how do you win in Monopoly? By owning the real estate, right? So
The
look at
proper real estate
let me break it
the
down. Let
real
me break it
estate
down for you.
the real
Let me
estate
break it.
in
The 30 NATO countries that are involved in NATO. Look at Russia and tell me which ones are strategically located by Russia, and you tell me why NATO is not important. Hint, hint.
I didn't say it's
Nuclear
not. I
missile
didn't say it's
defense.
not
Come
important.
on,
I didn't
man.
say
You're
it's
not
not
fucking
important.
thinking.
I didn't say it's not important. Hello.
I'm here.
Brian, I think everyone left the room. They
Jonathan,
didn't want to hear that shit no more, Brian. They all left.
All
hey
right. Well,
Jonathan, I
Hey,
think.
I like to challenge Jonathan
Wait
right
one
now.
second. 1 second
Go
before
ahead,
you
let's challenge me, sir.
go ahead.
So I think you just misspoke. This is James again. I just Googled, did USA ever invade Cuba? And they did. As a matter of fact, in 1997, confidential paperwork came out to say that John F. Kennedy went back on his word saying he wouldn't, and he actually did. That's fact. Or
1 second. Hold on,
that
sir.
you can just Google that.
1 second, sir.
Google, did the
Sir,
USA ever
we not
invade
wait. Did
Cuba?
that the Bay? 1 second. The Bay of Pigs had nothing to do with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Why are we marrying the two to try to make a point?
Well, I'm just challenging
No,
what
no,
you
no,
just
no, no,
said. That's
no,
all.
no, 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 no. We know. Did we ever send troops down to Cuba?
Yes, they
Did
did.
we send troops?
Read the article. Google it.
Okay.
And also,
It's crazy.
also,
One.
Vladimir
Anyone on
Putin.
the stage? No. Because you find these fringe articles. Okay. Anyone on stage? Anyone else on stage that can speak to this? Because unlike you guys, I want facts. All right, so it seems to be quiet. I will come back, and guess what? Okay, I will come back because once again, I can find an article about everything. I can say that I can find an article. You Google hard enough, I can find that we invaded Alaska. So once again, an invasion. So I want to find out because we did not invade Cuba.
What's going on?
I'm looking.
Think you're in the Matrix, Sean.
No, I'm not in the Matrix. Actually, I'm reading.
No, he's
You guys
looking
can go ahead and
for it.
talk. You guys can go. I do my research,
But
but go ahead.
back to
No,
the
sir.
topic.
You and I are done. We're gonna finish up in about 5 minutes after we do our after we get some information. And either you're right or either you're wrong, or either I'm right or either I'm wrong. That's how I do that. I don't do that. I stand on my ground. I'm not like a Brian Benstock. Facts are facts. There's no such thing as alternative facts to me. So if you're right, you're right.
I agree with you,
Go ahead,
Jonathan.
Jerry.
I agree with you 100% on that that concept.
Bro.
What happened
Absolutely.
to Jerry?
All right, so Jerry's not here. So real quick, guys. All right, guys. Welcome to Debate the News. Right now, guys, Ukraine is under attack by Russia. Russia, I said 160 missiles have been fired. It's a full-scale attack on Ukraine by Russia. And guys, it doesn't look like Russia is only trying to do a peacekeeping mission that which was alluded to or which was stated by Putin previously. We're sitting here right now. The world's shocked. The world's stunned at what's happening here. I for one, and maybe like once again, maybe I'm not educated enough on geopolitical politics, whatever. I, for one, believe that NATO need to go in and protect Kyiv, okay, the government there in Ukraine, because once that government falls, okay, Russia then can say put their people in place, and then it's too late. Then I think we need to go in. I don't think Putin used that Bravo said that we would face fury like we never faced before. Anyone that gets involved. I don't think he has it in him to actually go ahead with that because Putin enjoys his life too much. Okay, Putin enjoys being the ruler of Russia. Putin does not want to be the leader of a wasteland. I personally don't want to be a part of a casualty, a collateral damage myself. But I do feel that Russia would not, and I repeat, would not attack, because of the fact that there's 30 nations. I think Russia may have China behind them, if that. I don't know, dude. Is Russia a part of any treaties? I know the only treaty I knew that they were a part of was Warsaw. Is there any remnants of that left? Anyone?
Yeah, Russia and China signed a treaty on February the 7th,
And
2022.
was that
To
for defense or was that for something else?
That's to no longer consider United States the superpower of the world. I'll send you the article.
Didn't Russia and Ukraine have a friendship treaty?
Ukraine actually gave up all their nukes to Russia for the agreement that Russia would never attack.
Well, damn.
Hasn't Russia and Israel be getting closer as well? And
That was
So,
so dumb.
Israel and China.
so
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 dumb
anyway,
to trust
all
Russia.
right. So anyway, guys, where do we go from here? That's what I want to know. Where do the United States? Where does Europe? Where does everyone go from here? Because right now, all the markets are down. Oil prices are through the roof. Bitcoins are down. This has had a tremendous effect, and it's all and it was unnecessary. It was unprovoked, and it was unprovoked attack that happened there in the Ukraine. I think the world is seeing. And, we get here, we get people. We have some people on the stage, like Ben Stock. Are you here, Ben Stock?
I'm here.
Okay, that
Hey, John.
don't that don't see it for what
John,
it
how were
is.
you surprised? How were you surprised when Putin made his intentions clear in 2014 when he went into Crimea? The strategic importance of the Ukraine is that its borders a sea. That's the
Hmm.
strategic importance to them. Putin has stated from the beginning he felt that his predecessors gave up these properties unnecessarily, and with what he feels is a provocation, which is moving NATO there. He said he's not going to allow, and he said that many years ago. So it's not surprising. In March, we lifted the sanctions. President Biden lifted the sanctions against Putin after Afghanistan. The fiasco we had in Afghanistan, Putin started moving troops at that time. This is nearly 9 months ago, and we've had 9 months to see what we could do. And I say we, the United States, our allies, and NATO, and we collectively nothing was done except for some posturing. And so it's not a surprise. And when I say it's not a surprise, it went in there. The typical guys in the background are making cat calls, like I'm for or pro Soviet Union. But the best time to address this would have been prior to now that they're there. And so your question's a good question. What do we do now that they're there? And I don't know that NATO is the solution because Ukraine is not a NATO, a member of NATO. Maybe we're standing on ceremony, but they're not a member. So I don't know that NATO has standing in the Ukraine. And again, I, like you, are not a strategist. I don't know if they have standing though to march into the Ukraine to protect it.
Hey, Jonathan, it's David here. I think that the most important thing we need to do is not take our eye off of China. Whatever we do next, I think we have to deter China from being physically or visibly behind Russia or forming any sort of pact. So I'm not sure whether that means boots on the ground. I don't know if that means a punch in the nose to the bully. I think behind closed doors, someone needs to get their arm around President Xi and just get him back around the table to say, listen, Russia was the wrong horse to back, and
David,
and,
did you
and
see?
stay
Did
close
you
to the
see
I
West.
China?
Oh,
agree.
let me beg.
Did you see
What do you
China
think
flew
they
into
said?
Taiwan airspace today?
No way.
Yeah,
Oh,
China,
I,
I just
China
want
flew
Ben.
into.
I need a favor from you though, Ben. Before you say anything else, I want you to say that I was wrong. That's what I want you to say first. Can
Uh,
you say that before you say anything else, please?
I'm wrong many times.
I'm trolling you, Ben.
Yeah. I'm just not sure if anybody else is ever wrong, but I know I am. It was reported today that China flew into Taiwan airspace, and that Taiwan launched some planes as a response. So China's already testing the water, to David's point.
It's not good.
Yeah, this is what we need to avoid. I mean, I said a couple of nights ago. I think this is a proxy. I feel like Xi's the puppet master here. So I think he's wanted this for a long time, Putin, and he's been looking for this ever since 1994. And I think this is the perfect storm for him to go in with his big brother kind of watching his back and letting him make mistakes, letting him make enemies, while all the time China can kind of have that kind of third party responsibility, shrug their shoulders and say it's nothing to do with us. But I think someone big needs to go in and get Xi back around the negotiating table and just remind him
I don't
that
think it's
that
going to happen.
that the West offer a better long term solution, and that China can remain its own superpower without having to get into bed with Russia.
So I don't think it's going to happen because you have to remember, China have been building their infrastructure for some time. They don't care about the West. They've been building themselves up based on the West's, uh, you know, insistence on them becoming the place where all things are manufactured. But so nobody's really talking about is the Belt and Road Initiative. Again, it's spanning across the entire of Eurasia, and into parts, I think, of Africa. I think if you look at the map. China have their plan on becoming the economic superpower of the world. They have ports on many countries. They're kind of creating this kind of soft invasion in Africa. I'm African. I'm Nigerian. I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. They're up to some tricky things, and people again are not talking about this. Now, the only thing that I can think of, right, is that you have to remember the CCP, right? I think are one of 8 parties. I think there are 7 other parties. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. But that being said, nobody of these other 7 parties do not like the CCP, right? So the only thing I can think of is that if if the West is smart, they will back somehow one of these other 7. Let's just go with 7 parties, and kind of try and do what I perceive has been happening in America, like destabilize it from the inside. And so that way, if there is any kind of launch, any kind of attack on Taiwan, or they're trying to back China in any way, shape, form, they also kind of suffer from the inside. And that would be interesting to see. But I doubt that because BlackRock, I think it is, or Blackstone have literally just signed a deal allowing them to open up allowing China, where China have opened up their market to BlackRock, I think. Something to this effect, I forget. But yeah, it's interesting to see because there are a lot of moving parts. And so I personally just don't think that China will be backing down anytime soon. Because I mean, what have they got to lose? Like everybody goes to China for everything that's needed. They've got the world by the balls, the same way Russia have got Europe by the balls.
Now,
Jonathan,
see,
can I
I
answer your
do,
question, Jonathan?
I do want to echo something really quick that he said about Africa briefly before you go. The Africa situation, China. If you research that, they're kind of off the grid, but China's been supplying money to Africa for infrastructure, creating jobs, and then also there's something called Oscar India Lima there, oil and natural resources is in Africa. So if you look at China, they're putting a lot of money there. Why do you think that they're doing that?
Well, they're
They're
Because
expanding
buying up
industries
the
throughout
continent.
China and the country, and then they also try to establish military bases in African countries as well. China has been following the blueprint, I guess, of the West of America or whatever the case may be. But China has been on a move, advancing their military, advancing their economy for some time now, and no one's paying attention to it. I don't understand
No,
it.
no, you're
they're paying
correct.
attention, but it's hard to do. It's
I
hard to
think
do
you're
something about it.
I think you're right. Again, it kind of ties into, whilst one hand is doing, as whilst the left hand is doing one thing, you don't see what the right hand is doing, right? And so again, it's this whole thing of, if you're of the conspiratorial mind, or you're just a strategist, right, you want to understand that you create one scenario, or whilst one scenario is happening, you move in the shadow, in the dark of night, right? So nobody's watching what's happening in Africa.
No,
Nobody's
we are.
speaking to it. It's almost like it's being allowed to happen. You speak to some of the people over there on the continent, right, and they're like, well, we first thought it would be a good idea, but then they've come in here, they're kicking our people out of places, they're refusing to serve our people, they're beating our people up when they're working on it. It's crazy what's happening on the continent right now.
You
But
talking
nobody
about in
wants to
It's
speak
Africa?
about
hard
it.
to do something
Talking
about
about an
that, though. I
African
am a
thing.
strategist.
Talking
It's
about
hard to do
Africa.
something about that because the African countries have their agency. If they want to choose to
Fact.
do business with China instead of the United States, it's up to them. They're free countries, right? So you can't just say, "Oh, don't let China in," and then they sign a bad contract. Just like if you get a lot of debt on your credit card, you can blame the credit card
Jason.
company, but you're still in debt to them.
But Jason, as you're saying that, right? And I don't know what your position on what's happening right now in the Ukraine, but if America's the superpower of the world and China's the big bad, and we're watching what's happening right now in China, and obviously, we're living in this time where we're holding people accountable. We can't then just sit back as people of these countries or of the continent are saying, "Give us some help us out. We're being invaded," right? So I understand what you're saying, and of course, African nations have agency, but when their own politicians, their own presidents, their own governments sell them out because everybody just wants to be a fat cat and living their life like it's golden, the people are kind of fucked. Do you see what I'm trying to
They're,
say?
yeah, but they're watching it. But what would you like the United States to do about China doing business in Africa? What would you like the United
It's not about what I
guys.
would like them to do. It's like, sorry, I couldn't.
Look,
I just want to add something
No, I
about
just wanted to
Africa.
ask him.
go
I
ahead.
wanted
Go
to
Africa,
ahead.
ask
The
him,
gentleman
is
that
there a
wants to add
no,
something
solution?
no,
about
no,
Africa. Go ahead. One second. The
yeah.
gentleman that wants to add something about
So
Africa.
I
Go
just want
ahead.
to add something about Africa. So the entire African continent, right? So Africa is not a monolith. There are some countries, like I believe Zambia, that has made some bad deals with with the People's Republic of China. But then there are other countries that the Chinese are offering good deals regarding helping to build rail and all that. Yes, it's advantageous for China, but it's also a benefit for some of those countries. So, for example, Nigeria, for example, Ghana. Sometimes some of those companies, when they come, they can be a little bit high-handed, but in general, it depends on which country,
Someone
and
has open mic.
it depends on which.
Francis's background noise. No, it was Francis's background
just like
noise.
the British did to
The
India.
guy talking in the
Hold on.
background
It's
is Francis.
imperialistic to think that the United States and egotistical to think the United States has a responsibility to go to an African country and say you can't do
Nobody
business with
said
China.
that though.
I'm
Nobody
just
said
saying
that.
that. I'm saying that
There's not
somebody did
populace.
say that the United States got to go in and stop China from doing business with some of the African countries. Somebody did say that. What I wanted to say
Somebody's
about
speaking to me,
Ukraine,
and I never said that.
Jonathan.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine, Jonathan. Well, what I'm saying is America does know what China's doing, but it's up to the individual African countries to do their deal. Zambia did make a bad deal, but it's not up to another country to say, Zambia, don't make a bad deal with China. They're tricking you. So, Jonathan, I wanted to answer your original question about Ukraine. I don't agree with you that
Great.
that NATO should put and I am a strategist that NATO should put boots on the ground in Ukraine. That could be a nuclear war. This happened in World War II. Hitler made a non-aggression pact with Russia. Okay, when they went west and started taking countries, started taking Poland first, and then France, and they were making progress out west, and they didn't want to have to fight a war on the east, so they made a non-aggression pact with Stalin in Russia. It was the same thing. So that's what Putin did with China, because he doesn't want to have to fight China at the same time or have China against him. And China, it's in it. What's in it for China is then they can take Taiwan. So we know what's happening, but it's hard to do something about it. But I don't think the solution is putting NATO and Canada and UK, and not UK, but France and all of that have had history with World War II, right? But the solution isn't to go in and put boots on the ground in Ukraine, because that means that it could get escalated to a nuclear war, Jonathan.
Okay.
That's so no,
So,
we should not do that.
once again, um, what I stated was Putin's what he's doing is because he's what power hungry. Okay, he likes being the ruler and he wants to leave a legacy. Okay, so Putin knows that we have enough nuclear weapons to destroy Russia 5, 10 times over. He's aware of that. So, one second. So he knows that any attempt to use a nuke, okay, would I guess enact I forget what the article is of NATO where everyone aggression against one is aggression against all. All
Article
right,
5.
Article 5. Okay, so there's France, there's India, there's France. Excuse me,
Not, oh, India is what you mean?
UK.
Nuclear? Okay, nuclear
Germany,
weapons.
Yeah,
But
Poland.
yeah,
India's staying independent.
yeah. No, I'm just talking about countries that have nuclear weapons. But then when you look at all those countries, Pakistan, that have, but when you look at all those countries, most of those countries are what part of NATO. So
Not India.
No, bro, I didn't say that. I say I was listing all the countries that we know that have nuclear weapon, like China, Russia. I'm listing all of them, but most of them are what part of NATO is what I'm trying to say. So uh, he will most certainly see the demise of the of Russia, and us more certainly probably the demise here. That's not what he's looking for. Okay, the man has been in power. He found a way to stay in power. Okay, even when he wasn't supposed to stay in power, he loves being in power. So why would this man risk? I mean, he went into Ukraine for one reason only, because he didn't want to have to deal with this. Okay, I guess a nuclear weapon's that close to him because of the attack. Why would he risk having that attack, losing power, losing every damn thing? That Putin isn't a madman as you guys. He's a strategist. See, I don't think he's a madman like you guys think he is. This man.
Jonathan, I think it's too risky. So if you bet wrong, then the whole world blows up. That Russia has enough nuclear weapons to blow us. I'm not going to take that risk that you're wrong about his psychological profile. One thing about Hitler, right? Somebody might have said whatever, he was not insane at some certain point. It doesn't matter. But the point is that at the end, he ended up committing suicide with his girlfriend. So if Putin sees that his demise is coming, instead of committing suicide, he can blow up everybody. Jonathan, are you willing to take that risk, brother?
Yes.
At this point in time, see, and you put it that way, that it's easy to simplify and put it that way. At this point in time, I really believe we have to do something. If we don't do something, we lose Taiwan, we lose Taiwan, Ukraine, okay, and then next thing you know, is on to the next. Okay, this is a flagrant violation of international law. You agree with that, right?
Yes, Jonathan, we are
Okay.
doing
After
something.
after World War II, we all got together and said no country would take any other country land by force.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that putting boots on the ground in Ukraine is the right decision at this time. The best thing is to escalate, like take them off the SWIFT system and be patient, and somebody in Putin's inner circle
Take
can
them off
have
the Swiss system and have it replaced with what? Have them replace it with what?
take Russia off the SWIFT system is another thing they can
Okay,
do.
and then what
Right?
does that do to us? What does that do for the U.S. dollar? Because they're going to have
It's
to do
not a
something.
it's better than us risking nuclear war, Jonathan. It's not about the dollar when we're at risk of nuclear war, brother.
Okay. Well, once again, hey guys, real quick, I want to ask who on the stage, and let's be honest, who on the stage agrees with this gentleman?
I agree
I
with
do.
him.
Um,
I definitely agree.
there's no way that Putin's
I
gonna blow up the world if he gets like if that's what I heard. Like, what are we talking about
So my
Jonathan,
premise
But I don't
was
think he
something
my
wouldn't
has
premise
have
to.
done
was
this.
don't
Okay,
put boots
okay,
on the
one second.
ground.
Who disagrees with this gentleman?
Do they know what I said?
here? I
Do
do.
they know what I said,
What?
Jonathan? I said we
Yeah,
shouldn't.
they're on stage. They're listening to you.
Okay, somebody
You,
asked what I said.
I understand. You think you and I are having an intimate, private conversation in a room. You know
Look,
what I'm saying?
one of the guys
No.
didn't hear. Okay, fine, Jonathan.
Get the cue music.
We have to do
Can I ask
something,
one
Jonathan.
question?
This is ICE. There's something
Yeah.
called the Budapest Memorandum, and the U.S., Russia, and numerous other countries agreed when they gave up their nuclear stockpile, meaning Ukraine. We vowed to not ever bother them and treat them as sovereign citizens. Obviously, Russia has violated that. And I agree with you. Something has to be done. The whole world is watching. People have the memory of a chihuahua, but the people who know what we signed up for and told these people we would do in the event that someone came in and tried to take their land away, we would help them. I land my
But
plane.
Right.
NATO
He's right.
expanding was
He's
not part of the
100% right.
Budapest Treaty.
What are you talking about? NATO can do what it can do, what it wants to do. Just it's a sovereign nation. As long as and Ukraine can do whatever they want to do. And once again, you guys are making excuses. That's just like saying that the United States shouldn't, on their own land, do what they decide to do. What's best. They shouldn't say they shouldn't let Germany come over here and do drills with
But
them.
Jonathan, what did
Okay,
NATO do for Syria?
what did NATO do for Syria?
Nothing.
Bombs. It didn't
They
get
let
involved.
Russia, backed by China.
Okay. Well, is Syria part of NATO? No.
No.
Okay, so
They did
Neither
so
is
nothing.
Ukraine.
so
Neither is
Neither
Ukraine.
is
The problem with the Budapest model, it was only the UK and the US, along with Russia and Ukraine, that signed it. So we can't ask anyone else. We can't ask NATO to back that. So that's why
But
the US and the
I
UK have a
understand it. But the
particular.
U.S.
But
the
that's why we
U.S.
have a particular beef, and that's why we have to step up and say, look,
exactly the
you've
U.S. and
overstepped
the
our mark. You overstepped our mark, and these are the repercussions. So that's why the UK and the US, in particular, have the most grounds to put sanctions or boots on the ground, not necessarily NATO.
I
yeah,
agree with you, but it
I get
doesn't
it.
mean it's the right time to put
Absolutely.
boots on the ground.
When is the right
So
time?
not
After the government has fallen, and then there's a true war because Russia didn't consider it their territory. Right now, we have a sovereign nation there. We have a legitimate government that can invite us in. That's just me.
Jonathan, it's risking nuclear war. And if you are wrong, if you're 99% sure that Putin won't to use nuclear weapons, what if about the 1%, Jonathan?
Once
And you
again,
just let him keep coming in. You just keep
so
letting him do
so
what he
so
wants to
so
do.
here's the deal. Here's the deal. He takes
What an idiot.
Ukraine. Then he takes what Lafayette.
No,
What's
then
those other
if he
countries
does
that's right
that,
there on the border?
then it's attacking
Okay,
them.
other NATO
Then you
companies.
lose
Huh?
it.
Gotcha.
Then you
No, if he
No,
does that, he's
no,
over
no.
the line and he will be attacked.
No, 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 no,
those are
no,
NATO
no. Okay,
countries.
then so what's I understand the NATO countries, but what's the difference with with us intervening then and not intervening now?
Because they're
Intervening now,
NATO
we
countries.
run the same risk then, okay, as we run now.
No,
So
because they're
what's the
NATO
difference?
countries.
Why
Because he
why would that be
knows
No,
he
acceptable?
Jonathan,
knows
you're
they're
wrong.
NATO
You're wrong.
countries,
We run
No,
Jonathan.
no,
more risk. We
huh?
run more risk if we wait
I know, I know.
because
Yeah, I
momentum
understand that. I
because
agree.
momentum will
Yeah.
be behind him.
More risk
Exactly.
if we
I
wait.
agree. But what I'm saying to him is what makes us safer if we wait and then he attacks one of those countries. What makes it
Okay,
less likely that he will
okay.
use a nuke then?
Jonathan, it's less likely because it's
Ay,
very
ay,
clear if you attack one NATO country, you're attacking all of them.
Yes.
Because of
He
Article
wanted to.
5,
No, 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 no,
Jonathan. Because of
no.
Article 5.
Once
Let the
again,
UK deal with it.
once again, what I'm saying to you is, all right, Putin's goal is what to reassemble the old Soviet Union.
No. His
Okay,
Is
goal
I didn't think Ukraine was part of
That's
between
NATO.
exactly
Russia and
bogus.
the West. He needs
Ukraine isn't part of
Ukraine
it.
to provide a buffer because Ukraine was putting in an application to join NATO. He can't have NATO on the border of Russia.
you
It's a
guys,
buffer.
he can't have
He
he
already
has no
does.
say in
Well,
Ukraine
he
being on the
has
border
with
of
Well, he
Russia.
Germany.
does have a say because he's taking over Ukraine right now.
He doesn't have a say.
I think it's fair to say that's his legacy. He wants Ukraine before he's out of power or dead. Who knows? He could be sick too. And the thing that I think also that's important to add is this whole soft power thing grab that takes a long time. Like China has been showing up for Africa all during COVID, going, here's your free mask, here's your this, here's your that. I think that's something that takes time. And we'll see, right? Maybe Taiwan and Ukraine will be some Americanized version of democracy that's just slides in, but it's called Russia, some version of Russia or China integrating democracy, but it's ultimately their claim and it's like a soft version of them that gives just a little bit of power to the people and who knows what happens, right? I mean, I think that's what we needed to learn from Iraq is that, you can't do this in 2022 without winning the hearts and minds of the people because there's too many cell phones and too much transparency to just like not win the hearts and minds of whoever you're trying to occupy.
All right,
This
thank you,
isn't
Jonathan,
like
can
a
I
Jason.
tell you
government
what
thing.
I think is going to be his downfall? Can I
Go,
say?
go ahead, Jason,
Well,
and then we're gonna move on to someone else.
Ukraine just caught some Ukrainian soldiers, according to a report I saw. There's some Russian soldiers that ran into them as a confrontation, and the Russian soldiers didn't understand why they were attacking their like Ukrainian brothers in a sense, and they surrendered because Putin has told so many lies to the troops that he said he's going to denazify. He said they're Nazis. He said they're trying to put nuclear weapons and trying to attack them. And Zelensky went on Telegram and he said in Russian, because he speaks Russian, that look, we're not trying to attack you. Putin's lying to you. We're not trying to attack you. We're your brothers. So what's going to happen is as some of those soldiers end up engaging with the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainians are gonna say, look, you guys are attacking us. Putin's lying. right? We weren't trying to attack you, right? And he's going to start losing some of his people because he's lied to his people. So I think that as we sustain sanctions and do maximum like that, he's going to have his troops lose heart because he's lied to his people and they don't want to attack their brothers because he does, but they don't want to. That's my contention.
Hey, Jonathan, it's CB. I just want to chime in. I mean, that
Let's
sounds
see.
like a cool story. Maybe Bobby can put a film together on that. But at the end of the day, the hearts and minds is not what it takes to change the mindset of a military person. All right, military personnel are trained to follow orders. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, in the Marine Corps, Instructor Anthony can tell you it's troop welfare. It's mission accomplishment first, and then troop welfare. That's what we follow. So regardless if they agree or not, regardless of whatever the case may be, you follow that chain of command, you follow that mission. You know,
And
um,
can, can I just clarify really quickly? What I mean was more simply that, like, for instance, China would create a little
Ali,
version
Ali,
of
no,
Hong Kong
Ali,
in
Ali,
Taiwan.
Ali. No, we're gonna move on. Okay, no
Okay.
one's looking for clarification from you. Okay, we're gonna move on because I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. All right, great. CB, and I apologize because you didn't. What? Can you finish what you're saying, CB? Because were you finished?
yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Okay, yeah, Ali, you gotta let some of these things breathe. Okay, that because you're smothering the conversation when you do that. All right, so yeah, absolutely,
Jonathan,
yes.
I just wanted to add one thing. I don't know if you read this earlier, but one of the options that President Biden was presented with is that to do a cyber attack on Russia to slow down, if possible. So that's one of the things that they are considering to do. Shutting down the internet and things like that for Russia and the train tracks and to just disrupt them. So that's all I
And
wanted to add.
America
Thank
needs
you.
to release Edward Snowden.
Listen to me, bro. Look, now's not the time for that, bro. We're here talking about something serious. Okay, guys, yeah, I listen to me. The gentleman that was speaking to me, Issa, thank you so much because I think, but what will be the response to that? Because right now, Putin calls himself being a warmonger, and Putin asked for guys. He did ask for permission to use his troops outside of the Soviet Union. He didn't actually use it in the occupied area. I mean, outside of Russia. Sorry about that. He didn't actually use it in the disputed area that he said in eastern Ukraine. He asked for it to use it outside of Russia, which means he can use it anywhere outside of Russia. So, that was something, and they gave him broad authorization to use the troops outside of Russia.
That's for show, though. That all of that is for show. He doesn't have to do that in front of the camera in their country.
I get that. It's for show. But with that being said, he immediately attacked all of Ukraine.
Yeah,
All
it's.
right. So
I'm just saying it's better to
so
do it
he
for show outside of Russia instead of just a Ukraine, or nobody's going to worry. He wants everybody to be worried. It serves him better.
absolutely so. So somebody was about to jump in. What you about to say, sir?
yeah, with CB again. At the end of the day, I hear Jason, I hear what you're saying and so forth. But the one thing that my main concern is, America, we should not be, we can't live in fear. Yes, we need to be concerned, but we need to have the confidence of our country. There's not a single star on our flag that's going to fall off because of this. All right, but at the end of the day, we have to trust that we do have somebody in office that is going to make the right decision. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden; they all have a cabinet, and we have very smart people, not only in the White House, at the Pentagon, and other places, but we have to be smart about how we make a decision. And I know anxiety sometimes, and the he says and the she says, and the different reports that we're hearing about causes us to come up with, if it was me, I'll do this, and if I was, But at the end of the day, we're not that. We have to trust our commander in chief. So we're not just talking about the president of the United States. Everybody put on a different cap. Military personnel knows how to do it very well. You're talking about a commander in chief. All right, and this person is going to take his time. President Biden, Commander Biden, is going to take his time to make sure that he makes the right decision. With the moves that Russia has already made, we have to wait for injury. That's how America moves. Once injury happens, then we can justify our movements. Putting troops on the ground or hitting in the air or whatever the case may be, however we do it, we need to have the confidence that he's going to handle it correctly, and that we can't live by the fear of our enemy. Yes, he's going to talk
CB, we lost you, brother. Come back when you're out of the matrix, guys. Real quick. Zelensky said just reported that 137 Ukraine soldiers has
Yes, he's going to
died
say he's
so far.
going
Well,
to do this and do
you're in the
that. But also
matrix,
remember,
CB.
we're getting
You're in
well.
the
First, I'm
matrix. You got to come back when you're out of the matrix. The president of Ukraine said just said that 137 Ukraine soldiers have died today alone in fighting. So I don't know when you guys are saying that.
How
They
many
had a couple.
Russian soldiers have died? Do you have
That
that
they have
information?
not. They haven't said. They haven't said yet. But 137 Ukrainians have died, and you're not going to get that from Russia. Russia's not going to really give that information. Guys, listen to me. It's casualties. Okay, it's going to be casualties on both sides. Russia has air dominance in Ukraine. This was a peaceful country. You know, up until yesterday, 2 days ago. People were going about work, going their everyday thing. No one was attacking Russia. This is an unprovoked. It's just unprovoked. So, what can the UN do at this point? Is there, if anything? Brian, go ahead, Brian.
China's not.
No,
Oh, sorry.
Brian Sutter. All right, who wants to jump in?
China's going
Listen
to
to me.
block any UN resolution because they're right. China's got a non-aggression pact, so the UN is kind of powerless because China has a veto, right? So they're going to veto
Like
anything.
Russia's going to block a
Oh yeah,
resolution.
well of
Russia
course,
is in
yeah.
charge of the
Russia's going to
Security
block it,
Council
yeah,
right now,
for sure.
and they have a permanent
Right, of
veto.
course. So that's why the UN is powerless. NATO has more power.
We're at a point, guys. And CB, I know you said that we have to wait for injury. I believe injury has happened already. In terms of as the U.S., that the treaty that and U.S. and the U.K. is on the hook for it. I mean, it was the U.S., U.K., Russia, and Ukraine. If we promised them that they would never be attacked, okay, we signed up on that treaty, guys. As a
That's
what?
right.
So what does that? So what our word? What does our word mean? So I mean, that Russia gets all of the leverage if we allow this to go down. I just think that Russia gets all of the leverage if this happens. Okay, and the reason this happened, guys, is because of what? 2014. We did nothing when it happened with Crimea, and it just happened to be under a Democratic administration, the Obama administration. So I don't know if that means anything, but one has to look at it and say, why is this happening under Democratic administrations?
Do you
Jonathan, the
think
next
it's
time they didn't stop it, Trump didn't get Putin out of Crimea, and he took office. He didn't get Putin out of Crimea. That whole time they were fighting.
Yeah, he did not. However, they were already there and established. Okay, that would have led to a war because they claimed that territory. He put in a fake government that says that that claim to be they're separatists and this is their government. They wanted quote unquote to be with Russia. So therefore, if we went into Crimea or anything, if he did, that would have been an act of war.
They were still fighting they were still fighting on the outskirts in that territory. It was still there was still disputed territory. They were fighting.
So I get that. Guys, listen to me. Anyone thinks that anyone who knows the way forward? That's what I want to know because my way, putting the troops down, people say it's too aggressive. Not doing anything is too passive. I mean, what do we do? Where's that happy medium? Is there a country that can come in, okay, that and actually help out here, or
No,
are we far past going that stage?
Jonathan, these things take a little bit of time, right? Because it weakens Russia. All of these different things weaken Russia, so it takes a little bit more time than going in putting boots on the ground, which escalates things right away till a uh, possible nuclear confrontation. So can you wait a little bit? Why is your deadline right now?
Because once again, Russia is not waiting. Russia knows that once they can't claim. Listen to me. Anyone else on the stage want to talk? Because to me, what I'm saying is once Russia claims the Kiev and takes over that, all right, they now can say that they are the legitimate government. So us coming in at that point in time will be seen as an act of aggression. Right now, we're able to go in under the guise of being a peacekeeping mission. So you're saying wait till they have everything and then try to take it back instead of defending the position. Because what Russia doesn't want to do, Russia will pull back and say, "I'm happy with the portion that I have."
Jo-
But yeah, we're standing so you can have it all. We're standing by and standing down so you can have it all. So that's what I'm speaking to. Mark, anyone, Bobby, anyone wants to speak to that?
Jonathan, Kiev was
Can
pro-Russia
I just add
before,
one thing,
and we
Jonathan,
didn't do anything.
real
Okay,
quick?
1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going back to you, Jason. Ma'am, go ahead, ma'am.
Well, Jonathan, one thing I heard was that this, Sally, what I heard is they changed the rules in Ukraine, so it's now legal for the average Ukrainian to have guns, and that's like a new policy they just changed. And I thought that that was maybe part of what America is doing is literally basically trying to arm the people to defend themselves. Am I right on that or no? I don't know.
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
Hey, John. Hey, man, has anybody asked Russia what they want? Like, what would make them like stop beating up on Ukraine? Like, what do they want? Like,
They want the country.
They
They
want the whole
want
country.
they
What
want
they're, what
Ukraine
they're
and
about to go
beyond.
get.
Yeah,
They have to have some
it's
demands, actually.
apparent what they want. You know,
They have to
it's
have some
like
They
demands.
don't
you,
want NATO there.
They don't want us there.
Simple.
yeah, you know what, guys? NATO is already there. So when you guys are saying that, that's just, I'll be honest with you, that's the most foolish thing I've ever heard. NATO is already on their border.
But he didn't feel
So,
that way.
no, he did feel that way. He did feel that way. He saw that this was the last opportunity to grab this country. All right. And he wanted to grab the country. So when you guys are saying he doesn't want NATO there, you know, the NATO's already there. I believe there's Poland's right there, right? Poland is, even though it's not the former Soviet Union, isn't Poland part of NATO?
Right, but Ukraine was the last one to circle Russia.
What?
I mean,
Jonathan is
It
right
doesn't
about one
circle.
thing. That is
What?
the false reason he gave, but he thinks Ukraine should never have been left Mother Russia. He thinks the
Because he
Ukrainian
said that in a
that's it.
speech the,
Right.
the other day. That made it so. Because he said it in a speech 2 days ago, and you guys are using that as his, what you call it, as his reason. That's not his reason. His reason is he just wants it. He's a dictator. This is
John, he's been pretty consistent with saying he thought the former leaders of the Soviet Union made a bad deal in giving it up. You know, and that's he's been consistent with that. I don't think that justifies his action. His actions are barbaric. He's a dictator. He's acting like a dictator. But he was pretty clear about feeling a loss of Russian pride, as he said, giving up the land, and he's little by little trying to take back whatever he can take back.
Yeah, that's why he's going after Ukraine and not, say, Afghanistan or Uzbekistan or going after Iraq, for instance. There is a reason why Ukraine, Jonathan.
I absolutely there's a reason why. But once again, guys, it's like when I hear CB and I hear you and I hear everyone else like, oh, we don't go in. We don't go in now, we go in later. And when we go in later, we're going into claimed territory. Okay? Right now, we're able to go in as a peacekeeping troop. What you call it? No one, quote unquote, is going attacking him because he's in there under a peacekeeping mission. Okay, so we are able to go in, okay, to Ukraine, okay, and protect sections of Ukraine as a peacekeeping mission as well.
Are you thinking about the nuclear weapons? Because that's why I'm saying it's a touchy situation.
Okay, let me make some. So we're there as a peacekeeping mission, all right, and so there's nuclear weapons that's going to be used. So to me, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't see nuclear coming into it.
Yeah, I
It's
know,
possible. The fact is,
dude.
it's
You know, dude,
possible.
I don't see that coming in either.
it's
I
possible.
don't.
My big ass could walk by
I
Angelina
don't.
Jolie and she like, yo, I love you. Let's
No, I
go.
don't think. I don't,
Okay,
That's
Jonathan. I
not
don't think
highly
it's
possible.
unlikely.
possible.
That's not
I
Highly
don't
possible.
think it's
unlikely.
likely, but is it not
Highly
possible?
unlikely.
What about cyber?
All right. So
It just
we
it
start
just
talking about these
opens
possibilities.
Yes, that's how
that
you
just opens
strategize to
Russia
think what's
onto.
Anything's
possible.
possible. Yeah,
No, not
yeah.
anything's
We
possible. I'm not
strategize,
a flat
but
earther.
Hey,
but
Jonathan,
it's
are
less
you gonna do that
likely.
in a metaverse?
It's not possible that Elvis is
It's
still
less
alive.
likely,
Okay.
but it's less likely. Once again, so everything that Putin does from now on, we have to pause because it's possible.
Yeah, actually, you do have to think that. You don't just say, okay, let's
You're
Yeah,
prove
right.
yeah,
him.
yeah. I've given you too much time. We're gonna move on from you, bro. Okay, because all you're saying right now is it's possible. It's possible. Okay, and
Angelina Jolie is calling.
yeah, exactly. It's possible. It's possible. So, man, bro, like once again, and that's the whole thing. Our country, is built on just going out there and beating the odds. And once again, Putin's not going to Putin. You know what? Putin's not going to go want to launch a nuclear weapon. Putin is seeking power. He loves what he does. He loves being a ruler. He loves being in charge. You know. So, but
Well, hey, John, why did we exclude him from the sanctions when it came to locking down money? We locked down Russia's money, but we haven't tied up, and we could, his personal wealth. Why is that?
because if
They're
we
considering
no reason we haven't done it yet is because you can't do it all at once. You got to do it in steps. You got what do you negotiate with?
His money.
Okay, once again,
And
once
listen,
again,
I don't have the answers. I'm just saying I'm asking the question, not having the answer, nor am I criticizing a decision. This is delicate, and whatever our administration, our president, my president, your president does, he's going to be thinking it through, and I want to see whatever he does be successful. This is not Trump would have done this. Trump's not there. Trump's not relevant now. President Biden's in place and his team, and I want to see him come up with a successful outcome. I'm just wondering if we heard anything though on why he excluded when we froze the bank accounts or prevented international trade through banking, why we excluded him.
the reporter asked Biden today in the news conference if they were considering uh, Putin. He said yes. And then someone else, I don't remember who else I heard say it, but they said that they don't know where all his money is, would be one of the issues if they start that, because he had someone holding it and kind of spread it around just in anticipating something like this.
news, guys. We are here talking about Russia attacking Ukraine, and wow, Ukraine actually sees they banned males 18 from 60 from leaving the country. So Ukraine has just banned males from 18 to 60 from leaving the country. So Ukraine is ready to dig in for a fight, obviously, guys. Uh, so they're saying like, hey, you guys are able-bodied. You guys are leaving the country. You guys are gonna fight for. Or you guys are gonna stay here. And you guys are gonna fight. And do you guys agree with that? Should they be allowed to leave? Should they be made to stay and fight and defend their country?
They should be made to
Well,
stay and fight. It's their country. I think any man that's trying to leave and more importantly protecting his counterpart,
This
in
isn't
order
a
to
fight,
die
by
for
the
the
Yeah,
land
way.
that you
CB.
live on.
So
Yeah,
hi, my name is Bessa Tafari. I'm from Sweden. I just wanted to give you guys some information from what media is telling us in Sweden and what they have been telling us for the last 3 years. And it is we all got a piece of book sent to our homes, and it said prepare for war. This was like 2.5 years ago. We all got shocked. It had a list of like have food for 2 weeks, have water for 2 weeks, yada 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 yada. So the point is that we're neutral, right? We are not in NATO. The reason to why we know that this conflict is also about NATO is because being asked to be a member of NATO again. And basically, America has promised to not take on countries that are closed by Russia because they already invaded Russia through Ukraine during the World War II. So if you think about it, it's deeper, but at the end of the day, all of us in this room are people, right? So no matter what politicians, what decision they make, what we need to have in our heart is that we all need to be safe, free, loved, and not conditioned in this way that we are. Because at the end of the day, no matter how you justify any politician in this agreements and this disagreements, we are at the end the people that need awakening and to like unify. You know what I mean? And after the pandemic, we're pretty much all PTSD. Like we're all pretty much tired. So like just love. I'm just sending love from Sweden, eh?
You're awesome. Love.
Hey, can I
Hey
say something?
folks, hey
Oh,
folks,
I'm sorry.
Micah. Thanks, real quick. I think we have to remember that the Bidens, were doing business in the Ukraine, and so he's flexing his muscles. Putin and Russia is not afraid, and I don't think the U.S. is really going to get involved. That's my opinion. Thanks.
And I was going to say regarding nuclear, a nuclear weapon covers 13,000 kilometers. That's 8,077 miles. Ukraine and Russia is 4,600 miles apart. So I doubt if he'll do the nuke because it will.
What do you mean 4,600 miles apart? Ukraine and Russia. They're right up against one another, the border.
That's my point. Is that I doubt if he'll do nuclear because it will affect Russia. If he was to do a nuclear bomb, it would also destroy part of Russia.
They were talking about
Because
American
the
nuclear.
nuclear weapon, if you ignite a nuclear weapon, right? It said it will cover the span of 8,077 miles.
So it would kill me as well in
So
Sweden, right?
if I am that close to Russia and Ukraine are only 4,600 miles apart. So the likelihood of him actually uh, blowing up a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon, using a nuclear weapon is very, uh, very, small. I doubt if he'll do that at all. It just doesn't make sense. He'll be putting his
Sorry,
own
I don't
country
think
at.
I don't think anyone's suggesting he's going to drop a nuke on Ukraine.
Someone
That's
No,
not
we're
that's
asked
not.
not
that.
We
That
suggested.
was
Yeah, it
no.
in
was
the
America.
conversation.
As I meant,
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be
that
for
was in the
America.
conversation. I was just mentioning it.
It'd be for America, not you. Yeah,
Jerry, what are your
not
thoughts,
Ukraine.
Jerry? Mr. Malcolm.
Can I tell you in 30 seconds?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, guys. So anyway, Russia.
I can tell you the people over there don't appear to be worried about COVID right
No, Grant, there's some bigger things happening right
Hey,
now.
wait a
now.
minute.
There's
Wait
some
a minute.
bigger
and,
things
Grant
and
Grant
happening.
that's
got a
my
good
point.
point.
And that's my point.
You know what? He got a good point. All of a
And
sudden,
can I just
shift.
say, Jerry, notice the reporters, American media that has been pushing this agenda, they're not wearing masks over there either.
Uh-oh.
So something has changed dramatically with the media, the mass media, and their position on COVID, the mask, and the vaccine.
People are
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
called war, bro.
people
It's called
exactly
war.
it's called war. People are trying to
Yeah,
stay alive.
but you can, if you can figure out where to get tanks, you can figure out where to get a mask.
Hey,
Okay,
hey
yeah, it's
Jerry,
called war.
Jerry, who's this guy?
Hang on, hey, the American media that flew all the way over there are sitting on subway stations this morning at 8 a.m. our time, with hundreds and hundreds of people next to them, crammed into them. You guys, I'm sure you saw the images this morning. And the media themselves, from CNBC, MSNBC, CNN, were not wearing masks.
Well, how come you
Why?
didn't say
Why
Fox? How
would
come
they
you didn't say
think,
Fox?
Duncan?
Fox were there as well.
I didn't watch Fox Channel, and they weren't in the subway. But I haven't. Most of the subway stuff was CNBC and CNN, MSNBC and CNN.
What does this have to do with the
Well,
Ukrainian
our
invasion?
CDC.
Brian Benstock would know, because that's all he watches is Fox.
That.
Can I say something about the length
Brian,
of
is
a
Fox over
pandemic?
there? Is Fox
Yeah,
even over
what
there,
did this
bro?
have to do with the Ukrainian invasion, brother?
Can I charge?
Exactly.
Because I was watching this in Ukraine this morning, and one other thing, Jerry, as you know, I just bought a house 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago now, from a Ukrainian oligarch, and I told my wife when I bought that house, I said something's abnormal is going on with this sale. Everybody's wondering how I bought it for the price I paid for it, and now I understand that there was more going on behind the scenes with this guy, than He knew this was about to happen. That's why that house. That's why I stole that house.
Wow, that's deep. And okay, okay.
Breaking news, huh?
But no, wait. Since somebody got to say something goofy, breaking news.
No, that's
But what's
breaking news from
interesting?
Grant. I mean, I think that's interesting
Oh, I didn't know
stuff.
that was you. I didn't know
Uh,
that was you,
No,
I mean,
Brian.
guys,
it's break.
yeah, thank you, Brian. Brian, I could have just called you and told you this privately, but I thought I'd share it with my buddies Jerry and Jonathan and some of the people in the room that would actually like another viewpoint.
I like that. And Brian, I didn't know that was you, my brother. I
No,
thought
no,
that was
no,
somebody
no
like
worries.
trying to say something funny.
You know, most of this stuff in advance, guys, there's a whole back channel, and I would say that the United States was probably contacted through the back channel and told, here's what we're doing, here's when we're doing it. And I don't think any of us were surprised by what happened. I think President Biden was pretty clear that he was aware of what was happening. We've had some
He
footholds.
approved it, Brian. It's been approved
I,
by
I,
him and the
I,
CIA.
I would,
Well,
I
can I?
do think, as a proxy, they did let them know, because we have interest there. We were doing some things with the military over in the Ukraine. I think that was sort of bothering Putin,
Hey,
Hey,
and
hey,
he
hey,
I
had
Let,
noticed,
let
Brian.
me. Let me.
Jerry. I noticed
saw
Hey,
an
your
Grant.
room
opportunity to
just
go in.
blew up, Jerry. I noticed your room just blew up, man. You might want to tell
It, it,
everybody what we're here talking about.
Let me.
well, you know what? 1 second, everybody. Check this out. It just blew up because our biggest sponsor, Mr. Grant Cardone with Cardone Capital, just came into the building. That's why it blew up. But I'm gonna go ahead and reset the room really quick. I want to welcome everybody to Debate the News. We are talking about Russia is attacking Ukraine. So, look, I got about just shy of 400. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 143. I was looking at the chat. If you guys haven't done so, I'm going to ask you to follow this club, follow the greenhouse at the top, follow these wonderful moderators, and make sure you follow my man Jonathan Bing and myself, Jerry Malcolm. We do this 5 days a week, and it's getting interesting, y'all. Once again,
Yeah,
as you
when you hit that, by the way, when y'all hit that little thing, those little arrows that look like it's a circulation, or y'all need to say something in there. Like Grant Cardone is giving behind the scenes updates on Ukraine and what's going on because he's got some inside intel.
we did. Wait,
Hey,
wait,
hey,
wait, one
Jerry, can
second.
I chime?
1 second.
Hey,
1 second.
Jerry, can I chime
One
in right
second. Let
quick,
me tell you
brother?
what we did yesterday, and it was really, really cool. I'm gonna ask y'all to do it again today, what y'all did yesterday. We got about 400 shares yesterday, Grant, because this is what we did. At the end of our room, we start opening it up with the last 30 minutes, and we start giving the wonderful people that supports us, we give them shouts out, and I was letting them promote their business yesterday. So all they had to do with this, and I'm going to add Grant to this also. All you got to do is follow Grant, which they probably already do. Follow Grant, follow Jonathan, follow myself on Instagram, and you got to leave a message in our DM. Say something cool about Debate the News, and then also follow us on Twitter, and then also tweet something, and you'll be in the lineup to be one of the people that we select at the end of the room. And I'm going to I'm going to shine the light on you, let you market your company, promote your company, whatever you want to do. Y'all saw how we did it yesterday with 1,200 people in the room. So I'm at 150
And
shares.
Jerry. In addition to that, let me tell you what else I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to give away 100 spots for our 10x growth conference. Okay, I'll pick 100 people and just DM me behind the scenes that you posted or that you hit the, what is it called? What's this little thing called? Share
The
on
share.
Clubhouse. Yeah,
Okay,
share
so
on Clubhouse.
Jerry, can I talk?
1 second,
Can
brother.
I?
You no, bro. Do you understand that we're talking about stuff
What's
that's going
wrong
to
with
change?
that guy? What's wrong with that man? Y'all got to
Grant,
pick your moments, man. Jesus
Grant,
Christ.
Grant, but in case they don't know, you just said you're going to give 100 something, but could you tell them what those 100 something is? Because you
Yeah,
said it so quickly.
I'm going to give you access to our 3-day 10x growth conference. People have paid as much as $20,000 to come to that event. It's a completely sold out event. I'm going to give you access to it virtually so that you can watch it from the privacy of your home or from your phone, your tablet, your computer, or from the Ukraine or Moscow.
Okay, so this is what y'all got to do really quick. You got to follow Jonathan and Jerry and Grant Cardone on Instagram. Now I'm going to make it real easy for you. All you got to do is put 10x in our DM. Just put the keyword 10x in our DM. I'm going to share this stuff with Grant, and he's going to select, because I know we're going to get several hundred people, but he's going to select 100 people. So you got to be in my DM saying 10x, Jonathan's and Grant's, and you got to share this on Twitter also. Share Debate the News, and we're going to compile that, and there's going to be a lucky 100 people. Thank you for that, Grant. Love you for that, my brother. Appreciate you more.
Always here. Hey, and that's for the haters too. For you guys that want to hate on me, try to take me down. I'm watching the documentary Kanye's documentary on Instagram. Any of you guys out there, guys or gals, that has ever been suppressed, held down, pushed down, counted out, you know, critiqued by your family, the people that love you, watch that documentary. It will inspire you. It is absolutely a beautiful thing. Kanye,
Thanks.
13 years old, starting to spit all the way into his
Yes,
20s, and finally made it.
genius.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful documentary. If
Genius
you've
Okay.
ever
on
been held down.
Netflix.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey, Grant, but
Jesus, yeah,
I got to give you
yeah.
a special thanks, Grant, because that is very, very big. I think about 2 weeks ago you gave away 10 tickets at $1,000 each to an actual live. No, you gave 20 tickets in 2 different days, 10 and 10. So Grant, we appreciate you for supporting the room, and everybody give Grant a shout out. Make sure y'all follow him for those of you that don't, and
Yeah, and
appreciate you,
I'm going to keep trying to give stuff away here, guys, as long as I don't go to jail.
Grant. You,
Hey,
From those
hey,
punks,
Uncle G,
You can
yeah,
blame
from
Jonathan for
Jonathan and
that.
his bullshit friends trying to claim that there's some kind of misinformation campaign going in here. Okay, bunch of bullshitters, Jonathan and his people.
yeah, Uncle G, but you keep coming back, man. That's why we love you, man. And
That's
thank you
what
for the
I do,
support.
dog. Because
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
if you
One
you got
second.
those people trying to get me to, you trying to get me to go away by hating on me. You just make me bigger. I just blow up.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you,
I want to tell you.
thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, guys, I want to tell you guys something real quick, real quick. From the moment Jerry and I opened this room, Uncle G has been in here supporting us, giving away different things, sponsoring us, doing all kinds of things to grow this room, man. So if you guys are enjoying this show, man, it's largely due in part to him and what he does every night when he comes in to support us and sponsors us. So I just want to say thank you in front of everyone, brother.
Yes, yes, yes. We are honored. Thank you. Mr. Cardone is in the building. Now let's get back to what we are talking about. There was somebody that tried to jump in. You had a little bit of bad timing, but I'm still going to let you go. Is there anybody else that want to jump in? And let's see. Yes, I can't see who that was, but if you want to jump in, my brother. Or I'll tell you what, I'm going to go to a lady. Is there a lady that's not spoken yet? They want to share their concept or whatever they feel about, or share their thoughts of what they feel about what's going on with this war. Is there anybody want to jump in? 5, 4.
Can
Okay, I'll
I
just
jump
talk to.
in?
What's your name?
My name's Ariel.
Go ahead, Ariel.
So, I've heard like a lot of opinions on the stage, and I agree with a lot of them. But my thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to Russia and Ukraine is it's a lot deeper than we think. And I think when people say that Russia's going to drop a nuke, I don't really believe that's going to happen. If anything, from what I've seen, cyber attacks is what we would have to worry about because I know on our end, that's something that we definitely struggle with. I know Russia and China, they push STEM education, they push coding, they push people to go into that and to be able to be more successful in hacking and everything like that. And so that's something from an approach I do have a worry about is cyber attacks for the USA if we put boots on the ground. I like to hear anybody else's opinion on that, but it's a shame, it's a travesty, and honestly, I don't have faith in NATO. I'll say that I don't have any faith in NATO. I've seen what they've done in the war in the Middle East. I've seen what they've done this past 20 years. I think if we wait and count on NATO, we're just going to be waiting. So.
I think you're
You
right, Ariel. I said something like that before. Sorry, Jerry. I said something like that before. About how it's almost as if it's been, in my opinion, if you want to put on your tinfoil conspiratorial hat, it's almost as if it's been set up. In that we had the 2016 election, Russia, the Russian hackers. We do our due diligence on what's going on in Russia. Apparently, they have the best hackers in the world. Apparently, they have cyber mercenaries that can be hired out by anybody on the dark web. Then you have the fact that Joe Biden handed Vladimir Putin a list of key infrastructure places that he should not attack. It's just like, why would you do that, and why would you make that news? So it's like, if anything, now after Klaus Schwab's, talk of us having to create digital antibodies to help our digital infrastructure, it would make sense then that the next thing would be to either it is going to be a Russian hack attack, or at least it's going to be blamed on Russia because they've been the boogeyman for so long. So I think you're right on the money, but I don't know if it's going to just come out from Russia. I think it might come from
Hey
other places.
man, hey, for the fact that you said right on the money, these people are thinking about the money. My Instagram is getting lit up right now with people DMing me the keyword 10x to get those tickets. Hey, I appreciate y'all. I want to
That's
let
because
y'all know.
people love free shit.
Come on, bro. That wasn't even that
It's not
serious.
really free. It's not really free
Um,
because you still gotta show up to take advantage of it.
and then everybody, y'all gotta have better timing with the stuff y'all say on stage. When somebody's talking about some serious stuff, like be a little bit more professional. And it's not free because they still have to follow me on the Instagram and follow Jonathan and Grant and put the keyword 10x in our DM. So it's not free. Anyway, anybody else want to jump in? And thank you for that, Augustus. Anybody else want to jump in?
Hey Jerry, this is Silk. Do you remember last year when I said, listen, I promise you, once the virus starts calming down, and people are complaining about the boosters and the vaccines not working. Didn't I tell you it was going to be a war? I said somebody's going to pop off, and it's going to be a war at the end of the day. Didn't I tell you that?
You probably did.
I did, Jerry. Don't play. I said that. I said
Uh,
somebody gonna pop off because now we got to get. It's deeper than what we think. Yes, about money, but what we think it's not about that. It's deeper than that. It's yes, it's about money, but they
it's deeper
yeah.
than money, Silk.
No, no, no. Well,
Was it
listen, power,
gold?
power. Let me tell you something. Power and control of land and all this other stuff. It's deep. It's deep. And if you think, Biden trying to make it seem like he has this deep dark thing about Putin. Let me tell you something. If you don't think they in the back channel, listen.
You know
What you
what's
gonna do
interesting,
today,
Silk.
Putin? What's up, Putin? What's up, Putin? What's going down? Yeah, man.
That's you know what,
Maybe we need.
Silk.
Maybe
It's in,
you want to make
Tell him,
this.
tell him, sick, silk. Tell him the truth right now.
She
Go ahead.
she's not wrong.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
know.
Grant. I'm gonna be
You
honest with you,
don't do
Silk.
this without approval from the superpowers.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
War is profitable for everybody.
Man,
That's
this
the
is all
first. That's
script.
the first
That war is
perspective. Hey,
extremely
Grant.
profitable.
From the whole time we've been doing this room, that's the first time somebody said what you said when you came in the room, that they got permission, they got consent, they got the green light. No one said that, and that kind of shift the whole thing. Everybody, what if that's actually true? What if they actually do know what they were going to do, and they gave them the green light? That means
It
that's
is
it.
true.
I don't think that's true.
Jerry,
Yeah, I
Okay.
like
The
this.
per.
See
Jerry,
here,
I,
Saint.
I
I,
think
But
I
I
wait
love
1 second,
Silk.
Silk.
more
1 second.
conspiracy.
1 second. I want to speak to someone that thinks it's not
This
true.
is
Who
Excel.
thinks it's
This
not
is
I
true?
Excel.
Excel.
Excel. Good,
Go ahead,
good,
Excel.
good evening, everybody. I don't think, actually, you know what? I don't think it's true, but it is true in a different sense. So hear me out. I hope Jonathan is listening. Because last week, I was in the real estate cafe talking about all this stuff, how the real estate market is going to be corrected, and we're going to have some issues in real estate, and everyone clowned me. And, oh, we don't really know, and you're Nostradamus. Well, first of all, it's in the Bible. The Bible talks about the king of the north and the king of the south. Do your Googles. Just Google king of the north, king of the south Bible. It will break that down for you. Secondly, the powers, these governments are being controlled by invisible powers. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it there. They got the
Bro,
permission
you
from
got
these
that
invisible
dramatic just to say they
spirituals.
got invisible powers? Who's the
No, I didn't say invisible powers. I believe that these governments are being controlled by the devil, the wild
Oh
beast.
my
That's what
goodness.
I believe.
Okay.
It's in the Bible. All right, say less.
Hey, Jared, can I tell Silk something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Silk, I'm glad to hear you doing better, man. I remember you were sick last time I heard from you, so I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. That's all I was trying to say. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to the guy
And
that shared his perspective about the invisible. Is there anybody else that want to jump in? If so, the mic is yours.
Can I type Mr. Jerry?
Of course you can, bro. Go.
Hello to everyone. My name is Hamid from Iran. Uh, Thank you to let me speak. My English is not very good, and I'm speaking from Iran and about Ukraine and Russian war. In this moment, I see the news. 1,900 people are arrested in Moscow. People in the street for anti-war and his hates from regime and dictatorship of Putin, and all people in the world see this savage behavior from Putin. And I think this is beginning. This is beginning, and this is a start for a falling of dictatorship of Putin, and this is trap. This
So
is
you
trap
think
for
you
Putin.
think this is Putin's? He's gonna fall. You said you think that?
Yes, yes. I think this is trap for Putin, and Putin fall in this trap. And this is a
Okay.
start
Hey,
of
hey, Hamad, let
yes.
me do this. Let's include a few people in your concept. Let me see this for a second, Hamad. Just stand.
That's a very interesting concept, by
Exactly.
the way. Putin is probably the wealthiest man on planet Earth today. The amount of shadow money that they can, the number of oligarchs around him that he has been delegating to control his assets around the world, including Roman Abramovich. You guys can look that name up. Um, if that happens, you're talking about, man, talk about a shakeup in that part of the world and around the world.
Yeah, that's interesting though.
And
But is it
again, that would not be
Respectfully,
done,
just be
Jerry.
careful.
Jerry,
Just be
that would
careful on the Abramovich name. Be careful on that because he
look,
successfully sued a huge
look.
newspaper over here in the
Just
UK on
about
that.
to say the same thing, Edward. Just about to say the same thing.
I'm not
what?
doubting that you're
What?
right.
You sued
I'm
what?
not doubting that you're right, but just be careful on the Abramovich slander.
I didn't say that name, by the way. Did I say that? I'm worried about my life right
Yeah, you did.
now. Okay. Now that shit would worry me. That other shit that's been going on in here don't bother me at all. Abramovich hunting me down? Oh shit. But look, he ain't doing anything without Putin's approval, and Putin's not doing anything without the Biden administration's approval. If any of you guys think that that game don't work like that, like, you got to know that Biden's in communication with China right now. China's in communication with Russia. Russia's in communication with Biden. Everybody knows what everybody's doing, and there's a whole bunch of games going on behind the scenes.
Tell him, Grant. Tell him.
Is there anybody on the stage that agrees with the gentleman that just spoke that this may be the downfall of Putin? I want to hear your view on. Do you think this is the downfall of Putin? What's this damn guy's name? Putin. Is there anybody that thinks that?
Yeah, my name's David. I agree.
Absolutely.
Go, David. Speak
No
on it.
way.
Why do you think this is the downfall of Putin? David.
Perhaps it's just a little optimistic, but I think he may have bitten off more than he can chew. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm hoping that someone can get their arm around G. And as Mr. Cardone just said, if Biden's in his ear, then perhaps Xi will just cut him adrift, and this will be a mistake. And I think the Russian people won't go with him on this, if I'm honest. And I think a few of the oligarchs and a few of the backers that he's got behind him may actually disagree with what's happened. The reason we haven't gone after his money yet is I think we're trying to persuade him down from the ledge. I think he may have just jumped off the ledge personally, but I think the reason that we've gone after his advisors and the oligarchs is to try and get them to pull him back from the ledge. But if he does jump off that ledge, like it feels like he has, then I think we need to make sure that he's the guy that's got hold of the Rottweiler, which is G, President G. We need to make sure that he steps away.
Okay. Hey, Candace. Candace,
I'm here.
you
Yeah,
also feel that he bit off more than he can chew, and
I
this may be
do.
his.
I do. I think that his
Speak on it.
people, okay, sure. I think his people, I don't think, I mean, we've been told that tonight. His people don't agree with what's going on, the younger people, right? So the older, I forgot who the gentleman was that spoke earlier, but said that the older people, are for him, for the old Soviet Union. The younger people, though, don't agree with this, right? So I think that he, if they can somehow, I don't know if they can revote or what revolt. I mean, or whatever they can do. But the bottom line is, if they don't, I'm hoping that he's bitten off more than he can chew, and I'm hoping that the people of Russia will go against him, right, and not let him do what he's trying to do because he's a sociopath, psychopath. So
But I got a question for you. I got a question for you,
go for it.
because you just called him a sociopath and all this stuff. Then you said so many good things about Trump earlier, right? So my question
Okay,
is this:
wait, Jerry, hold on. You're not gonna listen. I'm not a Trump lover, so
I,
I'm gonna stop you there.
you didn't let me
Okay.
answer you didn't let me ask the question. Just let me ask the question first. I'm not about to attack you about your boo. I'm not going to attack you. I promise you.
Here we
My
go.
no. Oh my goodness.
My
We're just
boo.
we're
Go ahead.
debating it. We're debating the news. So here's my question to you: how do you know that stuff that you're hearing about Putin is actually accurate? If earlier we said some things could be fake news or it could be
What
conspiracy,
part? So you think he's not? He's not. You think he's sane? You think
I'm not.
Putin's sane?
Let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm moderating. I'm asking you the question.
No, I'm asking you too, though. Do you think he's
I,
sane?
I'm just a neutral party. I'm being paid to ask questions.
Right. I'm asking a question too, though. What's your thoughts? On you think he's sane?
I don't know nothing about it because all I get is media
You
stuff. I don't
think
know
he's
nothing about the guy.
dangerous?
I don't know
You think
nothing
he's
about the
dangerous?
guy.
Okay. I
I'm gonna
thought
be.
you
I'm
said
gonna be.
earlier.
I'm gonna
I
be
thought
honest.
you had said earlier that we. I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought you had said earlier that you thought that he could be dangerous, or
No,
that
I,
he
I
could
mean,
be
I,
dangerous.
I don't think if he's not worried about the opinion of America and the administration,
He's
he's not
not.
worried
Yeah.
about the young people of Russia.
He's not. But what
Okay,
if they?
At
What if they
all.
revolt? What if they? What if they
the,
all?
the,
Greg,
Okay.
Greg is
the,
right.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Grant. But what if all of those people that are there are not going along with what they tell? They're like, wait a minute, let's. I mean, let's fight
They're not
against
going
them.
to revolt in a
That's a big
communist
what if.
country. They're not going to
Well,
revolt in a communist country. We
anyone
Why
right
not?
barely look at
now,
us when we do something, the trouble
can
we run into, and we're
well,
not a
Candace,
communist
one
country.
second,
Hey,
one second,
Jerry,
one
this is
second,
Mary.
one second, Mary.
Candace,
Candace, do you remember earlier the guy that was from Russia? He said if you say anything bad about Putin, if you just say one word, you're in trouble.
exactly.
Like you can't talk about him the way we can talk about Biden and Trump.
There's
You can't
I
say anything
know.
there's
in Russia.
it
So I
I
don't think
know.
that. So revolting, maybe if they even think about it, they're in trouble.
it's you can
So I
see
don't
Yeah,
think
it
I
they're going.
wish
on
I
the
there
don't.
was a way they
news.
could, though. That's my
They
only.
they
Well, what
are
about
though,
the
Jerry.
Berlin
They
Wall?
are.
That
Let me go to
happened,
let
right?
me
Yeah.
go to Mary. Mary Mary, did
Hi,
you say
guys.
they are?
Yeah, so I'm in New York. Hi, everybody. So sorry I haven't been seeing you guys for a couple days, but yeah. In fact, I had a couple of interesting things that have happened. Is so we have some of our influencers in Russia and Ukraine. Interestingly, and I just got word from one of my team that strangely enough, we are not able to pay the Ukrainian through Bill.com. If you guys know Bill.com, we are not able to pay our Ukrainian influencer this month. She was being paid today, and the bank canceled the payment and said that based on what's happening, they can't pay her, but they were able to pay the Russian influencers. So we have influencers in 11 different countries, and so that was interesting. But I just read just literally 10 minutes ago a post from what probably the largest hairdresser in all of Russia. And he has about 3 million followers, which is huge in Russia because social media is just not as big. So they get bigger and bigger. And he very much came out against what just happened. So, and he's incredibly well known, obviously, in Russia with 3 million followers. So it's definitely starting to happen. And the thing about the young woman, we received several DMs from her, from our team asking, obviously, if there's anything we could do to support her in Ukraine. She lives in the capital. And she just said, and it just was so surreal. It was like she's 24 years old, and she's like, we don't even know what to do. Like it's insanity here. We don't know, whether to get out of the city. So that they're just like literally getting in a car and driving with a few of their things just to get out of the city. They're hearing bombs going off all over. It was just super sad. And now we can't even get her money because the bank is not allowing it to go into her account. So just a few things that we've learned from this side.
I think they
Thank you for
bombed
that, Mary.
three
And
banks.
I hope you have a safe journey in New York. And welcome back to the room.
Thanks.
Is there You're welcome. Is there anybody else that would like to join in this conversation? You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for somebody that maybe, and if you're at the bottom of the stage, raise your hand. I'm looking for somebody that's either in Russia, have some kinfolk that's in Russia, or something like that. If that fits you, raise your hand and come to the stage. We had a couple people earlier that was actually in Russia. I'd like to see what y'all got to say. Anybody else?
Jerry, before you invite those
In
people up, man,
Russia.
I'm surprised how few people shared the room. I'm actually shocked
Oh
with
wow.
what you offered. There are only 47 people sharing the room. So
Well,
there's a lot of people here just enjoying the room that aren't willing to even share the room.
and you know what I
For
just
all this
did?
great entertainment that Jonathan, I mean, it's been really entertaining since we haven't had to hear from Jonathan tonight, actually. But Jerry, you're doing such a good job. I'm surprised more people didn't share this
You
room.
know what I noticed? You know what I noticed, Grant?
There he
No,
is.
1 second, miss. We gotta let this breathe. There's a new chat feature, Grant, and I noticed that when I initiated the chat feature today, people are focused on the chat. We have 427 people in the chat. 427 people chatting back and forth. So I actually just turned that off. So once
Where is that? Where is it? I haven't seen the chat feature.
it's a little bubble on the left, at the very bottom at the left. Is
Oh,
is
but you
yes. So
turned it off.
Okay, let me turn it back on.
I
I'm
I
gonna
just
turn.
haven't
saw
seen
now
the chat
too.
feature because then I could talk shit
I
about
don't
some of
see
these
it.
people in here
Where's
that
it
don't
at?
like me.
It's back on now, Grant. It's back on.
Oh, look at it. Okay, I still don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Okay.
Where's it at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
don't see
in
it
the
either.
bottom in the
Wait
right.
1 second. 1 second. It's to the left. Hey, Grant.
You probably need to
No
update so
one.
you can
Oh yeah, you
see
got to
it.
Update your
update.
app.
You have to
Hey,
update the app.
hey, Grant. Look, I just texted to you. Look at the bottom
Man,
left
you're
on
the
the message
I
I
best,
just
Jerry.
think
You're
sent
the
you.
ours is
best, man.
updated, Jerry.
Jerry, if I didn't have friends like you, man, I'm telling you, my life would be in a different position. I appreciate
No,
you.
Grant. Because of friends like you, my life is in a different position. So I appreciate you. And I know it's probably a little hater in the room saying that Jerry just giving love or whatever, but y'all will understand one day. Like Grant always says, it's not who you know, it's what, Grant? Grant.
Who knows you? Who
Grant.
knows
No, it's
you?
who knows you and who wants to help you.
Exactly. So we at 251 now. So we went from one
It's
something.
much
So
better.
everybody,
Now we hit 100. That's 100 now. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys supporting Jerry's room.
let's
And,
get that
and,
to
and maybe it was Jonathan that was holding you guys up. Now that he's doing whatever, listening to his wife. His wife is
That
telling him
part.
he's probably washing the dishes for his wife right now.
hey, you know what too? I noticed with my analytics in the room that we had a rotation and some new people came in. So I'm gonna say this real
Sure
quick,
did.
everybody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this real quick, everybody. Grant Cardone is the biggest sponsor of Debate the News, and he's been so gracious. He's gonna give away 100 tickets to his virtual event to members that are part of Debate the News. All you have to do is this. You have to share this room in the hallway. You have to follow Jonathan Bing on Instagram, follow myself, and follow Grant on Instagram, and put in our DM 10x. You can add 10x, I want a ticket, whatever, but it has to say 10x. And do it with Grant Cardone. Also share it on Twitter. When you do that, you will be in the drawing for the first 100 people that can win those tickets. So that's amazing. Thank you, Grant. Oh, look at that. We're at 268. Let's try to get this number to 400, everybody. Anything you want to add, Grant, before I pivot away, Mr. Cardone?
No, man. Go ahead, man.
All righty. So once again, everybody, we are at Debate the News. We are still shy of our first month, and Debate the News has been a success because of all of you and all the supporters, and because of Cardone Capital. So I appreciate everybody. So if anybody want to jump in, state your name, and the mic is yours.
My name's Ariel Fernandez.
Giselle.
Giselle, I'm gonna go to you first. Then I'm gonna go to you next, Ariel.
Thank you, Jerry.
Daniel.
Daniel, you're after Ariel.
I just want to make a question. What happens if, in the fact that the government starts blocking the accounts and the citizens of Russia need to go uh, figure out how they do with cash and buy stuff? What happens with the crypto world? They will start to use the crypto, the digital. We know how strong Russia is with cyber, so it's a very strong territory for them. What could happen? What do you guys think about?
What do you think about it? Seems like it's gonna be something pretty serious. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, my thoughts is maybe turning this market stronger and have some shift in that uh, based on that because all the accounts is blocked right now. People are in the lines try to figure out how they get cash to figure out in the middle of the war. And based on the facts that Grant share with us, how strong Putin is, and based on the facts that we are in this moment switching about the COVID. Um, I think something that we should start to think about and
You
maybe the
know,
economy.
you got a good point because if you look at this from the same standpoint of the vaccine and what we believe, us non-vaxxers, what we believe, it really makes you have to say, this is something new to talk about. It's interesting. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you for that,
Jerry,
Miss.
Jerry, and it just surprised me you guys don't have opinions about why the people in um, the Ukraine, if you watch the news this morning, how few people had masks. No one was doing the social distancing. No one had
Exactly.
gloves on. Like, it's a war. It's a war. Actually, there was no war. They weren't being bombed in that subway. They were not wearing masks. They did not have gloves on. They were not practicing social distancing. So is this just an American phenomenon, or is it it just goes away at the whim of movements in the day, or was this never something that was that important? Because the people in Ukraine did not seem concerned about their health this
Don't
morning.
forget
Exactly.
hey, don't forget one thing. Yesterday they announced, or it was maybe day before yesterday, cases are down 90% in the US. How ironic. How coincidental.
Just in time, just in time.
Dr. Copeland, what do you think about that, my brother? Cases are down 90%. How coincidental, and a war starts the next day.
Wow, Jerry, this guy, man, I tell you, Jerry, leave it to Jerry, man. If you look at the peak, we had the largest peak, which was Omicron. If you look at the data for SARS-CoV-2 in the country, down 90% and still higher than our highest surge was previously. So you're still in a high point. It's just down 90% from this ridiculous peak that we just had. So that's kind of, and that's why I always say, not that people are going to listen to it, but you shouldn't really take your statistical data points from the news because they're not lying to you. It's down 90%, but it's down 90% from a huge peak. So that's what I think about that.
Dr. Copeland, 90% is still 90%, wherever
No,
you get it from.
Jerry, I agree, but again,
Hey, Jerry, 10
okay,
points from zero.
okay, okay,
And
okay,
you have a
Zero. Another 10
okay.
points, and we
herd
don't have
immunity
anything.
also.
Wait one
So,
second. One
okay.
second. That's a good point. Grant, I like the way you remix stuff. Hey, Dr. Copeland, 10 more percent, then it's down to zero. And I know what you're
No,
saying, Dr. Copeland. I
no,
know what you're saying.
no.
You're saying it was a bigger amount, and then it raised. Now it's 90% down from that bigger amount.
Correct. That's correct. So it's down from that higher amount, and I'll actually make the peak my PTR, and it'll become obvious what I'm saying. Because again, in that kind of peaks, this is the same thing that happened in India, right? This is what happens with infectious disease. It's kind of like a fire. Once the fire burns through the entire forest and there's nothing left to burn, the fire goes. It doesn't go away, but it goes back down to a low level,
Hey, Dr.
right?
Coleman, I gotta say it.
So
I gotta say this
that's
because I
that's.
just can't help myself. I just can't.
I
Hey,
know,
hey,
Jerry. I
Dr.
know.
Copeland,
I'm used
I
to it,
actually,
and
I
it's
actually
fine.
work on this, but I just can't help it. When Grant and I kind of was going at you about maybe a few days, maybe last week, we're going back and forth. I kind of felt like, damn, we kind of pounded Dr. Copeland a little bit until I went to one of your rooms the other day. Dr. Copeland, you rule your room with a damn iron fist. I'm like, oh, listen, if an anti-vaxxer come to your stage, Dr. Copeland, you are no joke.
Now, Jerry, that's disingenuous, Jerry, and I'll tell you why. If you came to my room yesterday that I was moderating, I let everybody talk. I didn't interrupt
Not
anybody.
yesterday. Not yesterday. It was a couple days ago.
Okay, well then I may not have been the real like if you come to my room where
No, you are.
I'm the head moderator. Okay, well, Jerry, I disagree. I don't think that's accurate, but
And
okay.
No, no.
Jerry, I got thrown
Once.
out of his room.
What's your name?
Miss Mary.
Thrown
This
out of.
is
See, misinformation, Jerry. Clubhouse misinformation now. Medical misinformation, political misinformation.
And I'll tell
Jerry,
you
this
what,
is
This is the
bulletin
guys.
this is the
board
way
the
this is the
vaccination.
way the
Wait,
authoritarians this is the
Jerry.
way authoritarians try to dismiss people.
Yeah, no, I
You're
like got
wrong.
thrown out.
It
I didn't
didn't
even
happen.
say
Jerry, this
You're
is
anything.
ignorant.
important.
one
I didn't even
second.
say
One second.
anything.
Is that
It
Mary talking
is.
or somebody
No, it's
else?
Mary. I got thrown
So,
out of his room. I didn't even say anything and I got thrown out of the room. The other thing I just want you guys to know is I've been to 3 restaurants so far. I've been here for 3 days. I'm going to Mr. Chow's tonight. In every restaurant,
but
catch all the best restaurants. Nobody is wearing masks,
I
guys.
was the one who
but
Nobody
Mary,
said
in New
Mary,
York
this is a
City.
one
choice.
second,
Nobody.
Mary. Wait. Y'all are.
Mary, where are you? You in LA?
No, I'm in New York City right now. So I've been here for 3 nights.
Oh, okay.
And
No
Okay.
one's asked you for a
nobody
card.
is wearing, yes, everybody's asking for
No
them.
vaccine cards? Oh, they
Everybody's
asked for the
asking.
vaccine?
Everybody's
Yeah.
asking for them, but there are no masks in sight
This is
anywhere.
really
Anywhere.
important for Russia. Russia and
One second, Miss, before you say really important.
Mark your calling.
Dr. Copeland, I was actually giving you a compliment. I wasn't trying. I was like, I was like, you rule with an iron fist. Like you handle your business. That's all I'm
Oh no,
saying.
I appreciate it, but no, it's all good. It's all good, man. But I did make the data point in my PTR, by the way, just so people can see what I was saying. That just so people can understand.
Well,
I always try
we
to get
all
some
moved on
context.
from that, man. Why don't you handle the thing Jerry's asking you about right
COVID
now?
is gone. COVID is
you
gone.
know
So
Russia
Jerry,
and
No,
Ukraine had
Pivot,
mandatory
wait.
pivot,
Mute,
pivot like a
vaccination.
mute
little.
y'all
like I was
mic.
saying.
Wait, mute. Hey,
So
Grant. One second. Hey,
so like
Grant. You
Go
see
ahead.
how
Okay. All
Grant? You see
right.
how you pivot? You see how you pivoted from that,
That
Grant?
ain't
I
that ain't
didn't
a pivot,
pivot.
dude. That was a
I
stumble.
didn't
That was a
pivot.
stumble. That wasn't a
I
pivot.
didn't pivot.
A
Okay.
pivot is
All
when
right.
you
I'll wait,
actually
man.
make
It's
a
all good.
move. That was just a stumble, like a poor cripple man hit his
Are we
knees.
done? Are we
No,
done,
but
Grant?
Dr.
Well,
Copeland.
Rush,
No,
I
no,
have to.
Dr. Copeland.
I'll wait.
Well, listen, Miss, do me a favor. You keep talking about Russia. I need you to
No,
just
it's
one
about the
second, Miss.
vaccinations. It's so
Miss, will you
Moscow
please,
okay. I'll be
calling.
Miss,
quiet. I'll
please
be
mute your
quiet.
mic.
Thank you.
No, she's got something to say, Jerry. She's
Goodness.
got something to
Anyway,
say. It's
Doctor,
right on topic, Jerry. Let her go.
I was
It
no, but
is
I was
on
on
topic.
topic with
It's
Dr.
so
Copeland for a
important.
second.
She's on topic, man. Let her
Go
hit
ahead,
it.
Miss. Our what do you call it again?
This is Joyce.
Our
Just
This
let
is
me
our
know.
Joy.
Just let me know when it's my
our
turn.
lead sponsor told me to go. So go ahead,
Just,
Thank
Miss.
just,
you.
just let me know when it's my turn to respond to what Grant said, which was incorrect. It was not a pivot. I was trying to give context, but
I
I'm
said
like,
it
Grant, I have
wasn't
to
a
ask
pivot.
that
I
first.
said it was a stumble.
Oh no,
So I
that's
agree
fine, and
with you.
that's fine. But like I said, I actually have to give data when I talk and not just talk out my ass. So that's why I put that up there. Appreciate it.
Oh, Russia and Ukraine had mandatory vaccinations.
Okay.
Can I please comment?
Wait. 1 second.
God.
Joyce, that's what you
Yeah, what's
that
the point, Joyce? You
The
disappointed me
point
with
is,
that.
you said that Ukraine was not
What
wearing
percentage?
masks.
What percentage? What
If you
percentage of the
get
population got? What
70%,
percent?
go
No,
ahead.
what
I'm
percentage of the
sorry.
population of Ukraine got vaccinated?
It's if it's mandatory
No,
masks.
no.
I mean, if it's
What was it? No.
mandatory vaccinations, that means
Uh.
in those communist countries,
What?
I would imagine everybody, if it's
You don't know
mandatory, they
now.
don't
You don't
play.
know.
Facts and
No.
evidence. It's
How
Can
about
I
Well,
in
let
please
me.
Russia? How about in
comment?
Russia? How about in
Well, let me
Russia?
just say this since I had
No,
the
no,
floor.
no.
Just
How
two
about in Russia?
seconds.
What percentage in Russia?
Well, let me say this:
Because I
herd
looked it up the
immunity
other
is
night, and it's
70%.
less. No, no. In Russia, it is less than 60%. It's lower than America.
Ukraine's
Okay,
35%.
so it didn't reach. Okay,
Yeah,
Ukraine's
great point.
yeah,
35%.
Great point.
so you should need to look up the rest of the facts. I appreciate the contribution to the conversation, but the reality is, I don't know what the Ukraine is, but I know Russia is below 60%,
AG, Ukraine's
and maybe below
35%.
50.
Even if they say mandatory,
Yeah,
that sounds strange. But I got you though. Thank you. Sorry.
yeah. But
you
again,
good, Joyce.
Could I,
mandatory
Hey,
Jerry?
guys,
guys.
and this is what I've been
Jerry, could
saying
I
for
ask
six
Jerry a
months.
question?
You can say mandatory all you want, but you still have to enforce it. And the problem with enforcing is typically governments just don't have enough people or resources to enforce most of the things that they want done.
Okay. Anybody else want to jump in? There was a lady there. Oh, there
I
Thank
was.
want
you.
to jump in. May I please jump in?
Yes, you may. You don't have to say please, brother.
Oh,
I
wonderful.
work for you.
Great,
What's your
great,
name?
great. Awesome. It's just, it's like in the old days when you're waiting on the radio trying to call in and you're like, come on, it's my chance. Oh, no, no. Okay. Anyhow, my name is Daniel Medvedev. I have dual citizenship and living half my life in the States, half my life here in Moscow. And been kind of closely following everything that's happening in terms of the war, in terms of everything, just relating to
Are
your
you in
most
Moscow
recent.
right now? Are you in Moscow
Yes,
right
I'm
now?
in Moscow right now. It's 3:46 in the morning here. Still not
Awesome.
sleeping.
Where are you?
I'm actually looking at, looking at the Kremlin. I'm in a very
Oh yeah.
unique spot here on top, in a very a nice vantage point, but
Awesome.
everything's peaceful. So basically, if in terms of, you guys were just discussing like the COVID restrictions and masks in both Ukraine and Russia. What you have to understand is that in terms of the relationship of the general population towards the pandemic, the relationship is generally the same both in Moscow and in Kiev, or I'm saying as the capitals. People generally don't give a shit about the mask mandates, like they're enforced in terms of like formally enforced, but people don't wear masks generally. And that has been the case throughout the pandemic. It has been a case in Moscow. It has been a case where sometimes people are occasionally fined around $80 for not wearing it in public places, like in stores and etc., in metro and public transport. But generally, the case is that people don't give a rat's ass about the masks, and so that's why you see people in different places and public places gathering together and not wearing them. That has been a case for the past 2 years. It's not a case of just recent. In terms of the situation that I have, of what I have observed in this past day, around 6 o'clock, I woke up 5 o'clock in the morning on the 24th of February, Moscow time, and I was woken up by a post made by a friend of mine in Instagram on CNN, which she was posting something from CNN, which CNN was talking about the first kind of bombings. And when that happened, I instantly called my friends in Kiev, which I have a few of, and I asked, "Hey, what's going on?" And they said, "Really, that's what's going on. We're being bombed. At least we see that is the process." Now, one very important detail, and I'll get back to that throughout the conversation. What I want to say. The official and the first official confirmation of the fact that bombing was taken place in the media occurred from the Russian side, from Russian state agents RIA Novosti, or it's RIA News. And around 9 o'clock, 9:30, they had confirmed that the attacks on in and around Kiev and other major cities of Ukraine. The places that were attacked were the what are they called? The anti-missile places and the potential bases and potential warehouses with materials. They were attacked, and this was confirmed by the Russians, by their main news agency, around 9:30 in the morning. In terms of everything that has been going on and has been reported, there's lots of kind of fake news and not fake news on the internet that you'll see. The main thing to pay attention to is that there has been a previous, in terms of casualties and in terms of pictures that you'll see and videos that you'll see, is that there are, because this is an ongoing conflict that has been going on since 2014, there may be old videos and photos. So I try to, and these are quite quickly debunked in the groups that I'm following. I'm following about 4 Telegram groups at the same time throughout the day. I'm kind of, I hope I'm not going to have that amount of Telegram groups to follow tomorrow.
Appreciate that.
because
Appreciate
it's
that, brother.
quite, because
Yeah,
it's quite
yeah. You
exhausting.
know what that means, right, Daniel? When he says I appreciate it,
I got to stop.
he's cutting you
What's up?
off. So look, man, we ought to make this guy a moderator of these Russian rooms because he's got intel on the ground.
Okay, well, you
So
know what? Hey, where you at,
this
brother?
guy, at least this guy knows something, unlike some of these people in this room that's been talking tonight.
Daniel,
Yeah.
you are now moderator. The only thing I ask of you is don't bring anybody up and don't moderate them. Okay, Daniel?
Okay. Can I just say one last thing before you cut me off?
No,
Oh
hey,
my
hey,
God,
now,
Grant.
Daniel, look, this is Grant
No.
Cardone, man. I'm the one that got you hooked up here. You'll be able to add great stuff tonight as we go along, and we want to tap into your intelligence, being that you're on the ground
Okay,
in
man.
the Kremlin.
Not too much intel, man. I'm just I'm just a messenger.
Yeah, you know Roman Abramovich.
No, not personally. No, haven't met him yet. No.
Okay, is he a good guy?
Morally, don't know the moral standpoint of the man. To be honest, no idea. I know that
Okay,
he's sanctioned like a motherfucker right now, by
yeah.
England, and I know that he's they want to take Chelsea away from him now. So the
Good.
football club that he owns.
Good.
I would like to make a question.
Go ahead, miss. Ask your
Do,
question.
do you know what's the situation about the miners in Ukraine right now based on the invasion? How it's going on?
The
What
miners, or
minors?
the like miners age, or miners that mine.
Miners for the crypto.
Actually, no
Oh, we
info
about
on
to
that.
start this crypto
Unfortunately,
talk.
no. I don't. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
you good, Daniel? You said you have no. Yeah, he has no information that, ma'am. You might want to Google that. But thank you for
The
that.
the death rate in Ukraine is unacceptably high too
The death
over the
rate
vaccination. The death rate of infections by COVID, they're unacceptably high. They have a lot of mortalities
from
One
as a
thing.
COVID.
result
One
of
thing that
no
I.
vaccinations.
One thing that I'll state about COVID, and I know that this is happening in Russia, and most likely it's happening in Ukraine as well. The way that the deaths that are working around COVID is that many of the I know this from a personal family experience that I had. When someone dies in the hospital, it's easier for the hospital, in order for the hospital to gain money, which is kind of sanctioned by the Ministry of Health. they give money to the cases that are COVID, and so it's easier for many people to claim that it's a COVID death rather than a normal
Yeah.
death.
So hey,
And that is
Copeland, if you don't put him on your list is shit,
Copeland
or
dipped
or
out.
or it's a prejudice
Oh,
list.
oh
One
no,
of the
oh no,
two.
I'm here. I'm here. So first of
So
all, it's not my list.
make sure you add him to the list.
Hold on. First of all, it's not my list. Second of all, you deserve to be on the list. And third of all, stop being butthurt. You're an adult. Appreciate you.
Hey, Dr. Copeland, I want to make one thing clear, Dr. Copeland. I appreciate you coming to Dr. Copeland. I love it. I appreciate you coming to the room because I need to get a different perspective from you. So I want to make that clear, Dr. Copeland. You are welcomed in this room always. Thank you,
No, I
Dr.
appreciate that,
Copeland.
brother. It's all good. I appreciate
Yes,
you.
sir.
Yeah, anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit. This is Ariel. The crypto was brought up a couple of times, and that's an interesting conversation because a lot of the oligarchs that are being targeted with sanctions are also heavily involved in cryptocurrencies, which could lead to more regulations, countries stepping in and either outright banning certain types of currencies or regulating them, which in the end is good, meaning that it'll be put into the system, but the liberties, our liberties would be at stake because of that. Second, there was some talk about in a communist country, you can't have revolutions. And that was true maybe in Mao's China and Lenin's Russia. But these days, with the internet and so many intelligence agencies and multinational companies with deep, I mean, unlimited pockets, they can sow dissent within the country itself, not even having boots on the ground. We saw a little of this during the elections, and there was a lot of different interests meddling with our elections, not just one nation, but a lot of different corporate and private interests.
Hey,
Uh,
let me build with you for a second. I got to ask Grant a question. I just want to see something, Grant. Grant, what is your opinion? I would just like to hear your opinion on how you think this is going to play out. Just your opinion. Say 30 days from now, how do you think this is going to play out? What's going on, Grant? Do you have an opinion on this?
I think he's set on taking the Ukraine. He wants the Black Sea, man. He wants access. He's always wanted it. He needed the funds to get it. Somebody was in here talking about, I posted up here that Russia is a major supplier of oil to the U.S., but that doesn't matter if it's $30 a barrel. You can't make any money. So at $105 a barrel, they're printing money today. They could be making as much money in a week as they were making in a year. So it's not four times the money. It's not four times the barrel. So with oil and heavy commodities, it takes a certain amount of money to make that product, to refine it, and then once you get above a certain number, could be 58, 62, depending on where you are, who you are, then the money just starts like it goes insane. When you
Do
go
you
from
think
$58 to $105, those $47 is
makes a
not
big difference?
like $47. It's like uh, 10 X's and 100 X's. Like they literally could be making as much money in a week as they were making in a year. And that's what he needs, by the way, to go fund these activities, is
What
my
I think I
point.
need to really say is, do you think he will succeed in that? Will they will allow that to happen, or do you think he's going to get stopped by NATO, the allies, etc., or do you think he will succeed in that mission?
Yeah, hey, I don't know, man. I mean, that's just a guess, so I
Okay,
have no clue.
okay, okay. Is there anybody on this stage? I'm going to ask the same question to somebody. Anybody, Ariel? Do you
yeah,
think? But listen, let's try not to burn calories. The question is, do you think he will succeed in trying to take that country? Do you think he'll succeed?
absolutely.
Oh,
For the first 30, 60 days, then comes the revolution within Ukraine. Much think about Afghanistan and Afghanistan, but Ukraine.
so you think you don't feel NATO and its allies is going to stop them from
Not
doing
at
it?
all.
Oh, okay. Anybody agrees with him or disagrees with him?
I just,
I agree
yeah.
with
I
him. This is
agree.
I
Diana.
agree.
He's
I
right.
The
He's
agree.
right.
weather
Damn,
helping them
Ariel,
a lot
You're
this time of
Nostradamus,
the
bro.
year.
Wow.
I think we
Okay.
should be
That's
watching
it.
Germany.
And Poland. Poland. It's
Diane,
what Putin wants Poland as well, and he said it. I think
Yes.
Poland is where they're going to draw the line.
Diana, what's your thoughts on this, Diana?
I think that this is testing NATO. I think that his whole goal is to divide them. And I think that we have a lot of people who are staying very silent or quote unquote independent, just waiting to see how far he gets because I understand that we are a superpower, but Putin has a lot of backup. And it's very interesting to see how Germany is standing up and not saying that they should be removed from SWIFT. I think that I don't think that Putin would have been making these moves if he hadn't already gone around and started meeting with the heads of so many countries that are just watching right now to see what happens. And that is what I think is scary.
Good point. Good point.
I I
And that's
second that with her.
okay. That's a good point, Diana. So it kind of seems like they already know how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
So if you go off what Ariel said, then he's just going to take it.
Yeah. Hi. Hi.
Um,
Hi, Jerry.
hi.
I am. This is. I'm Brian. I'm from Ghana.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. Hi, guys. It's nice to be on the platform. I just want to say a little bit about what is happening right now. War is a business, just as maybe crypto is a business for a lot of people. Just like oil and everything, war is a business for a lot of people when it comes to the corporate and the elite and the cabals and whatnot. We all know how this is going to play out. Eventually, Russia is going to take a part of Ukraine because, I mean, technically, um, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and they weren't very happy when it happened when they got their sovereignty. So obviously, this is how it's going to play out. Um, Putin has always been a KGB agent. He's always been a criminal. He's been part of the Bratsphere, and so he's able to just they'll be able to push him into where he needs to be to control a lot of things for people who needs things to be done for them. So obviously, it's just going to be a way that
It seems like Putin's in a different level as far as war. You said he was a former what?
he was a former KGB agent.
KGB. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
he was a former KGB agent, and then he's got a lot of ties to the Bratsphere. The Bratsphere is the Russian criminal organization, just like the way the mafioso works in the United
Man, the
States.
mafia is a neighborhood street gang compared to Putin. They're a neighborhood street gang compared to Putin. There's no comparison. But I hear what you're saying. I get your point, brother.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what it's going to play out. Eventually, the NATO is going to make sure. Okay, well, let's back out just a little bit as to what happened when they set up the Russia set up missiles during the time when the United States wanted to attack Cuba. It's the same way that's going to happen. NATO is going to just draw a little bit backwards because when you look at where NATO have drawn their barriers and their boundary is
Mm,
really close to Russia, and obviously when Russia come closer to
that's a
the
good point.
western part, yeah, when the Russia comes to the western part to put in the borders, United States is never going to agree. And
Right.
so in this point, Russia is actually right that you are too very close to
You got a
our territory.
you got a good
And
point,
so
my brother.
yeah
Hey,
so come
Brian, you got a good point, brother, and appreciate your input. Yeah, hey P, what are you hearing from some of your homies out there, P? I mean, you don't have to give us no serious intel, but are you there, P?
Yeah, I'm right here, brother.
I know you got some boots to the ground, but you don't have to give us nothing you can't give us. But what's your thoughts about being a 35-year military person? What's your thoughts about what's happening right now, in day number two?
Well, there's a lot of the stuff's going on right now is like probably all the a lot of the ground war. But as far as with my guys, I haven't heard from nobody. It's like silence.
Hmm. Okay.
It's like
Do you
silence.
your opinion? This is just opinion. It's not based off of any facts. Do you think that Putin's going to succeed or be allowed, or at the end of the day, seize what he's trying to seize? Is he going to accomplish that, or is he going to be stopped? What is your opinion?
I think he's going to take what he wants to take.
Oh,
And just like the gentleman said, what that 30, 60 days after that, that's the hard part is holding that thing. Because if you see on TV, you got a lot of Russians, even in his own country, they're protesting. They said they've already locked up like 1,500 or 1,900 people already, and that's just the ones they're saying. But they showed on TV where the policemen actually throwing people up against the cars and everything, and they weren't black, they were white. They were white
oh,
guys.
you had to bring race into it.
Oh
Always
my
bring
God.
y'all always bringing race into it.
But yeah, I think unfortunately, a lot of those young men are going to lose their lives, and over some BS. But what's going to happen is the insurgents is going to take over, and that's when all the hard fighting starts in that 30 to 60 day mark.
Okay. You know what? Either way, well, I guess we'll just have to see. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
you got there's I think there's 45 to 50 million Ukrainians. So
Okay.
this the military. I don't know how big Russia's military is, but what is it? A couple hundred thousand?
100,000 people now there, and
Yeah,
200 or 300 Ukrainians. They are
yeah,
civilian. They arm basically there right
yeah.
now.
You can't, 100,000 people don't take 45 million. So if they're
Okay.
going to stand up and fight, if they stand up and fight,
Yeah, but you got to pay attention to what's going on, because if you saw on TV, what I was looking at to see, okay, who's in these TV shots, as far as like in the train station and so forth. A lot of women and children and elderly men. A lot of the young men and men weren't in those pictures, so that's one kind of key. The next key is what kind of ground they take. They're going to try to get rid of the men, because they don't want that resurgency coming back. That's what Russia does all the time, or a lot of those communist countries. They try to get rid of the men, the strong men, fighting age men, so that they can kind of take over the country. So I think a lot of those guys are just laying low, and we'll see. You'll see a little bit more action going on in the next couple of days, and then you'll kind of get better to see the lay of the land. But those guys are moving in pretty quick.
And I stand with you on that. I think who they need to really worry about is the Gen Z and the younger men. Because in some of the shots, you get to see them kissing their family goodbye, but they're not showing too many of those kind of shots of that. And then also the surrounding areas, like the Baltics, they're going to have to worry about them. The other thing, a little off topic, but still on topic, is I'm looking, I am looking to buy those NFTs because I know it's going to go crazy after this.
Hmm. Good point. What's your name? Jail?
Yes.
Good point, Jail. Something to think about. Anybody else want to jump in? Once again, let me see. I got about 12 people in the audience. If I have any people that are either in that country, Russia, or near it, or have family members, raise your hand, come to the stage, join the conversation, and welcome to Debate the News. Anybody else want to jump in?
I've got something to say. Someone said NATO. They were wondering if they were there, and a bomb struck one of Turkey's ships in the Black Sea. So their presence is there.
Wow. They're actually having a battle in
They
the
got
sea right now?
bombed.
We
It
got to, you
says
got
in the
to,
off the hill. I'll just say where the reference is. It's the hill, and it says bomb strikes Turkish-owned ship in Black Sea. No injuries reported.
you got to
Wow.
remember, there's talk going on right now between Russian forces and NATO forces, so that they don't strike and make that thing blow up. It's almost like a communication. Okay, we're over here. You see us. We see you. We don't know their plans, but we know that they're there. And that's a war zone. So stuff like that is going to happen if you're in a war zone. If we did it, we call friendly fire. But if you once you get in the war zone, it's anything can happen. So that
Hey,
that
P, have you ever been in a war?
yeah, I started going to combat back in the Panama days, when that was my first time in combat.
Wow. So you actually been in actual physical combat yourself?
Yes, sir. That's my first time going to combat. Actually jumped into Panama,
Oh, wow.
and then
Appreciate your service, my brother.
no
Thank
problem,
you
bro.
for your service.
All right.
Hey, Jerry, just to clarify something, the woman who spoke before, I think, was misunderstood, or she wasn't maybe clear. The Russian army has 1 million people, the Russian military, and there are 2 million in the Russian reserves. It's Ukraine that only has 100,000 military members.
Oh, yeah, I did misunderstand her. Thank you for that, Terry.
In the territory, around the territory.
So my question is, does anyone have an opinion on how they think, how long has Putin been plotting this? Because I don't think he is, and I think that's why everybody's kind of sitting back and waiting and not moving right away, because they kind of was playing with it like, oh, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Like we've heard talks about this for a long, long, long time. And now that it's done, I think everybody's trying to like gather themselves and say like, okay, where's the stance? What's happening? What's going on? So anybody has thoughts on like on him as a person, like how strategic he might be, and if he really had this gathered together.
Of course, he had this gathered together. He's extremely strategic. That's why he's been in office for a couple decades. He's extremely strategic.
There's absolutely. It's just the same gameplay. We virtually knew way back in the Iraq War when the United States went to war with Iraq. It has always been building, and we knew it. Um, it was just a collusion of the allies, Canada, UK, and the United States, and then China, and then Russia. Back, they didn't go for it, but eventually, United States went to war with Iraq, and then what happens afterwards. It's the same way when the Russia went into Ukraine and then attacked Crimea, when they said that that portion actually belonged to Russia. And so it's been building and all. And if you're in a political circle, you knew that it was always going to happen. And it's definitely going to happen. They're just going to take a part or a whole of Ukraine, and there's nothing nobody going to do about it, because they are all in on it.
Ukraine
I
has
have
so
a
many
well.
resources. It's crazy. Like I've been looking into it more and asking like people in my political circle, like, why is this so important? Because that's not my field. And that's exactly what they were saying. They were pointing out some key things that's why they're going after. And I'm just like, I think that's why everyone's trying to no, this can't happen.
I have a few things to say. Can I? Hello?
I'd probably just go.
You can
Go
speak.
ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
May I? Yeah?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was
on
just
I was on
gonna
the call. Go ahead,
just
brother.
one small thing that I wanted to say about Putin and his position. I think back in 2007 during the Munich conference, he had said a very thing that's quite often quoted, and he said that the destruction of the Soviet Union, or the fall apart of the Soviet Union, was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And that had been kind of the cornerstone of his worldview, and it's been kind of manifesting itself ever since. And what we're seeing right now is quite consecutive in terms of him, staging it out. Actually, he's at a point in a world where, in terms of world politics, in terms of American leadership, etc., where he actually can do this.
Well, he can do Ukraine. Are you suggesting that he can get all the rest of them back, Daniel?
No, he's not. That's not the plan. The plan is actually he's very kind of in this case he was very quite open about what he wants. And he had addressed the Russian public, I think 2 or 3 days ago, in an hour speech, talking about the history of Ukraine, of how it was formed and how it was put together. And he first addressed the people, and then he addressed I guess the members of today or yesterday, he addressed the members of the Duma and got the ratification for the actions which we are now seeing. And his case, and I think that what's going on, and what he's aiming towards is the right now is the recognition of the two regions. But to do that, in order to quell, let's say, the potential military lashback, or however you call it, that's why he's trying to and doing and attacking Kiev as the capital right now.
But he is attacking Kiev, right? I mean, we have
Yes, yes,
missiles
yes,
and
yes.
bombs
He
that are
is, he
being.
is, he is. Yes, and then what we'll probably see in the next. I mean, it's not my opinion. It's actually, as far as I know, the Pentagon has actually predicted this. That he
And
will.
sir, what do you think the message is from Putin to the Biden administration? Is this a respectful? Is this in respect to the Biden administration, or is
No,
this like
not at
I have
all.
zero respect for you?
Putin has absolutely zero respect for the guy. Yeah. Absolutely, like he could not care about his existence, to be honest. It's literally, he has respect for some people, I guess, around and in and around maybe the military, and but as for the POTUS, this is zero, like absolutely non-existent.
Hey, Jerry, this is Peter. Can I ask Daniel a quick question?
Yes.
All right, Daniel, I got a quick question for you. What is the local media there in Moscow saying with regards to the fight over Chernobyl? That there's so much radioactivity still in that area with these tanks rolling in there and fighting that was taking place there today. Isn't that really, really dangerous with all the radioactive dust that can get kicked back up in such a battle? And did it even exist? Was it a really tough fight there in that area? Did you hear anything about that? Or was it just something where they rolled in and it was given to them?
Don't know about the tough fighting. Not sure. I know that it was taken around 3 o'clock during the day today, somewhere around there, and that was made public in all the groups that we know, and made public by. I mean, I follow some Ukrainian groups in Telegram, and I follow some Russian news sites as well. I'm not sure about. I've heard that this is also. I cannot confirm this, but I know that I've heard that the Chernobyl electro station is still providing a large amount of power to the Kiev region and to the Ukraine. So it's actually a functioning part of it is still functioning and
I
still
think you're
providing
covering your
energy.
mic with your hand. Sorry.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Still providing energy to the place. So I'm not sure but I have to confirm that. I'm not sure. As far as the radioactive dust and the raising the ecological, let's say, problems that might be raised from that has not been discussed. The media in Russia, there's kind of the opposition media that is kind of covering all the aspects of the invasion and etc. And there's the puppet kind of state channels that are kind of telling us let's say the propaganda version. So I'm not sure in terms of Chernobyl. I don't have an answer right now.
Okay, my brother. Appreciate that. You're definitely like like an expert right now on this stage. Or appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to jump in?
I have a couple of questions that I'd like to pose to the audience of things that were going around on Twitter today. And it was two questions. One, first, the basis of it is Trump said that this wouldn't happen if it was under him. So, one, do you think it would have happened if it was under him? And two is, do you think that when Trump met separately with Putin, because he had separate meetings with him, did they discuss any of these things, or since they were private meetings behind closed doors?
You're okay. What's your name?
Or
Who
we don't
asked
want
that
to bring
question?
politics. I'm Joyce again.
No, no, no. What are your thoughts on it, though? What are your thoughts?
Um,
Well, before you answer your thoughts, let me do something really quick. I want to thank everybody once again for joining the room. Debate the news. We are still live. We're in our extended hours. We are talking about Russia. Everybody knows. I don't have to reset the room as far as the title goes. Y'all know what's going on with this war. But I'm going to ask everybody once again to follow the club, follow these moderators, and I want to thank all the people that come to our room 5 days a week from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If y'all notice, my voice is kind of like, kind of lost my voice a little something, something. But I'm still here with my lunch pail and my bologna sandwich going to work. So I want to thank everybody. And as y'all heard earlier, Grant has offered 100 tickets to his virtual event. Once again, 100 tickets. That is a lot of money that he offered to the members that support this club. All you have to do to get into the drawing for that is follow Grant Cardone, follow Jerry, myself, follow Jonathan, follow us on Instagram, and put the keyword in my IG 10x. And if you do that, I'm going to compile that data. This is real talk, y'all. We do this all the time with Grant. I'm going to compile that data, and we're going to select 100 people that's going to get a free admission to his virtual event that's coming up at the end of March. It's the biggest event that he does per year. You guys can take a look at it. It's so big, it's like a damn concert where to sell out a damn sports arena. And you'll get a free virtual ticket if you just follow Jonathan Bing, follow me on Instagram and on Clubhouse, and put the keyword 10X in my DM and in Grant's DM and Jonathan's. And we're going to compile that data, that list, and we're going to select 100 people, and you guys are going to be thanking me later. I see we got Alan in the building. We got Rhett in the building also.
Let's have them
Some
ping some people here, Jerry.
yeah, also I'm going to ask you guys to, it's been a little switch up. So under 2 arrows, this shows 300. That means it's 300 shares. Click those 2 arrows, and at the very bottom of the first pop-up, it says invite people. So click on that and ping some of your friends and invite them in. Just start pinging some of the people you know, ping and invite them in. Once again, welcome to Debate the News, and ping some of your friends and invite them into the room. Appreciate y'all. Is there anybody else that want to jump in? If so, state your name, and I will go to you.
Can I comment on the previous question?
Yes, you can, bro.
Yeah, the lady before, I think Joel or Joyce had asked about whether this was possible, if this was possible under Trump. What is happening today? And there's a common opinion, and I'll voice it, is that the things that happened in Crimea in 2014 happened during the administration of Obama and Biden, and the things that are happening today in 2022 happened during the administration of Biden and Harris. So, if you can find any coincidence there or not, it's up to you. But that is a very popular opinion.
Well, I will.
Can
Can
you
I give
break
a
it down a little bit
counter?
more?
Can I
I
give a
have a
counter to that?
question.
Go ahead, Tara.
Is it possible, and I don't have an opinion necessarily, but is it possible that we know that he preferred Trump, okay? We know that his people tried to help elect Trump. That is clear. That has been shown by our intelligence agencies. So is it possible that Putin really prefers the Republicans, or at least Donald Trump, and is trying to harm the Biden presidency by waiting until Biden was in office?
Oh, damn. Damn, Tara. Oh, that was a damn good point. That was a. Anybody want to comment on that?
Yes, what would be the reason for that?
Oh my God. Tara, did she just ask that?
Like I said, maybe he wants to get Trump reelected in 3 more years, and he's trying to undermine the Biden administration, or that's at least part of his reasoning.
So do you think that by that ideology, Trump would allow what's going on right now?
Well, I'm
Or
not sure.
would Russia just continue to wait?
No, well, like I said, I think that he had this plan. Maybe he thought Trump would just let him do it anyway, because Trump, I understand a lot of people feel that he was really tough on people, but he definitely favored Russia in unusual ways, let's just say. So I guess my view is it's possible to me that, look, Putin always had this plan, but once Trump lost, he figured, hey, let me go in now and do it.
Yeah, I just don't think that as the United States, regardless of the president, it would be in our best interest for Russia to invade Ukraine. So that's where I get stuck, because I hear you and I agree to a certain
But
extent,
but
but
but, but when you're saying it won't be in our best interest for Russia, we don't control what Russia does. So when you say it's not in our best interest for Russia to invade Ukraine, like we had a say in it. So we didn't have a say in it, and what she says makes sense. I don't know if that's what's going on or not, but it could be something. It could be another one of those things that's going to influence the midterms. Okay. And something just came across where I was just reading where Putin said that where he said that basically all of the so-called Western Bloc, which is the U.S. form and its images and likeness of all of its entities, is what is known as the Empire of Lies. Putin said after the fall of the Soviet Union, and he added that the U.S. and its allies tried to crush us, beat us down, and finish us off. We remember that, and we would never forget it. So his whole thing isn't just with Putin wants revenge, not just on Ukraine, but the U.S. and its allies.
Hmm.
Yes,
Interesting.
absolutely, absolutely. Because when you look at what's going on in Ukraine right now, you got Germany, you got let me say the western part not very happy about what's going on, but you have Russia and you have China, and just as there were an incident where Turkey NATO ships were being attacked. I think based on the reference from someone in here, it's the same way China has given a notice to its citizens in Ukraine, saying that you know what, if you're in Ukraine, you just have to raise up a China flag if you're Chinese, and then you're not going to get attacked. And so, regardless of who, whether it was Trump's administration or it's Biden administration right now, I think it's eventually still going to happen. Russia is still going to attack Ukraine, and just as Jonathan had said, Putin has always been his game to make sure that he takes territories that belong to Russia that actually got broke from the Soviet Union, and so his main mandate as the president of Russia is to make sure that he puts together and form back the Soviet Union.
Okay. Appreciate you, my brother. Okay, so I want to say something really quick. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. We appreciate y'all. As y'all know, our hours are Monday through Friday, 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And we've been doing some extended hours, and we're also doing some little pop-ups where sometimes we go in the evening. So make sure you follow these moderators, and make sure you follow Jonathan and myself, and put the bell on so when we go live, y'all know. But our normal hours, 2 to 5 Pacific Standard Time in the PM, and 5 to 8 Eastern Time. Once again, forgive me, y'all. My voice is kind of going away for whatever strange reason. But yeah, so all the non-moderators, the people that's on the stage, the people that's not on the stage, as you know, we really appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. And I made a promise the other day, so we're gonna start holding. Living up to that promise. We're gonna be promoting many of the people that's been following us, and putting on the back channel like we've been asking them to, or I'm sorry, as far as the wall goes. And as far as the people that's been sending us the 10x in the DM, we got a pretty hefty list. So we will be selecting 100 of you in the next week or so, and you will get a ticket to Grant's next virtual event. So once again, I want to thank everybody, but we've come to that time. Jonathan and I, it is, come that time to land. But I appreciate everybody. I normally do a much softer landing where it takes me about 20 or 30 minutes to land. As y'all know, I do my little music, I do my little talk. However, today is a different day. Something's going on. So we're going to do what we call a hard landing. I just got clearance from air traffic control. So I'm going to ask everybody to put your seat in the upright position. This is going to be one of the hardest landings you guys have ever witnessed me do on Clubhouse. So put your seat in the upright
Brace
position.
yourself.
Put your iPads away, put your iPhones up, and get ready. Tuck your seat in and tuck your head in. We're about to have the most hardest landing you've ever seen me do on Clubhouse. Thank you, everybody.